Hey everyone, what is up? Welcome back for episode 73 of Higurashi When They Cry. Today we're going to be recording a specific arc of Higurashi Rei. I think it's called Saikoroshi or something like that. I'll recognize the name when I see it. I don't remember it off the top. But I've been meaning to play this for a while, but after I finished the main game, I was like, yeah, I'm going to need some time away. Part of me wishes I'd gotten back to it a little sooner than I did. And that I just got it done. But I mean, I was flying right when I was playing before. I was like finishing up the game, so I'm not upset that I took a break at all. I think I kind of deserved, but you know, if I don't want to play the game, I'm not gonna play the game. So I'm excited to finish this up right here. And I mean, I might do more episodes in the future. I might try some of the other Ray arcs eventually. Some of the whatever's in Ho Plus, right? There's all the console arcs. Maybe we get around to some of those eventually, right? I could definitely see it. But for now, we're just gonna do this one and then probably not record too much bonus-esque content for a while, if that makes sense. So let's just go ahead and jump in. I've only booted this once to get my settings in, but I didn't really pay too much attention to what was going on. That's a cool main menu. We got Rika drinking the wine with a smile on her face. That's a cool main menu. Right, let's go ahead and hit start. And there's a few of these arcs, right? Is it just going to give me the choice which one I want to read? Yeah, so it's definitely this one. Yeah, Saikoroshi. It's not either of these two. I remember hearing that these are not like mandatory and that one of them is not great. I'm going to read the descriptions of all of them, but we're playing Saikoroshi. Saikoroshi, the worst option. This is a tale of Furude Rika reaching the summer of 1983. Her power allows her to choose one of many worlds, but is this world truly the best one for her? The difficulty here is malicious, for all you dear connoisseurs who prefer it that way. I don't know exactly what that means. I'm intrigued to see. Barokawashi, the strongest pursuer of love. This is a tale of a peculiar dispute over the precious jewels, the Magatama of Fuwarazu. Jewels capable of granting mutual love that befalls the club members. People who haven't played Higurashi Daybreak can enjoy this too. And then they made a little live emoji. For other pairings, please enjoy Higurashi Daybreak. So this might be the one. I think someone said it was kind of just like a club, like doing club things kind of thing. I think is what I heard about this one. And Batsukoishi, the most awful daydream. Within these pages is a Bible of blazing passion for today's modern apathetic youths. Even then, it was meant as an after-party for Mayakashi Hen. It completely ruins the impact of that chapter. Deemed too dangerous for consumption, this legendary scenario was sealed away. Continue only if you can vow that you are truly degenerate. Interesting. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know that I want to know what's going on there just yet. So let's go ahead and load into a Saikoroshi. See what is going on here in the worst option. Bread rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that they preferred bread. God descended down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, water shall rain down. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. Feels kind of crazy to be back. Even if it's like for content that I knew I was going to record, like it's just crazy to be back. Like there's still so much more content from what I've seen. Like if I wanted to continue the Higurashi journey, there is so much more content from what I've seen. But it still just feels weird. The cicada's chorus had been growing increasingly lively. The strange weather during that never-ending June had been hot enough to make us feel like summer had come early. But even so, it was still only June. Once we got closer to summer in July, the season graced us with even more summery weather. Today, to fulfill my dream, we all went to play at the swimming pool. The dream might have seemed humble at first, but I didn't have to look back on the 100 years journey it took to achieve it anymore. Still, I decided I shouldn't forget about it. For many people, this is a perfectly ordinary day, but for me, it had taken so many years of wandering just to get here that it made me feel faint. And remembering it made the seemingly average, regular life fill me with such profound happiness.
いやーカメラを持ってこなかったのはこの園崎ミオン一生の不覚だね。
Lock in, Mion.
レナにカメラはいらないよ。
You just throwing it to your memory banks?
しっかりこの目に焼き付けちゃったもん。まぶたを閉じるとケイチくんの可愛い姿が浮かんでくるよ。
たーく浮かばんでいい浮かばんでいい。そのまぶたヤスリで削り取ってくれるわ。
プールに行くのに水着を忘れるなんて自業自得じゃありませんの。そしてうさんくさい海パンを履いて大騒ぎなんて初めから終わりまで全部自業自得でございましたよ。
What in the world happened?
ケイチはミーに感謝した方がいいのですよ。
Can't be good.
もしミーが白鳥さんのパンツを持ってきてなかったらきっとオットセイさんがゆらゆらで大変なことになっていたのですよ。
Yo, what?
ミパ
What is happening?
いやいや実に愉快だったよ。
Oh, word? I bet.
今日のプールは特に何も予定してなかったんでたまには静かにお水遊びができるかななんて思ってたら
Things haven't gotten any less crazy here.
やっぱりこのメンバーじゃ何も起こらないって方が不思議だもんね。
Right? Exactly.
いやそれだけは断じてありえねえ。何も予定してなかったらあんな恥ずかしい白鳥のパンツをわざわざ持ってくるわけねえだろ。何か口実をつけて俺に履かせようと企んでいたに違いねえ。
Definitely.
でもとっても楽しい一日だったからレナは大満足だったかなそうですわね。その点につきましては同感でございましたよ。
Sadako smiled at me, looking for my agreement. So I sent her back just as brilliant a smile, expressing just how much fun all the romping about today had been. I really wonder where this is gonna go. Like it's like such a positive start that makes sense from what I'd expect, right? For a scenario that's set after the game, but it's called like the worst option, right? Like it's like they're like the difficulty. Oh, it's fucked up. Like what's gonna happen? As we all reminisced on our romp at the pool today, we got on our bikes and started on our way home. Inamizawa didn't have any pools, so we'd gone to a public pool in Okinamiya. There was an elevation difference between the two communities, and while going downhill had been very pleasant, we had a long trip upwards on our way back. For Hinamizawa children at the zenith of their energy, it wasn't much of a chore, but we naturally fell silent as we quietly pedaled up the hill. Seeing everyone so silent made me want to screw things up somehow. Messing with Sadako at times like these was so much fun for me that you could call it the very purpose of my existence. I pedaled harder, caught up to Satoko's bicycle as she pedaled in silence, and gave her a nudge on the shoulder.
Rika? Me?
After pretending to be mean to Satoko, I sped up. Of course, she sped up too and chased after me. Satoko struggled to somehow nudge me back, but I was no slouch either. Our speeds naturally increased, and we began to quickly pass the others in the group.
何競争？おじさんも負けないよ。道路でふざけちゃダメ。リカちゃん、サトコちゃん、危ないよ。
That's true. This is a public road, and cars sometimes came and went, but we'd lived here a long time, so we knew not many cars came around at this hour.
リカ、車が来ましたよ。その手には引っかからないのです。
So when Satoko said that, I thought she was just trying to distract me. A car horn. When I heard it, I realized Satoko's warning wasn't a trick. It was so sudden that I was overtaken with surprise. When I looked in front of me, the car was right there. I panicked and violently swung my handlebars. The motion was more than aggressive and sudden enough to throw me off balance. As my body lurched forward, I realized I was flying through the air. My nose caught the whiff of asphalt, telling me I was a moment away from being hurt.
Rika!
I heard Satoko shriek. No, the sensation I was experiencing was so unreal that I only could say I thought I heard her. I couldn't even figure out if the sight of the car coming towards me as I hurtled through the air was real. But that absence of reality probably only lasted about 1 second. I wasn't even given the time to say, oops. What? Did she just, like, die? Is that what just happened? Is that... Surely not. Because I just wonder if that's where they'd be going with it somehow, right? Like the route, like, she somehow finds some weird way to die, and then we find a new scenario that is the worst option. I don't know. I heard the cries of Higurashi in the distance, and those cries dwelt such cool tenderness that I wanted to listen forever. Eventually the silence was broken. The sound of many footsteps approached, pulling my mind back to reality. No, seems like it's fine. Okay, well, we're in the hospital. Suddenly, the cries of the Higurashi were gone, cries filling the room were that of cicadas. I thought I'd been hearing the Higurashi this whole time. Was that a dream? I was in a bed. I didn't recognize the ceiling. Where was I? The room was small, with an office desk and shelves full of medicine. I recognized the smell of that medicine, and the voices of children mixing with the cicadas' cries. I knew right away. I was at school. I was in bed at the nurse's office. The door opened and Chie appeared. Oh, yeah, this is the nurse's office. I thought this was going to be the area clinic. Behind her was Satoko, and... Huh? My mind went blank. It was the face of someone who couldn't have been there.
大丈夫ですかフルデさん。よかった。本当に心配しましたよ。もうすぐ診療所の先生が来てくれますからね。
He's going to be talking now?
まだ横になっていてください。よかった。
No, what the fuck? Where? What happened? Where are we? I mean, I know in theory he could be back already, but there's no way that happened that quick, right?
本当に心配したよ。
What in the world? My mind was still blank, dazed. I kept staring at his face as he spoke words of concern. This person cannot possibly be at school in 1983. Did he, like, replace Keiichi or something?
サトシ。大丈夫？まだ調子良くないみたいだね。先生が来てくれるまで横になっていなさい。それより、北条聡子さん、どこに隠れました？
She raised her voice and turned back towards the hallway before Satoko poked her face out, looking as though she was sulking.
私、そんなに強く投げてないもん。フルデさんが大げさなだけだもん。そんな謝り方はありません。
Okay, we're definitely in a different scenario, so she actually might have died because of that crash. That's what I'm gonna assume for now.
ちゃんとフルデさんに謝りなさい。
I sensed something a little strange about Satoko's tone and mood. In any case, judging by the situation, Satoko had done something to me. As a result, I'd been carried to the nurse's office. That's how it looked to me. But didn't I pass out after falling off my bike on the way home from Okonomiya with everyone?
ほら、サトコさん。
Chie called Satoko in a firm voice. Chie called Satoko Satoko-san before Satoshi went missing. The only time there were two people named Hojo was when Satoko and Satoshi were both here together. In other words, before June, in 1982. Then, was this the past? Was I repeating everything again? I felt a chill start to crawl through me. I'd gone through all that hardship to get past June of 1983, and now the world had rewound to the past again. The dead end of June 1983 that I'd challenged for over 100 years, and finally broke through. Would I have to defeat it again? I certainly learned many things and defeated my fate with certain willpower, but I was also saved by a lot of luck. Yeah, no kidding. There was no proof I could challenge June 1983 again and defeat it like I did last time, which meant I was probably hit by that car in the bike accident and killed. And just before dying, I had rejected death and rewound the world. The way that unrealistic memory cut off was definitely similar to when I'd rewound the world previously. And would I to undertake a terribly long journey again? That can't be. The idea was infinitely terrifying. As it dawned upon me, I felt as though my vision was growing distant. I still hadn't fully understood just how terrifying this was just yet. Can I catch a break in
ほら、
this game?
サトコ。謝らないとダメだよ。
フルテさん、後ろからボールをぶつけてごめんなさいでした。だって、ぼんやり突っ立ってて邪魔だったんだもん。
Yo, what an apology. Satoko's apology was strange. It wasn't even an apology, really. It literally sounded like an excuse. She looked at Chie and Satoshi, wondering if that was enough. It didn't seem like Satoko had any intention of apologizing for throwing the ball at me. Because Satoko wasn't even looking at me. Not really. It was like I didn't belong in her world. She never treated me this coldly before. And before anything else, she's talking strangely. It didn't seem like the situation that had befallen me was rewind to so far in the past that Satoshi was still around. Something else had happened, or something bizarre that I didn't understand. That's how I felt as I listened to the odd way Satoko was talking. She sounded far more normal than the Satoko I knew. Satoko made a face, like reading out a standard written apology was enough, then ran off into the hallway. I checked the clock. It was right in the middle of afternoon break. This is interesting. So she said something's wrong with the scenario, and that this doesn't just feel like she's in like 1982 or something, you know? Yeah, that something's up. I don't really know what's going on. I mean, this is a short enough chapter that I'm not going to sit here and spend a ton of time theorizing. For some reason, very quickly, I'm like, what if this is just some really weird coma type deal? Really weird dream type scenario? Or guess nightmare, probably, given that that's called the worst option. Or maybe she's somehow back to 1983, but like Satoshi has replaced Keiichi somehow. I don't know. A lot of possibilities, but something weird is going on. This isn't just a normal rewind, which makes sense. That'd be insane if we finish the whole game and then in a side arc, they're just like, but then Rika dies immediately after anyways, and so she has to do it all again, except, oops, if you remember Chapter 8, you know how obscenely lucky she was? We all know the chances of that happening again are like nada. You know? That'd be crazy. It's possible. I'm not saying they didn't do it. We'll see. Oh, I'm just going to keep moving. I checked the clock. It was right in the middle of afternoon break. She was probably rushing back to the schoolyard because she didn't want to miss any more playtime. As she turned her back on me and ran away, I suddenly felt very cold and sad. If the Satoko I knew had hurt me enough to put me in the nurse's office, she would have stayed with me the entire time. Her footsteps vanished before she'd even looked at me once. It didn't seem like she hated me. It felt like she wasn't even interested. What was happening? What year and what month was it right now, anyway? Hanyu was nowhere to be found. Despite wanting to know, no calendar or anything like one was nearby, so it didn't seem like I could find out right now. I just asked Satoshi. Most normal people would give you a strange look if you asked what the year and month were, and I'd learned from my long journey that I had to be careful about that. Instead, I decided to push that question aside for the moment. I guess, yeah.
ごめんね、リカちゃん。
I would have just asked for, like, the normal date and be like, my head, right? Don't include the year, but, you know, maybe they include the year.
サトコには後でよく言っておくよ。きっとリカちゃんが寂しそうにしてたんで遊びに誘ってあげたかったんだよ。
ありがとうなのです。もう気にしてませんのでいいのですよ。
It's gonna be like a reverse situation for Rika and Satoko. As Satoko's older brother, Satoshi, apologized in her stead, he seemed no different from the Satoshi I knew.
そう。じゃあ僕はもう行くから。
There's so many ideas in my head about what this scenario could be. Right? They all just keep flying through.
ありがとうなのですよ、サトシ。
Like, if it's the same Satoshi, I almost wonder if that has something to do with it. Maybe they're both in that kind of, like, almost coma-esque state, right? That Satoshi's in, right? he's in like the medically induced coma, so I wonder if like somehow it's that same coma, right? That is somehow like connected. I don't know. Like there's so many things this could be. Like I said, I'm not gonna spend too much time theorizing for what I've been told should be a one episode affair. You know. So I just gave a little wave of his hand, turned, and left the nurse's office. A new set of footsteps approached in his place. From their pace and sound, it wasn't a child. It was probably Coach. She had called for him.
先生、急にお呼びしてしまってすみません。さっき意識が戻ったところなんです。
そうですかね。それはよかったよかった。
That's not Irie. It was a throaty voice. It wasn't Irie? The man who suddenly appeared was one I'd never seen in the clinic, or even at the Irie Institute. He was a large man with round curves, the exact opposite of Irie. The stubble on his face made him seem rugged. He was so distinct that I wouldn't forget him, even if I'd only met him once. And yet, I had no recollection of him. But he was wearing a white robe, and she had called him the doctor from the clinic. So he must have been a doctor from the Irie clinic. But I'd never met him before.
やあ、リカちゃん。災難だったな。ボールがぶつかったのは後頭部。ちょっと見せてもらっていいかい？
I'm wondering if one of the big differences in this scenario is it's just kind of like a what if Irie wasn't there, right? What if someone else was chosen? How would things have progressed, right? Because Irie really, like, I do think he was pretty important to helping things reach the point they did, and especially to stopping them, right? It could even explain why, like, Satoshi is still here. Maybe, like, somehow Irie not being the one in charge has kind of, I don't know, helped Satoshi. And so he doesn't go crazy and kill someone, if that makes sense.
Me.
Without waiting for an answer, the mountaineerish doctor felt around the back of my head. His fingers were uncultured, completely different from Irie's delicate hands.
今度は目を見せてくれるかい？大丈夫みたいだな。何か頭痛とかはするかい？酔うとか平衡感覚がおかしいとかあるかな？
ないのです。
多分大丈夫とは思いますけどね。念のため診療所に連れて行って脳波を見ましょう。まあ、わしの見たところ問題なしですな。
Yeah, The doctor laughed uproariously, spraying spittle everywhere. She gave a look of relief too, as if that was a sign there were no problems.
そうですか。では、念には念ということでよろしくお願いいたします。フルデさん、先生と一緒に診療所に行ってきてください。
午後の診療が始まる前に済ませてしまおう。さあ、行こう。
The big doctor, acting too familiar for my tastes, pushed me out the door, and before I could fight my feeling of wrongness, I was taken out of the nurse's office. What was this world? Sometimes the dice came up with strange numbers and caused little differences, but this was the first world that felt this wrong to me. The dice rolls turn up something rare? After repeating this world for over 100 years, I thought I'd figured out pretty much every event, and yet this all felt so strange to me. There was something immeasurable about how strange it was, and I couldn't help but feel intensely anxious. I put my shoes on at the entrance before being taken to a parked car in front of the school gate. All the while I stared at the big man's back as he walked, racking my brains trying to remember him, but I couldn't come up with anything. No matter how much I thought back, I couldn't recall any man like this in the Mountain Dogs, much less the Irie Institute. If Satoshi was here, that meant it had to be before June 1982. Honey would always be there as soon as I woke up, and she'd tell me what was going on in that world. In this world, I haven't seen Hanyu even once. Yeah, that is strange. The radiant sunlight, the annoying cicada cries, the lively voices of my classmates. I knew them all so well. But something was different. It almost made me sick. Hanyu, where am I? What kind of world is this? Hanyu didn't answer me. Fine then. If I went home and opened a bottle of wine, she'd be sure to come rushing in. Not once had she ever allowed me a few elegant minutes to myself.
みーちゃん、みーちゃん、
甘いね。ドッジボールの鉄則は弱いやつ狙い。私を狙うのは戦略ミスだよ。 それ次にとろいやつはお前さ。
ぎゃ
I saw several classmates playing a game of dodgeball. Me and Rena were there in the crowd. Rena? Any world where Rena was present was later than April 1982. And Satoshi disappeared from the village in June 1982, so we've got a 2-month period that it should be. But we'll see. The only time Rena and Satoshi could be here at the same time was the short span from April to June of 1982. Didn't seem like I'd gone as far into the past as I'd feared. But I still had to repeat the June of 1983. That hadn't changed. Did I have to complete those long, difficult days of nothing but strife yet again? Teaming up with my friends, trusting each other, grappling with our suspicions of each other, believing in miracles, and fighting alongside everyone. And all the coincidences in the world to help save us. If we missed any one of those elements of the process, this world would end in horrific tragedy. I'd gotten past this dead end before. This is the second time, so I understood a little of how to fight against Takano's group. So I probably wouldn't have to spend another whole 100 years. Even still, it would definitely take several of those years, if not dozens. But I never wanted to spend another day in that June of 1983 ever again. The despair I felt at reaching the goal once, then getting kicked back to the start. I got into the man's car, and as it bumped over the rough roads, I sorted out the situation I was in. That day in July 1983. I went to have a good time at the pool with everyone, and on the way home there was an accident, and I died. And right before dying, I used the power I never thought I'd have to use again to turn back time once more. This world was probably in June of 1982. It was considerably hot, so the Watanagashi festival couldn't be far off. That meant the countdown to Satoshis disappearance had already begun. Earlier in the nurse's office, he'd given me kind and considerate words, but an unyielding darkness would have been starting to take control of his heart. His fear of his inescapable, where did I read that? Was inescapable terminal illness's footsteps. I thought back to how the Hojo siblings had looked in the nurse's office, and to Satoko and Satoshi's everyday sibling relationship. It would cease to be an everyday thing in just another few days or weeks. Satoko's somewhat cold treatment of me had hurt, but when I remembered that, I felt pity for her. Satoko. For now, at least, treasure that time. Your relationship with Satoshi is limited. That cruel fact hadn't been overruled a single time in any of these 100 years of worlds. In other words, it was inevitable. I can only sympathize with the fate awaiting Satoko now. I feel like she's going to find out that it's like 1983 or something. Eventually the Irie clinic came into view. Every time I saw it, I was struck by its magnificence. It was almost too much for Hinamizawa. But this time, the clinic building felt a little dull, as though affected by the sadness coloring my heart. The car came to a stop in the employee parking lot near the back entrance.
歩けるかい？具合は大丈夫かな？
全然平気なのです。検査なんて大げさなのですよ。
頭はその場では何もなくても、あときっちり検査しような。何事もなければ午後の授業には戻れるよ。
This is the first time I'd met this strange doctor, but he didn't seem unreliable. Maybe the cloudiness in my expression made me look like I was worried my injury was serious, and that was why he tried to cheer me up. His attempt at encouragement was off base, but for now, I told myself that he wasn't a bad person, at least. The air inside the clinic smelled unfamiliar to me. Inside, it was the same clinic as the one I knew, but something was different. On the whole, it felt old, like I'd find cobwebs if I looked. I recognized none of the nurses we passed. The only people I knew were some elderly villagers chatting as they watched TV in the waiting room. What if this is like actually the future somehow?
あんで、リカちゃんじゃねえの。
And that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but...
どうしちゃったの？風？
校庭で飛んできたボールが後頭部に当たったんですよ。一応脳波を見ておこうと思いましてね。
頭は怖いからね。でも若いんだからボールの一つや二つ平気平気。
Yeah, she's probably fine. The old people laughed aloud as though rubbing some spit on the bump would fix it. Something about their behavior was strange, too. The people I knew would get out their beads, start praying, and make a big fuss just because I got a bump on the head. Maybe they'd say 1 or 2 balls is fine because you're young, if I were a normal child. But for me in particular, and Hinamizawa, that was impossible. This all seemed very wrong. Something huge, something I couldn't ignore, was different about this world.
さあリカちゃん
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if somehow, like, in this world, her and Satoko's roles are reversed, which is, like, something I suggested a little bit already, but it does, like, off that, too, it seems like Rika probably doesn't have that role of the Furude family head, right, that everyone worships, right? And it doesn't have to be Satoko? No, it doesn't have to be. But bare minimum, it seems like Rika, and that would explain Hanyu not being here as well.
入って入って
After the large man went straight into the examination room, he called me in. The Queen Carrier had come for an examination, and the next logical step was that Irie, the director, would appear. But he hadn't appeared yet. The discomfort I'd been feeling this whole time got even stronger. And then I spotted something odd. It was a notice from the hospital hung in the waiting room. Please be sure to bring your insurance card on your first checkup of the month. Takano Clinic. Ooh. Yeah. So that's definitely part of it. I was gonna say that's another thing that I definitely thought was wrong, right? I figured this was a world where Irie was not the one ever in charge of the clinic. Huh? Takano Clinic. I looked around at the other notices hung about the waiting room. All of them had Takano Clinic written at the end. Not a single one said Irie Clinic. Where am I?
リカちゃんどうぞ時間ないから早く入って
I heard the man's deep voice from the examination room again. I ignored him and burst out the front entrance. Why? Because I wanted to know. To know the name of this clinic. Takano Clinic. He looked exactly like the Irie clinic I knew. But there it was. The answer to why everything felt so out of place.
ここどこよ
I could feel the strength drain from my body. My legs gave out and I sat. For a while, I stared dumbly up at the name that was inexplicably different. I'm not sure how long I stayed like that. Eventually, the big doctor from before and a nurse came running out. They asked me if I suddenly felt sick, and if I didn't answer, they would annoyingly get even more concerned. So, somewhat offhandedly, I lied that I felt a little dizzy for a moment. They must have thought the vertigo pointed to a symptom of something. They picked me up and brought me into the examination room, hooked me up to an EEG terminal, and told me to rest.
みー本当に何でもないのです。めんどくさそうだったので逃げちゃおうと思ったら転んでしまっただけなのですよ。
何でもないかは医者が決めるわしがいいと言うまでそこに横になっていなさいいいかね
I felt like the more I tried to say, the more complicated things would get, so for now, I decided to play along so I could get out of there.
先生、入江というお医者はいますか？
何誰だって
入江です。
入江それはリカちゃんの主治医かいどこの病院だい
We're getting nowhere. Is Irie not in this world? Compared to everything the other adults like Akasaka and Kasai did during the long battle of June 19th, Irie's presence might have seemed to matter little, but it was extremely important that he was around. Without his determination to sever the chain of sadness created by Hinamizawa syndrome, there was essentially no way for Hinamizawa to break free of its 1,000-year curse. And Irie wasn't here. Plus, Irie was my only ally who knew I was the Queen Carrier. That ally was gone. The strange way Satoko was talking, of the absence of my only ally from Tokyo, Irie. No doubt some unpleasant die had landed on a one. And despite my ally not being here, was Takano still behind everything? When you get one bad roll, you get a bunch more.
高野先生はずいぶん前にお亡くなりになられてるよ
Wow.
この村にこんな立派な診療所を建てられた功績を称えてね
So maybe
その名を診療所名に残してるんだよ
I mean, did the plan vanish with it then?
わしはお会いしたことはないんだが大変立派な先生だったという話だよ
立派な先生ですか。
Would the occult-obsessed Takano ever be praised as a splendid doctor? And she passed away a while ago? Is this somehow a result of the epilogue, actually? Not the epilogue, the bonus fragment. Hmm. I don't remember the exact bonus fragment, but it was like this kind of alternate scenario where Rika shows up and like warns Takano about what's about to like. It kind of warns her about what's about to happen to her parents. So she's on the train, and they all seem to make it. So I wonder if this is a world where it's like a well-adjusted Takano makes a clinic here, right? And everything changes because of it, right? There is no conspiracy and plan, but the way they've labeled this chapter, what, like the worst timeline, you gotta think it can't be like, it can't just be a good ending, right? Like, does that make sense? It can't just be something like that, I feel. Because like that doesn't, the way I described it sounds like not a bad scenario, but they make it sound like a bad scenario. Okay. When I looked around the examination room, I found a picture of some old people hanging in a frame. On it was written, founder and first director, Hifumi Takano. Hifumi Takano? Wasn't that the man Takano looked up to? Ooh, she called her grandfather. He was the first one to discover the Hinamizawa syndrome, but nobody accepted his theories about it, and he passed away in despair. Takano had understood his chagrin and eventually made a big decision, and began to build a future so stable you could call it fate. That Takano?
鳥の鷹の鷹野さん？高い低いの鷹野先生じゃなくて？
Okay. This isn't necessarily about Mio Takano. I guess Miyoko Tanashi at this point. Potentially.
わしは知らんがね。
Did Rika ever know her old name?
看護師さんにもいないし、わしが来る前に辞めた古い看護師さんかね？
違うと思います。若い女なのです。
うちにはそんな人はおらんがね。そんな看護師さんがいたら、ぜひうちに勤めてもらいたいね。
Alright, bro. The man guffawed with delight. He certainly didn't look like he was lying. He was speaking the truth. Then even Takano is gone. Yuri was absent. Takano was absent. The Yuri Institute didn't have its director or vice director. What did that all mean? Who was the director then? Oh, and what about the Mountain Dogs? The Yuri Institute was, at its heart, a research institution. Without them acting as its hands and feet, it couldn't exist.
おこのぎ造園という造園屋さんはありますですか？
え？造園屋さん？さあね。造園屋さんにご縁があったことはないからね。ちょっとわかりかねるけど、それはどこの業者さん？
沖宮に事務所があったと思いましたです。
なら後で電話帳で調べてみたらいい。
You're not gonna find him.
個人では載せない人もいるけど、会社とかなら大抵は載ってると思うがね。
Could the Yuri Institute not exist in this world? Would that mean this world didn't have a dead end at all? I couldn't figure anything out. Which dice were showing 1 and which were showing 6? Or was the stranger part the dots on the dice themselves? The game board I was a piece on now, and the game board I knew, were they different? Let's be a little more optimistic. Was it possible that Tokyo hadn't chosen Irie, but this man instead? Then would this man know I was the Queen Carrier? If he did, then a number of things would fall into place. The prudence of giving me a brain scan after just getting knocked over by a ball to the head. Wasn't that because I knew I was special, that I was the Queen Carrier? And was this man playing the role of Irie in this world? I looked at the name tag on the robe he put on after coming into the room and read the name.
Yamamoto.
It was a natural response. It seemed that the name Yamamoto wasn't a problem. Was this Yamamoto person the director of the Irie Institute? Or rather, the Yamamoto Institute? It was also possible that he'd crowned this clinic with the Takano name in commemoration of him succeeding Hifumi Takano's research.
山本はひなみ沢症候群のことはわかりますか？
I feel like I've heard that name.
ひなみ沢なんだって？
He doesn't even know.
僕が女王感染者だとかわかりますか？
女王様？ リカちゃんじゃまだお姫様ってところだな。将来は女王様になりたいのかい？そりゃでっかい夢だね。はい、OK。もう外していいよ。
Bro said, yeah, you're fine. I learned from just that short exchange that Yamamoto had nothing to do with the Hinamizawa syndrome. There were a few people unconnected to Tokyo in the Erie Institute, too, but they were only a small handful of nurses and office workers. And besides, the Queen Carrier was currently in the clinic. Anyone connected to the Hinamizawa syndrome would have come rushing to me. Yamamoto had rushed to me, but he didn't know I was the Queen Carrier. What did that mean? I listened hard to try and catch the sound of Irie's indiscreet laughter, but all I heard was the TV in the waiting room and the motor of the goldfish aquarium. That maid-obsessed man with his ulterior motives during checkups was nowhere to be seen in the examination room. It was simply uncomfortable, and the smells of dust and medicine made me feel unpleasant. Now I knew. This really wasn't the clinic I knew. It wasn't just a strange feeling anymore. It was a clear fact now. Yamamoto left for a moment, then came back and told me there was nothing wrong with my readings.
具合が悪いところがないなら学校にもう戻ってもいいよ。もうすぐ午後の診療が始まっちゃうから送ってあげられないけど、一人で学校まで行けるかい？みーじゃはいかいいえかわかんないよ。どっちだい？
はい、大丈夫です。一人で学校に戻れますです。
そうか。じゃあもう行きなさい。千恵先生には学校にこれから戻ると電話しておくよ。
When I saw Yamamoto pick up the phone on the table, I spotted a tabletop calendar next to it. It's not 1982. June, Showa 58. Showa 58? Ooh, what was that in AD again? The Pacific War ended in Showa 20, which was 1945. 58 minus 20. I'm bad at borrowing, but luckily I don't need it. 58 minus 20 equals 38? Yes, 38 plus 20 is definitely 58. Then if you add 38 to 1945, 45 plus 38 is 83? It's 1983? June. Wasn't that the same period of time I'd just been living in? But, huh? That's impossible. In 1983, Satoshi is here? And Irie isn't here. Takano isn't here. Satoko's acting strangely, and even Hanyu is gone. Where am I? Hanyu, I know you're wasting time somewhere. Get over here with your ow-ows and tell me what kind of world this is. Yeah, this is a strange one. I walked through downtown on my way back to school. All the storefronts were familiar. Nothing had changed. But for some reason, there were less people and more stores with their shutters closed. This appearance had a decline reminded me of New Year's or New Year's Eve. It was a strange sight during the season when you could hear cicadas crying. I barely passed anyone, and even when old people walked by, they didn't talk to me. Normally, if I met an old person in the middle of the day like this, they'd ask if I had a cold and was staying home from school. They'd start rubbing their prayer beads and saying weird things. There was none of that. Just like the old people in the clinic, they reacted with disinterest. I wasn't in the mood for it anyway, so I was thankful they didn't do any of that. But there was already a heap of oddities before me, and I couldn't help but feel like it was growing even bigger. Afternoon break was long over by the time I got back to school, and it was not time for afternoon classes. I went through the entrance and changed into my slippers, and then I noticed another strange thing. There were a lot of empty shoe cubbies. It seems like something about Hinamizawa, this place is on the downswing. Empty was different from absent. Anyone enrolled would leave either slippers or regular footwear in their locker, no matter what. If neither were present, that meant they weren't in this class to begin with. Sometimes people took their slippers home to wash during the weekends, but any lockers being empty during the day was unthinkable. I counted a little over 10 pairs of shoes. That was only half how many people were in the school I knew. Everything was so messed up. I had no idea what was going on. I steeled myself and opened the classroom door. Everyone turned around to look at me. There truly were only half the familiar classmates there, and they weren't absent, because only half as many seats were actually in the classroom.
ウルデさん、着席してください。
What is going on?
はいはい、皆さん、授業中ですよ。 ドリルに集中して。
Jade clapped her hands, and everyone looked back down at their desks and workbooks, ignoring me altogether. My seat. Satoshi was sitting at the desk next to Satoko's. That didn't seem to be my seat. Then where was it? Soon, I found an open seat, looking small and quiet in the back near the window. I could tell from the pattern of the floor cushion with my disaster hood in it. Tell from the pattern of the floor cushion with my disaster hood in it. What is a disaster hood? That seemed to be Rika Furude's seat in this world. It was in the corner, as though the classroom had forgotten about it. There were no seats next to it, and nobody would see it when looking at the blackboard. In a place where I wouldn't block anyone's view, whether or not I wasn't there. That seat was almost symbolic of how I'd been feeling ever since I awoke. I sat down and took out my workbook, then, pretending to study, I looked around the classroom. Miyotsu Nozaki was here. She didn't seem very different. Rana Ryugu was here too. The way she was helping the child in the next seat over with his work was very like her. Satoko and Satoshi were studying together as friendly siblings. Satoshi, being the older brother, was teaching her things, but Satoko looked disgruntled, and his words went in one ear and out the other. To me, it was almost like she didn't hate studying, she just didn't like their roles being reversed, since she looked after him at home, and it made me smile a little. I still felt a tiny pain in my chest from Satoko's cold treatment of me in the nurse's office, but as far as I could tell by looking at her individually, she seemed totally normal. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong there. When Satoko was with Satoshi, she was often gloomy because of the problems at home or their aunt's abuse, so they were acting like normal siblings, and though I knew it was rude to Satoko, that felt wrong. But if Satoko had a normal life, that was fine. The bigger shock, though, was the absence of the most important person in our group of friends. I looked around the room several times for him, but he wasn't there. Keiichi was nowhere to be found. Keiichi Maibara wasn't here. I made multiple excuses, like I wasn't seeing right, or he happened to be absent today. But even the list of students on cleaning duty hanging on the wall didn't have Keiichi's name on it. Everyone in the class would have had their names on there, but Keiichi's wasn't. Keiichi Maibara did not exist in this classroom, even though it was June of 1983 in this world. I see. On rare occasions, there would be a world where Keiichi hadn't moved here. It wasn't the first time, but it was a sad thing. Keiichi was an important key to crushing the fate of June 1983. If he wasn't on the game board, then this game was predetermined to be a loss. The question is there even a game to be played? You know? I mean, the reason Satoko might be so normal is the killings never happened, right? Her parents never died, but Teppei and her aunt never showed up, right? So Satoshi never starts to lose it. Satoko never goes through all that abuse, right? Which would explain that, right? For sure. But I wonder if the murder is not happening. I wonder if that could somehow be like a sign, almost, that I don't know. Where was I going with this? Oh, I had something in my head. Oh goodness, that's annoying. I wonder if that could somehow be related, rather, I guess, to like the downswing that seems to be happening, right? Like fewer people. Maybe it has something to do with the lack of murders, frankly. The town's just kind of dying as a whole. Maybe they lost the dam war, right? Maybe it hasn't happened yet, but they're like they haven't flooded the place yet, but they're going to, right? And so people have been leaving, which would explain why the conspiracy never happens, right? A lot of possibilities. But either way, it's clearly not the same game board. So, you know, his piece not being there doesn't exactly guarantee a loss. But was this even a game at all? No Irie, no Takano, no signs of the Institute from Tokyo researching Hinamizawa syndrome. If none of them were here, didn't that mean there was nobody at all to fight? If I didn't need to fight, then, in a sense, Keiichi's absence wasn't an issue. Actually, in this case, June 1983 wasn't fated to be a dead end, and, in other words, in this world, the 1,000 dice all turned up ones. That changed that absolute fate Takano had constructed with her certain willpower into something else? I had no idea what was what. Could this world even be explained by what dots came up on the dice? Where am I? Someone tell me. Obviously unable to focus during class, my head was filled with the listless cries of the cicadas and the feeling of being at a place that I couldn't get rid of.
Kids! Rei!
Sayonara!
Thankfully, Mion was still class president. And for some reason, that was a relief. Oh, was there even a club in this world? If I could receive the baptism of those crazy club games, maybe it would clear up my feelings a little. On days we had club, she'd always call all the members right when school ended. Expecting that, I stayed in my seat as everyone ran out into the hallway. Sadako was one of those who dashed out. Yeah, definitely no club. She was flying headlong towards the entrance, jostling the other kids her age. Satoshi left too, following behind her. Mion and Rena talked to each other as they got ready to leave. As far as it looked, we didn't have club. The club was annoying at times, but I yearned for it so much now. Was there no club in this world? As I started to feel lonely, I saw a grin spread across Mion's face before she and Rena approached me. Normally that grin would look gross, but when Mion did it, it didn't feel bad. Our eyes met. Thank goodness. Even this world had the after-school club it was supposed to. No.
へいへいリカちゃま
Okay, we still got a Chama in there.
お帰りになる前にちょいといい
部活なのですか？
No. For the first time since coming to this world, I smiled. I had no idea what was going on in this world, so having one of my hopes come true made me very happy for the moment.
違うよ明日の日直でしょ
Yikes.
はいこれ日誌ねで部活ってなんだリカちゃんも私の部に入りたいの
I gleaned two things from Mion's few words. One was that I still wasn't a club member. The other was that, even so, the club still existed. For me, right now, that was an incredibly happy thought.
ならばフルでリカ君に我が部への入部を許可しようみーちゃんおかし
Rena laughed like it was a funny joke. But why?
ただリカちゃんとは同じ部になれても部活動は一緒にはできないんだよね
どうしてなのですか？
だってリカちゃんちと私たちんち方向違うじゃない
Oh. When Mion said her club, she probably meant the club of not having a club. The going home club. And she must have been saying we went home in different directions, which was why I couldn't do club activities going home together with her. In other words, the club doesn't exist in this world either.
みーちゃん、その部活動、たまにはリカちゃんと一緒でもいいんじゃないかな。
逆方向じゃん
たまにはいいんじゃないかな。
After I realized I'd have to go home all alone, Rena said she'd leave school with me. That kind of consideration was just like the Rena I knew so well. We didn't have a club, but Mion and Rena were still Mion and Rena.
私は悪いけどパスするわチャキチャキ直帰しておじさんとこバイト行かないとなんないんで
That's a classic.
そっか。じゃあ、帰宅部の放課後活動は、私とリカちゃんの2人でしよっか。
Going home club, bro. Let's go.
ありがとです。レナ。
The three of us headed for the entrance. Our outdoor shoes were the only ones left.
僕が知っているより、上履きの数が少ないのです。
Yes, I decided to naturally mention it. Rena responded right away.
寂しいけど仕方ないよね。
よらば大樹長いものにはぐるぐるってとこさねそんじゃ悪いけど私はこのまま失礼させてもらうわじゃレーナリカちゃんのエスコートお願いね
Reina. We're going by Reina. Interesting. Did she even leave in the first place? Rena was the kind Rena I knew, but her name wasn't Rena. Rena. That was Rena's real name, but in the worlds I knew, she'd thrown it aside. Which meant she hadn't given up being Rena? Or her path leading to today was different from the one in the worlds I knew. I knew Rena hated herself because she considered herself responsible for her mother's divorce, and as she'd messed up both her life and herself, she'd have decided to part ways with that old self, to start over and rename herself Rena. But that didn't happen. That wasn't the only thing I learned from this conversation either. Regarding the number of people in the class, when I mentioned there weren't many people, they acted like there was a reason. That meant the current number of students in this world hadn't been that way from the start. It had decreased to this number. Mion ran off, and Ren and I left school together. When we went across the schoolyard, I saw Satoko fooling around playing tag.
さとこちゃんを見てるの？
Her name was different, but she still picked up on these things quickly.
さとこちゃんも悪気があってボールをぶつけたんじゃないと思うよ。許してあげて。別にどうとも思っていませんですよ。
Reina, seemed to be trying to smooth it over. It kind of sounded like Satoko and I weren't normally friendly with one another. So I asked,
僕とさとこは友達ではないのでしょうか？そんなことないよ。ちゃんと同じクラスの友達だよ。
Yeah, that's not the type of response you'd give. The way she said that was enough of an answer, and now I knew why Satoko acted so coldly to me in the nurse's office. In this world, Satoko and I weren't friends. Maybe that made sense. After all, if Satoshi was alive and well, then Satoko would spend all her time with him. The reason Satoko and I got to this point we could call close was because Satoko ended up all alone. I asked her to stay at my house, and we started living together. Of course, we were friends before that, too. Just nowhere near how close we were in 1983. Maybe, in the end, our relationship was nothing more than me sitting in Satoshi's empty seat. When I thought about that, when I considered what would happen if Satoshi was around in June 1983, maybe this was the most natural future. With regretful eyes, I watched as Satoko frolicked about. Satoko looked like she was having a lot of fun with other classmates. She wouldn't even notice me going home from school. I'm gonna stop thinking about it so much. Before the true world I need to reach, this world is all but a defective one. I don't need to bother trying to understand a broken world. It's certainly a wild world. Like, what led us here, right? How do we get out from here?
ずいぶん空いてるお店も減ったね。
When we went through downtown, with all stores with their shutters down, Reina spoke up. I didn't care about this world anymore, but as a classmate going home with her, I answered unconsciously.
どうしてこんなにもお店が減ってしまったのでしょう。それは当然だよ。来年までしか営業できないもんね。来るお客さんだって減る一方だし、早めにお店を畳んじゃう人がいてもおかしくないよ。どうして来年までしか営業できないのですか？
I think this might be the Hinamizawa that lost the damn conflict.
仕方ないよ。立ち退きだし。立ち退き？残念だけど仕方ないもんね。それに村は沈んでも村が育んでくれた私たちの魂が滅びるわけじゃない。
Yeah, that's what I figured. I gave a start when I heard that. I couldn't... No, it wasn't possible. It was possible, excuse me. No, it was possible. In every single world, the story of Hinamizawa being submerged under an artificial lake was always present. But the Erie Institute, working from the shadows, would make sure that the dam project was cancelled. If there was no Erie Institute around to make them cancel it, that meant the dam project was proceeding as planned, and...
じゃあ村は注水は来年で決定らしいよ。水没にはかなり日数がかかるそうだけど、私は見たくないな。
湖になった後ならともかく沈んでる最中を見るのは悲しい。
反対運動とかはなかったのですか？
最初はあったらしいね。でも国の発展のために私たちだけがわがままを言うわけにもいかないし、よくは知らないけど国の人も親身になって相談に乗ってくれたらしいよ。
That's interesting. That's a big change. The damn conflict I was hearing from Reina, it wasn't even a conflict in this world. Everything regarding the dam was completely different from the worlds I knew. They'd proposed the Hinamizawa Dam project, which was the same as the worlds I knew. Relations between the nation, who wanted to evict us, and the residents, who refused, gradually worsened, and eventually broke down. It snowballed into a dire conflict over the dam. But in this world, it had been different from the very beginning. First off, relations between the country and the village were stormy at the very, very beginning, but apparently that was resolved quickly. The Sonozaki and Kimiyoshi family negotiated on the village's behalf, and they accepted the eviction on the promise of a large sum of compensation money. After that, the conversation was between the three families and the villagers. Nobody wanted to part with the soil of their ancestors, but for the villagers, who certainly couldn't be called wealthy, the money the nation would provide was no trivial matter. They worried over it to no end. Rumors flew about, wondering if Yashiro-sama's curse would befall them if they abandoned these lands. But the Furude family head, my father, in other words, declared we couldn't be cursed if we built a Yashiro-sama a new shrine somewhere else, and remembered to honor him. Despite many objections, the elderly agreed on a cooling-off period of several years. Oh. Yeah, okay, so I kind of thought about this. But, like, somehow it went over my head. Like, I didn't think to mention it. Like, I kind of thought about this. But when, was it just Yamamoto? Like, I feel like that's a name I've heard somewhere else that I'm, like, conflating with the doctor here. The new doctor, right? When she said, like, I'm the queen carrier, he was like, yeah, you're a princess, but you got big dreams someday. It's because the dad is still alive, right? She's not the family head. Despite many objections, the elderly agreed on a cooling off period of several years. In addition to the compensation money, they demanded from the government the movement of the Furude Shrine, the graveyard, and its symbolic trees, in addition to the guarantee of a new place they could call Hinamizawa. And if those requests were fulfilled, they would consider agreeing to the eviction. The nation consented to this, but they proposed preferential occupation rights of reclaimed public housing land in Shishibone. With regards to giving the town a new name, they considered the residents' proposal as most important, and they consented to the movement of the shrine, graveyard, and other locations as well. In conclusion, although there were several years of turmoil, the dam conflict never happened in this world. Everything was resolved through talking alone. And the villagers had actually agreed to the dam project. Actual construction on the dam had begun a few years ago, and apparently construction vehicles were a constant source of traffic on the village's wide roads. And the eviction deadline was set at the end of April next year, so more than a few families had begun moving out in advance. One closed shop shutter had a worn paper notice on it. On it was written, "Our deepest gratitude for your many years of patronage." I spotted a few other notices with "opposed to the dam" on them. But those had deteriorated over time, a silent indication that the dam war was a thing of the past now.
クラスの子も全員が公営住宅に行くわけじゃないみたいだね。さとこちゃんちなんかはよそへ引っ越しちゃうみたいだよ。仲良しのみんな全員と会えるのも来年までかと思うとなんだか寂しいよね。
The village I was born and grew up in being submerged was very sad. But all my classmates enjoying this day to the fullest, even though they knew that, seemed so strong to me. And if the dam war never took place, that would cause several other effects. For example, the relationship between the Sonozaki and the Hojo families. At the beginning of the dam conflict, the Hojos declared themselves in favor of the dam, with the Sonozakis in opposition, and the former ended up a scapegoat of the village for a long time. But that trouble never occurred in this world.
さとこちゃんのお家さあ、普通だと思うけど、別にみーちゃんちとも特別接点はないと思うけどな。
さとこは家族と仲良くできてますか？
あ、お父さんの話？
Even without the dam conflict, the presence of a stepfather would be a burden on Satoko's mind. And with the L5 symptoms appearing, she would push him from the viewing platform at the park and be given into the care of her malicious aunt and uncle. because her stepfather's presence would be the very gateway to Satoko's later unfortunate fate.
今にして思うと、最初の頃のギクシャクした関係もいい思い出かもしれないね。血がつながっていない親子だからこそ、互いが父であろう、娘であろうと努力することによって、ひょっとすると実の親子より強い絆を作れることもあるかもしれないもの。私も何度かお話をしたことあるけど、家族を支えようと頑張るいい人だったよ。それ、さとこの今のお父さんの話なのですか？うん。
Which meant, in this world, none of the dice threatening Satoko had come up on a 1. For Satoko, did that make this world a happy place for her? My walk home with Reina was very significant for me understanding this world, and I found out that this world's composition betrayed every last bit of my common sense. The reason Reina wasn't Rena, and that was different from the very start. First, the Ryugu family didn't move to Ibaraki. They lived in Hinamizawa this entire time. Yeah, figured. Her mother was still working as a designer at a small company in the city. Her father had switched careers, and now he was a salesman for his wife's designs. The couple must have been on good terms for one to design things and the other to sell them. As always, her mother's position seemed to be stronger, but the relationship was an average one, and divorce at the very least seemed impossible. That meant a nice, peaceful family for Reina. That satisfied her fully, and she even said that she lived a happy life. The fact that she knew that without going through hardships, though, she really was still Rena. I asked about the Takano clinic, too. It was as the big Dr. Yamamoto had said. Okay, I think I did remember the name right. I really just thought I would, remember that name from, a different game or show or something. The Takano of Takano Clinic was indeed the one who had been Mio Takano's adopted grandfather, Hifumi Takano. But right after the war, he built a surprisingly grand clinic in Hinamizawa, which had no doctors, and became a celebrity to the villagers. Interesting. So, is that actually the change? I mean, there's a lot of changes, but I feel like a lot of the changes are like a snowball effect, right? And in this case, I wonder if the change is that maybe he was believed, right? Maybe Hifumi Takano, his reports, they were like, man, you're onto something. Go build this clinic, you know? I learned that there was a monument dedicated to Takano in the place of the one dedicated to Irie in the worlds I knew. After Takano's passing, there was nobody to succeed his place in the clinic, and for a long time it had been left empty. That was when a man from Okinamiya named Yamamoto arrived and breathed new life into the clinic. Takano discovered the Hinamizawa Center and searched for research sponsors, but found none. Okay, so not quite. And eventually Mio Takano would succeed him. But what if the older Takano had found a sponsor? Okay, no. I thought you were saying that's what happened. Okay, so yeah. No, I was right about that then, it seems. Neither Mio Takano nor Irie would appear, and the Takano Clinic being built right after the war would make sense. Which meant that Takano, in this world, had been blessed with good dice rolls. At this point, I had a vague idea about something. Weren't these dice rolls the exact opposite of the ones for the world I knew well? The people themselves hadn't changed at all. But the dice God had cast for these people were all reversed, so it made sense that it had turned into such a strange world for me. I learned one more thing from talking to Reina, too. In this world, I had no friends. I was all alone. Keiichi never transferred to our school, and we didn't have a club, and Satoko had no connection to me. So maybe it was only natural. At that point, I finally realized why Reina had sympathized with me going home alone and doing her going home club activities with me.
じゃあ、また明日ね。そっか。
For a moment I was confused when she said goodbye, since we weren't in front of the temple. But I quickly understood. We were in front of the Furude main house. Since Takano never appeared, there was no Irie Institute, nor any research into Hinamizawa syndrome. And so, my parents never died. At first, my parents cooperated with the researchers, but when I felt ill with a high fever one day, they stopped cooperating, had some kind of trouble, and were assassinated. My mother was the hysterical type. When she made a fuss, settling her down took a while. And because she made a fuss, the Irie Institute, which wanted to do its research in secret, naturally wanted to make sure she didn't talk. She'd held such an attitude even knowing how shady the Institute was, so, in a sense, I couldn't deny that she reaped what she sowed. It's a little messed up. I suppose I kinda get where you're coming from. It was unfortunately not that crazy to think that that would happen if you raise a huge fuss like that, over a secret project. They might be like, well, You're gonna act crazy, huh? Okay. You know, but it's still kind of cold to say, the way she did. In any case, no matter how many times I did this over, no matter how many times I warned her, it never worked, and I'd resigned myself to the fact that I'd no longer have parents by 1981. And I'd repeated it many times. I'd seen my parents for dozens of years in total, so I was fed up with them. We weren't on good terms to begin with anyway. And now, in June of 1983, they were here again.
また明日会おうね。バイバイ。さよならなのですよ。ニパー。
After seeing Reina off, I looked at my real home. I saw my mother patting out a dried futon in the yard. In normal worlds, they would always die, but in this one, they were alive the whole time. I found myself unsure of how to talk to my real mother.
リカなの？お帰りなさい。
みー、ただいまなのです。
手を洗ってうがいをしなさい。それから、明日持ってく教科書は今のうちに準備しておくのよ。宿題は出なかった？
Yes, she was my mother, all right. Honestly speaking, I wasn't used to the Furude main house. It was my true home, but it had only ever been my home before 1983. Like a prison of time while I waited in melancholy for the day Keiichi transferred here. But Keiichi wouldn't transfer here, and my parents wouldn't die. Which meant in this world, I would never get out of this prison. But maybe that was a weird way to think about it. Without a dead-end fate, there was no victory or defeat, no destiny or miracles. This was my actual home. It was nothing more, and nothing less. I went to my room, put down my book bag, and took a breath. Usually, when I was by myself, Hani would appear. But in this world, she hadn't shown up. How long are you planning on wasting time? Hurry up and appear, and take me back to my original world. I knew by now this world was odd and filled with what-ifs. I'd had it up to here with my exploration of this alternate universe. But Hani didn't appear. Oh, that's right. Hani was by herself in the ritual storehouse a lot. Maybe she was there right now? I think Hanyu's just not in this world. In any case, whatever else happened, I just wanted to see Hanyu. I put on my shoes and ran out towards the shrine. As I turned my back on my annoying mother who called after me, asking if I'd really rinsed out my mouth. In a world where my father was alive, it was hard to get the key to the storehouse. But thanks to innumerable worlds I'd been through, I found a way to get into the storehouse without it. I could hear the elders having a pleasant talk in the assembly hall, my father's laughs mixed in with theirs. My father hated me even going near the ritual storehouse. Well, considering what is stored, I could sort of understand why he wouldn't want to let his beloved daughter inside it. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up a tree growing behind the storehouse. My climb didn't go as smoothly as when Satoko showed me she could do it. In any case, I crawled up stubbornly and jumped down onto the storehouse roof. I was a little scared of jumping. I'd climbed pretty high off the ground. Even a centenarian witch can't escape the danger of heights. If I recalled right, there was a broken lattice window on the roof, and you could get in and out through there. This world was betraying all my expectations, and giving me the exact opposite. I considered that maybe you couldn't go in and out through it anymore, but in the place Satoko once told me about, it was broken just like she said, and a child would be able to fit inside. Even trivial things like this were a relief. Maybe just the sun setting in the west would be a relief for me right now. Everything's so different. So the few things that are the same. Yeah. Because in this world, it could always set in the east. Yes, this discomfort I felt at having to doubt everything made me feel dizzy and sick.
羽生いる？
No answer. I was too afraid to call out again, because maybe if I did, I still wouldn't get any answer. For me personally, a Hanyu not existing in this world was the one dice roll that couldn't happen.
Hanyu?
Then I felt something I couldn't describe. The presence of someone, but not a person. Something only I could perceive. The presence of Hanyu. But Hanyu always answered me when I called for her. She wasn't now. What did that mean? But she was here. She was! I couldn't help poking my head through the roof. I climbed down a bundle of hanging chains and entered.
羽生どこなの？返事をして！リカどこにいるのですか？
Interesting. This time, I heard her for sure. There's no doubt.
私はここよ。どこなの？
あなたの姿が全然見えない。
リカ、返事をして。
Hanu's feeble words implied she was actually the one who couldn't hear my voice. I looked for a place where I could hear her better. Before I realized it, I went to the altar in front of the holy vessel. Something that looked like a small crystal ball was on the altar, and I sensed it giving off a faint light. That was where Hanu's voice seemed to be coming from. The ball was about the size of a large toy marble, but it was seated respectfully on a small cushion, which told me it was no ordinary stone. I took the crystal ball in my hand and pressed it to my ear.
リカ、聞こえたならもう一度返事をしてください。リカ、リカ。
There was no doubt. I was hearing Hanu's voice from this crystal ball, and it sounded like it was searching for me, growing more distant all the while.
ハニュー、聞こえるわ。私よ、リカよ。私はここにいるわ。
リカ、あなたの声が聞こえますです。どこにいるのですか？あなたが見つけられない。声が遠くてわからない。もっと強く呼びかけてくださいです。
ここよ。私はここよ。どうしてあなたの声が水晶玉から聞こえるの？そんなことはどうでもいい。私はここよ。西宮殿の祭壇の前にいるわ。ハニュー、
あなたの声が聞こえます。
They're somehow in like different worlds, I'm guessing.
今探してます。かけらを手放さないで。そのままもっと強く僕を呼びかけて。
私はここよ。ハニュー、早く来て。ハニュー。
For a while, I kept shouting her name as if I'd gone mad. It was like clinging to a tin can telephone right before the strings snapped. If Hanu's voice cut off in the middle, if she left me behind alone in the darkness of the storehouse, that was scarier than anything else I could imagine. So, as she told me to, I shouted her name over and over again. Hanu had to be searching for me by listening for my voice. I didn't know what her situation was, but it seemed Hanu and I were far away from one another, that we were immeasurably distant, definitely in different worlds. And as the crystal ball's light strengthened, I knew she was coming closer. At first, the light I sensed from it had been faint, but now it was bright as a weak miniature light bulb, and I could clearly see it was shining.
リカ、どういうことですか？あなたのいる世界に入れない。
はあ？何を言ってんのよ。助けてほしいのは私よ。何でもいいから早く来て。私をこの世界から連れ出して。
リカ、よく聞いてくださいです。あなたの世界がなぜか僕を拒むのです。
I mean, it might have something to do with the fact that, like, Hinamizawa was being sunk, right? Like, there might not be a place for a Yashiro-sama, if that makes sense.
こんなことはありえないことなのです。
Even though, I mean, I thought they moved everything wholly, so you would think there would be, but maybe not. Given that she's both a paranormal existence and a deity, I couldn't imagine any situation that would make her anxious enough for her to weakly say, "This is impossible." What? I feel like that's all she used to do. All I could do was keep on wailing half insanely for her to do something. Anything.
でもどうしようもないのです。はわわわ。こんなこと初めてです。ありえないんです。
そんな情けないこと言ってないで。なんとかして。
ダメです、リカ。あなたの世界が僕を拒絶する力を放っているのです。それを何とかしないと僕にはどうしようもないのです。
わけわかんないこと言わないで。神様のあんたを拒む力って何よ。そんなのあるわけないでしょ。
そうなのです。そんなのあるわけないのです。でもかけらがこちら側にないから断面を合わせられない。どうしてかわからないけど、かけらが今リカがいる世界に紛れ込んでしまっているのです。
かけら？何の話？私にもわかるように説明して。私にできることなら何でもするわ。
Continuing to act so deranged won't help with anything. I managed to figure out what Hani wanted to say, and now I knew I had to eliminate the obstacle. The situation utterly escaped me, but it seemed like if I didn't do something, Hanyu couldn't appear in front of me.
取り乱して悪かったわ。落ち着くからもう一度説明して。一体どういうことなの？
Dude, isn't that the question?
リカ、どうしてかわかりませんが、神の世界にあるべきかけらの一部が今 リカのいる世界に紛れ込んでいるようなのです。それは例えるなら、開けるべき扉の中にその鍵が閉じ込められているかのよう。
It's a good analogy.
かけらって何？
リカにとって世界に見えるものは、より高い次元の世界ではかけらと呼ばれているのです。そのかけらをジグソーパズルのように組み合わせて世界を渡り歩いてきたのです。
なるほど。その例えでなんとなく状況は分かったわ。私が今いるこの世界というかけら、いえ、ジグソーパズルのピースは噛み合う部分がどうにかなっていて、周りのピースと組み合ってくれないと、
Yeah, that's something
そう言いたい
happened.
わけね。
That's something happened long ago.
そうです。その欠けた部分は必ずこちら側にあるのですが、なぜかこちら側ではなくそちら側にあるのです。
神の世界にあるべきかけらがなぜか人間の世界にこぼれ落ちていて欠陥を起こしているってこと？
そんなところなのです。はお
わかったわ。
That exactly that is that. Oh wow is what you wanted to hear to kind of comfort her. It's kind of sad hearing this in a hopeless scenario again. It's so crazy that this happened, man.
そのかけらをどうにかすればいいわけね。あなたの指示に従うわ。そのかけらはどこにあるの？それをどうすればいいの？そこはあうあう言うところじゃないでしょ。
Yeah, great question.
どこにあるのよ、そのかけらとやらは。
I mean, she doesn't know.
そしてどんな形をしているのよ。
わからないのです。
はあ？わからないものをどう探せってのよ。
僕だってわかりません。だってここからはリカの声しか聞こえないのですから、今の僕にはその世界に干渉することが何もできないのです。
かけらってからにはこんな感じの水晶のキラキラ光るかけらみたいな感じなの？
多分そうだと思いますが、
So the crystal ball we have is probably the fragment.
工事の世界にあるべきものが人間の世界にもたらされた場合、どんな姿に変わるのか想像もつきませんです。
I felt all my energy drain out of me, and I heaved a sigh.
探し物の形もわからないとは最悪ね。で、仮にそれを見つけたらどうすればいいの？神の世界に戻すってどうやるの？
She doesn't know that either.
それすらもわかんないっての？
ごめんなさい。こんなこと初めてなんで、僕にもよくわからないのです。
This does seem pretty hopeless, huh? I laughed, mostly at myself, and before I realized it, I couldn't stop my tears from falling. After getting sent to this crazy world, I don't even know how to get back. Today, of all days, I was in such high spirits going to the pool with my friends. A tiny fragment of happy days we'd all finally obtained after escaping the dead end of June 1983. And just because I was messing around on the way back, just a little, I got sent to this horrible world.
それを愚痴ったら結局道路でふざけてた私の不注意が悪いってことになるのよね。
I lost my balance on my bicycle, got thrown off, and then fell into the car there. A common traffic accident. Common death of a child. It just happened to be me this time. The future I'd won after over 100 years. Now, just because of that, everything was in pieces. I could wail all I want, but the only thing at fault was my own carelessness. In fact, I should be thankful to Hanyu for letting me live. But sending me to a world like this... it's too cruel. No, it wasn't as though Hanyu sent me here because she wanted to. I know that. I know that.
リカも覚えている通りなのです。僕たちの力はどんどん痩せ衰えていった。そしてその力の最後の挑戦で勝利を勝ち取ったのです。 だからこの力はもう二度と使えないはずでした。
その使えないはずの力で私を助けてくれたということ？
はい、もうどうしようもありませんでしたのです。リカの体は自転車から投げ出され、サイコロの目次第では車の上を転がって怪我ぐらいで済んだかもしれません。
But we got some truly awful luck.
でも運悪く投げ出されたリカは車のタイヤの前に。
Of course. From Hanu's words, colored with sadness, it felt like she'd watched me fly off, get run over by the car, and die.
みんながはって絶句して
I bet.
呆然として、車は急ブレーキでガードレールにぶつかってすごい音がしましたが、そしてサトコがリカの体に駆け寄るのですが、あなたの面影が
Dude, I can't even imagine. Like, imagine fighting for... Imagine fighting for Rika the way they all did. Everything they went through, right? Knowing, like, they know her fate, right? And so, finally, they're like, yes, we're letting her live. And then they just watch her die like that. I mean, any time watching your friend die right in front of you in a freak accident would be pretty damn traumatizing. But I can only imagine that extra element of, like, this was supposed to be the happy times, right? Like, you know, after everything we went through. Dear God.
顔がなくて
Jesus.
車に潰されて頭がぺしゃんこだったってわけね。
What terrible luck.
知恵がいつも言ってたっけ、道路でふざけちゃいけませんって。
I can imagine the rest of the story without Hanu telling me. That fun day we had was wiped out in an instant by my careless fooling around. We dove together into the longest June 1983 of these past 100 years, and the peaceful future we finally reached through the sharing of countless miracles was wiped out in an instant. My corpse was too horrible to look at. Satoko came running over first, and then everyone else came, and they all wished they'd wake up from that nightmare, until they lost all hope, broke down, and wept. Compared to that heart-splitting sadness, it was actually careless grumbling about wanting to go home since this world was uncomfortable counted for nothing. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see where you're coming from. You know? I mean, that doesn't make it any less of a terrible situation for her, but she's like, the amount of sadness I caused for everyone because of that carelessness. And I'm the one complaining, right? It's, you know, she just kind of has that guilt. I mean, in the end, it was all my own fault. I struggled through so many years to reach that future, and I'd carelessly lost it by nobody's fault but my own. And I was blessed since Hanya was here for me, so I should be thankful. Because that happened to someone other than me, they'd just lose their life. Nothing more. Just the fact that there was hope, even if it was only a single, tiny ray, surely meant I was fortunate.
ありがとう。バカが不注意で事故死なんて日本中にいくらでも溢れてる。私もそのうちの一人だった。だからしのごの言わずに死ねばいいものを。こうしてあなたのおかげで妙なことにはなりつつも生き残っている。そしてとても難しいことには違いないけど、元の世界に戻る方法がゼロなわけじゃない。おさらいするわね。私を元の世界に連れ戻すには羽生がここにやってこなくてはならない。
Rika's locked in now.
そうね。
はい、もちろんです。僕も早くリカと一緒に元の世界に戻りたいのです。
当然よ。100年を超える日々を経て勝ち取ったあの世界へ戻るのよ。
And with your head attached this time.
そのために 私はさらに100年の年月を経てもいい。負けるもんか、くじけるもんか。ほんのちょっと道路でふざけただけでもう100年の懲役を追加されても泣くもんか。
Why can ego characters could just never catch a break, bro?
リカ、元の世界でもみんなが祈ってます。自分の命を捧げても時間を巻き戻して事故をなかったことにしてほしいって
I bet.
みんなが祈ってます。その祈りがあったから僕はきっとリカを見つけることができたのですよ。
In this storehouse, in which I could smell only dust, I thought I caught the scent of incense. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but somehow I knew. It was my funeral, and I thought I could hear them. My friends heartbroken grieving over my coffin. Their cries were incredibly sad, so painful, as though it would tear me apart. I understood. My carelessness, it had destroyed not only my life, but everyone else's happiness.
帰る。
Okay,
帰るわ。
you still got that determination.
私は絶対に元の世界に帰るわ。それがどんなにか細い道でも絶対に帰る。
My tears, filled with sadness, mixed with determination, mixed with saltiness, dropped to the floor.
リカ、その世界に閉じ込められたことだってあの昭和58年の袋小路と同じ。
Yeah.
一見どうしようもない運命に見えて絶対ではないのです。
There's gotta be some way.
分かってるわ。圭一に教えられた。
At least we didn't forget that.
そして高野にまで教えられたわよね。
You're not wrong about that. I didn't expect her to bring that up, but you're not wrong. Fate was thinner than a goldfish scooping net, and strong enough feelings can reshape the future.
そうです、リカ。その域なのです。確かにきっかけはリカの不注意だったかもしれませんです。でもリカにはそれを償いなかったことにできる機会が与えられた。それはとてもとても幸運なことなのです。
Certainly not something most humans would have. You know, and I say most, because, I really mean all of us.
分かってる。普通の人間なら来世でやり直しってところを私だけが最後のチャンスをもらえてる。その意味理解できてるわ。
リカ、なんとかして僕を拒むかけらを探し出してほしいのです。僕もこちら側の世界から何かわからないか探してみます。
ノーヒントってのが答えるわね。
I guess so.
あとこの世界に羽生がいない以上、この世界で私が死んだらジ・エンドってことなんでしょう。
はい、今のその世界には僕の力は及びませんのです。
And if you die before it can, that's it.
だからどうかリカ、くれぐれも注意して。
分かってる。二度と道路でふざけたりしないわ。
Yeah, let's not.
ヒントは確かにありませんが、でも僕はこの村の神様でこの村だけを見守ってきました。
Maybe just explain the situation and she'll have some guesses.
その僕に干渉する力なのですから、おそらくその力も村の中にあるものだと思いますです。
I wonder if it's somehow the Takano statue.
この村のどこかあなたに関わるものだとしたら、正直なところこの西宮殿の中に収められていると思うんだけど。
リカ、西宮殿の中にいつもの世界にはない何かが収められてはいませんか？
どうかしら。すぐにはわからないわ。その何かが目立つものって保証もないんでしょ。
僕に干渉するくらいなのですから、多分神の世界に限りなく近い場所に踏み入ったことのあるリカならその気配を感じ取れるかもしれませんのです。
また難儀な話ね。少なくともこの祭壇にあるものはこの水晶玉も含めて何も変わりないと思うわ。しかし不思議な水晶玉ね。
Like, why is it able to do this?
ただのビー玉のくせにずいぶん偉そうなところに陳列してあると日頃から思ってたけど、
リカが今手にしているのはフルデ神社の至宝カムの御事のりと呼ばれるもの。
Okay.
かつて僕がお社様としてフルデ神社に奇跡を示した時、その印として残したものです。長い時間の中で込められた力のほとんどは薄れてしまいましたが、幸運にもこうしてリカに及ぶ唯一の僕の力となりましたのです。もっと力が残っていれば、あるいはこんな力に屈せずその世界へ迎えに行けたかもしれないのに。
ということはこの水晶玉であなたと話をするのも。
はい、リカには僕の声が聞こえていますか？僕の方にはどんどんリカの声が小さくしぼんでいくように聞こえますのです。
It's not good. We don't have much time to discuss and to figure out what's going on.
なるほど、電池の切れかかったトランシーバーってわけね。
Using that magical energy, I suppose.
わかった、無駄な連絡は慎むようにするわ。それならもうしばらくは話ができるんでしょ。
多分。
十分よ。私はこれから細具殿の中を漁るわ。この水晶玉と同じサイズだとしたらどこに紛れ込んでてもおかしくない。それに細具殿の中とは限らないんでしょ。
Yeah.
根気のいる作業になるわね。
Good luck.
リカ、どうか頑張って。僕はここにいて応援することしかできない。そしてその応援の言葉すらもう限られてしまっている。
大丈夫よ。絶対にこちらの世界の扉を開いてあなたを招き入れるわ。あなたと一緒にあの楽しかった世界へ戻ることを約束するわ。
Could you imagine if, like, we just actually don't? Like, this is just actually it for Rika? You know how insane that would be?
だからあなたも頑張って。何かヒントになりそうなことが分かったら教えて。
はい。
じゃあもうこれくらいにしましょう。更新を終わるわ。またね、羽生。約束する。元の世界へ帰れたら冷蔵庫シュークリームで埋め尽くしてあげるわ。
Earned.
その約束楽しみに待っていますのです。
Hanyu's voice gently vanished, like water seeping into sand. But that didn't mean Hanyu had vanished. It was kind of like I was talking to Hanyu on a public phone and my 10 yen ran out. We may have been in different worlds, but we were cooperating, trying to get out of this world and back to the last one. When I thought about it, Hanyu had always been an ally in my life. In this world, that ally was gone. Maybe that was a fitting punishment for wasting my life by being careless. To get back to the last world, I'd pile up as many stones as I needed to. For these were the banks of the river Styx. Nirvana, from my viewpoint, is one who had lost her life in the previous world. But I'll get back. I swear, I'll get back there. Then, suddenly, the inside of the storehouse brightened. Someone had just turned on the switch for the naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. And then, with a heavy clank, the door opened. My father appeared there. His face was like a demon's. Ah, that was right. I had entered the cordoned-off ritual implement storehouse. I only received the right to enter the storehouse when I succeeded them as the head of the Furude family. In other words, in a world with my parents alive, I wasn't allowed to come in here.
Rika! どこから入ったんだ? 細具殿には入ってはならんとあれほど言っただろう.
Bro, you might have to explain the situation. My father was in a rage, thanks to the property imprinted into one's very genes that made children tremble when their father looked at them with a scary face, or reflexively cringed with fear. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and took me outside, and then I ended up being disciplined, something I'd forgotten for a very long time. My parents being here is such a bother. Just when I thought I'd been lucky that they made it through the year 1981, getting in the way of me returning to the final world. In the storehouse, I'd been shouting Hanyu's name pretty loudly, so he'd probably noticed. I'd investigate the storehouse for real tomorrow, but I'd have to take extreme caution so that my father didn't find me. In the middle of the night, unable to sleep face up on my futon because my rear end swelled up from all the spanking, I bit my pillow and cried again. Then thought back over what I had to do. This was my room. This was my futon. But this wasn't where I was supposed to sleep. The futon I was supposed to go home to. I was in the small house on the second floor of the renovated warehouse, the one next to Satoko's. But in this world, the youth group was probably still using it as a meeting place, so my futon obviously wouldn't be there. Then, what futon was I supposed to use in this world? Punishment for doing something stupid and careless, bringing the future we all won to nothing. I needed to find what was keeping Hanyu away so I could call her here. It would take a lot of effort. For that reason, I needed to build up my energy and get some sleep. Shedding tears was nothing but a waste of time and stamina. I knew that, but until I fell asleep, I wept into my pillow. For some reason I half expected there to be a tip screen there. Even though that wouldn't really make sense. So we got an interesting setup here for sure. Definitely an interesting setup with this whole this whole alternate world that we got stuck in because of everything going on, or because of Rika dying, right? And what a stupid way to die, but unfortunately that happens, right? We've ended up stuck in this world and trying to find our way out, and I guess that's where we're at now, right? Hoping we can find something that's wrong and that will help us escape if we find it. What exactly that thing would be, I don't know. My best guess is it's the Takano shrine, or not like shrine, like statue, right? I guess kind of shrine, right? To Fumi Takano, because I mean that's a pretty big difference, but it could just be something in the storehouse. I have no clue how much longer this arc is going to be. I'm probably just going to keep going and make this all one episode, but might take a brief break in the middle somewhere. But we'll just keep going for now. I'd hoped Satoko would be there when I woke up that morning. I'd hoped this baffling world was just a half-awake dream of mine. So when I awoke, not to a familiar ceiling, but to the one in the Frude main house, I could feel nothing but disappointment. My mind hazy, I recalled the situation I'd been put into. Thanks to my own carelessness, I'd gotten lost in a strange world. Hanyu's power couldn't reach here, so it would be incredibly difficult to escape. It was like trying to climb up the spider's thread to paradise. But the spider's thread was still there. No matter how thin it was, its presence meant there was still a chance to discover what was blocking Hanyu's power. I didn't even know what it looked like. The only possible clue was that Hanyu was the deity of Hinamizawa, so it was probably in the village somewhere. I picked up the crystal ball which I'd snuck out of the ritual implement storehouse. The ball gave off a weak and somehow unnatural light. I pressed it to my forehead, and I could sense a faint presence that only I, as a witch, could feel. I was sure that whatever I needed to find, I would get the same feeling from it as this. But again, like the crystal ball, I'd probably have to hold it to my forehead to sense anything. It didn't seem like things would be as simple as wandering about until I felt something. But if it was related to Hanyu's power, like the crystal ball was, it was almost certainly in that storehouse. Unfortunately, the storehouse was a complete mess of everything from ancient torture devices, piles of old documents, to mountains of trash I didn't even know how to use. The only place with any semblance of cleanliness was the space around the vessel and the altar. Finding anything, especially an object as small as this crystal ball, would be no simple matter.
Rika! 早く食事を済ませて学校に行きなさい!
I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen. The school in this world wasn't the one I went to. If I had the time to go somewhere I didn't belong to, then I should be using it to search the storehouse. There was no proof my search would only take 1 or 2 days. I really hated to say it, but since I didn't even know what it looked like, maybe I needed to prepare myself for the search to take years. If I didn't go to school, Chie, I don't actually know how you say that word, ever conscientious? Conscientious? It's gotta be conscientious, right? Would call the house to see if I was staying home that day. If that happened, it would cause trouble with both the school and my parents. I couldn't imagine how much time this search would take. If my parents grew suspicious, things would get harder. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. You don't have years. You don't have years. You gotta keep that in mind. Although it was frustrating, for weekdays, it would be better to pretend I was going to school like normal. Let out a languid sigh, got up, and decided to eat breakfast. During mealtime, my mother's ramblings about how I was never allowed to go into the ritual storehouse again steadily made the food taste worse. My mother was always insistent and long-winded. I hated this part of her. The elders in the village laughed and said she couldn't help it, since she did it for her only beloved daughter, but to me, she was just a nuisance. Tough love wasn't what I needed at the moment. The only thing I could be thankful for was, maybe, that I didn't have to make breakfast for myself. I could do it on my own, so I almost would have rather she left it to me. After I was done eating and started getting ready for school, my mother continued to nag me about making it on time. How aggravating. Maybe going to school wasn't so bad. I wouldn't have to see my mother's face for half a day. I thanked her for the food, cleaned my plate and utensils in the sink, and left immediately for school. It's kind of unfortunate that she still has this relationship with her parents in the one world where she has a chance to see them again. I wonder if that's going to change or what. I don't... Everything was going to betray my expectations anyways. I wish class would too. But even in this world, class went the exact same way as the world I knew. I thought I'd escaped that world, and now it was repeating. Thinking that way made me feel even more listless. Normally I distract myself by teasing Satoko, but her seat was far away from mine. She was probably also so bored with class she didn't know what to do with herself. Satoshi, earnestly sitting in the next seat over, was constantly trying to get her to focus. Mion seemed to be butting into Reina's business too, but they weren't fooling around. It was a strange, though pleasant sight. They were helping one another learn. Actually, they weren't the only pleasant sight. Everyone in the classroom was like that. I felt like I was the only one left out. I didn't know whether my seat was in its own row because of the odd number of students, or if I had chosen the seat on purpose in this world, but it felt like my seat was separated from the rest of the classroom. When lunchtime came, I felt even more alienated. My classmates formed groups with friends and took out their food. The club members who would always eat with me weren't here. Satoko was part of a circle of several friends, including her brother. There was no place for me to wedge myself into. Mion and Reina were sitting face to face as they ate. No room for me there either, and nobody asked me if I wanted to eat with them. They had fun eating their own meals, so this seemed natural, like it was something that happened every day. For a short while, I waited, hoping for Satoko or Mion or Reina to invite me over. After the clock's minute hand moved 5 and then 10 places, I realized I might even be left behind in eating. I finally gave up and opened my bento box. Inside were the leftovers of last night's burned Hamburg steak and white rice with nori seaweed that was now sticky, spinach wrapped with gooey nori, and the remains of Kenpiro with chopped burdock root, also burned. I guess I'd forgotten about that. For some reason, my mother overcooked everything. "Summer is dangerous if you don't let the heat in," was a favorite phrase of hers. She would cook steaks until they were rock hard, and even when she made fish, she'd turn half their insides to ash. Even Satoko was better than that. At least she knew how to cook, how hot to cook things. When I learned how to cook from Hanyu and started to make things better than my mother, she must not have been happy. It tasted terrible, too. No presentation, either. If Mion decided to have a bento contest and I only had this, I'd end up in last place. But there's no club in this world, so I didn't have to worry about that. What an empty joy. Satoko's happy laughter not being directed at me made me feel sad. Suddenly our eyes met. Did my feelings get through? Satoko burst out of her seat and glared at me.
さっきからジロジロと何見てんのよ。何か文句あんなら直接言ったら？文句なんかないです。
やめなよ、サトコ。たまたま目があっただけじゃないか。
たまたまじゃないもん。ずーっとジロジロ見てんの。気持ち悪いったらありゃしない。
Satoko and her friends began whispering amongst themselves while looking at me. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could easily imagine them enjoying
ご
themselves.
めんなさいです。ジロジロ見ないです。そうしてよね。せっかくのクリームコロッケの味が落ちちゃうもん。
She's just downright rude to Rika in this world. I angled my desk a little so that I couldn't see Satoko and the others. At first, I'd called this world Satoko's cold, but it looked like I was mistaken. This world Satoko either didn't like me, or outright hated me. And the other kids close to my age seemed to have formed a community around her, with no place for me in it. So they all hated me too. The hardened, ash-like steak tasted of salt. Why did I have to feel this sad and lonely when I ate? In all the other worlds, all the club members would be enjoying lunch together. Satoko would be there, and Rena, and Mion, and Keiichi. Everyone would be having fun and spending their break cheerfully and noisily. That was when Reina came over and peered into my bento box.
リカちゃんのお弁当はハンバーグとほうれん草なんだね。おいしそう。
It ain't. It was clear that Reina had come over to try and comfort my distress, and for some reason, that was frustrating, so I didn't want to answer her. When I stayed silent, she held out an octopus-shaped sausage in front of me.
そのほうれん草の海苔巻きとタコさん交換しよう。
Thank God for Rena, at least. Rena, trying to be nice as I ate lunch alone, hated by my classmates. I just couldn't accept it. I suddenly said I was going to wash my hands, then left, and in a bathroom stall, I covered my face with toilet paper and cried. Dude. Poor Rika, man. It's like after losing that world because of her carelessness, she's been forced to see one where she doesn't have any of her friends that she left behind. Right. None of them are the same. Like, not really. I mean, they might be similar as people, right? But they're not, like, friends, right? I mean, that's just so cruel. Right? God. Hey, this Higurashi is pretty cruel, I can't lie. The tears soaked through the paper and crinkled it up. I didn't care. This was fine. It was better if I didn't have friends in this world. I had plenty of friends in the one I needed to return to. There, even Satoko was my irreplaceable best friend. All the club members, who would never leave me alone during lunch hour, were waiting for me. Why would I be sad that some Satoko I didn't know was being mean to me in a world I didn't care about? Why would I be... But, despite the lies I told myself, I couldn't stop crying for a while. I decided to seal my resolve and wait for school to end. I'd run back home, say I was going out to play, and sneak into the ritual implement storehouse again. That was the only way I could get back to my original world. I did try and do my best for that purpose alone. Okay. Looked into the mirror in the bathroom to see a face red from crying. If Chie saw me like this, things would probably get even more complicated. I washed my face and spent the rest of lunch break quietly in a corner of the classroom. After school, I literally dashed out of the building. It would be a huge pain if I ended up caught in the rush of the other classmates as they headed out to go play. I think Sachi called after me, but I ignored him. He was probably just trying to apologize for his sister about what happened during lunch. I didn't care about that. I didn't want to stay in this horrible world a second more than I needed to. I ran full speed back to the house, ignored my mother when she asked, as usual, if I had any homework, and searched for a lantern. Then I told her I was going out to play, and without waiting for a response, burst out of the house. Then I went around the shrine and looked for my father. I saw a note hanging on the assembly hall that said there was a shrine association meeting. I could hear my father's voice amidst the lighthearted chatter. It was the same opportunity I had yesterday. Today I'd have to be careful not to let on that I was inside. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up the tree I'd gotten the hang of yesterday. I'd been scared of the height before, but I wasn't afraid any longer, probably because I'd cried my eyes out and resolved myself during lunch. But I really had to be afraid it wasn't heights, or my parents, or the cold-hearted Satoko. It was not being able to return to my original world. The next scariest thing would be losing contact with Hanyu, I think. In the darkness of the storehouse, I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. Its weak glow seemed a little more energetic than yesterday. Maybe if she rested, a little of her power would come back. Nevertheless, it was still weak. If I wasted it on fruitless conversation, the light might go out entirely. I firmly squashed down the desire to check and make sure I could still call her and turned on the lantern. It was time to go treasure hunting. Was there anything around? Anything only I could feel? Something that felt the same as this crystal ball. Somewhere. I closed my eyes, honed my senses, and hoped. But all I heard were the cries of cicadas. I hadn't expected anything else. It looked like this would be a tough nut to crack.
甘いか。
Searching the entire storehouse, how much time would that take? I didn't want to imagine it, but I had to do it, or I couldn't go home. She also hasn't thought about her inherent time limit. I do it systematically. Start in the corner and go in order. Without knowing what it looked like, I start in the corner and go from there, not even letting water past. And despite all that, I had no proof it was even in here. I felt like it would be easier to just fight Takano and the mountain dogs again. Certainly less monotonous, I suppose. Back to school. And we're just going through the motions. Yeah, I guess we don't need to see every school day, you know. Just showing us the passage of time. Going like late at night now. Just can't always go during the afternoon. There's not always a meeting.
弱々しくなっているということはないと思いますです。前と同じくらいの大きさの声に聞こえますのです。
つまり相変わらず弱々しくしか届かないということね。こんな無駄話は不要ね。
いいえ、今の理科には無駄話も必要と思いますです。
Yeah, for your own mental.
かもね。ありがとう。こちらから話すわね。細工伝を自分なりに散々漁ったつもり。でもさっぱりだわ。1週間くらいは探してみたつもりだけど、何しろ探しているものの形がわからないんだもの。仮に見つけていたとしても、私は気づかずに放置しているかもしれない。
That's a horrifying thought. I think it's more likely it's
正
not in
直
here.
辛いわ。せめて形だけでもわかれば、あるいは細工殿の中にあるという保証でもあれば、ずっとここに閉じこもっていると頭がどうにかなってしまいそうよ。
わかります。とても辛い探し物だと思い、僕もせめてかけらの姿がわからないかいろいろ頑張ってますのです。
That would be quite clutch.
それで何かわかった？
No.
かけらは理科の世界では思いと解釈されていますのです。その思いが何かに宿る形でかけらとなっているのです。
理屈はわかるけど、だからって何のヒントにもならないわね。
それからそのかけらをこちらの世界に戻す方法なのですが、おそらくそちらの世界での形を失えば良いのではないかと思いますです。
So what? Just to be destroyed?
形を失うって何？壊せってこと？
それも完全な形でなのです。人の世からなくなることで神の世に送ることができるのです。
質量保存の法則って知ってる？
Maybe not.
完全に物を消すなんて不可能よ。
いえ、ですから形を壊せばいいのです。わかりますか、リカ。古来から人が神に物を送る方法の中でそれを満たす方法がありますのですよ。
そうか。わかったわ。
A way ancients sent tributes to the gods. Way to get rid of something from the human world.
焼けってことね。焼いて灰にして天に送る。
そうです。焼いて灰にすることで形は失われて意味を失い、人の世から消え去りますのです。
なるほど。かけらが宿る何かを焼いて灰にしろってのね。
About to get Rika's pyromaniac arc.
その何かが簡単に燃やせるものであることを祈るわ。
Wouldn't that be nice?
岩だった日には溶鉱炉にでも放り込まなきゃならなくなるわね。
Good luck with that.
実はリカ、そのかけらが宿るのが物ではなく人である可能性もありますのです。
That would be horrifying. We have to genuinely incinerate someone.
なるほど。かけらは思いなんだもんね。物に宿るばかりってわけじゃないかもね。でも羽生、仮に人だったらどうするの？まさか焼いて灰にしろって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Might have to.
人の意味は命の形が失われた時点で失われます。
そりゃそうよね。死体はもはや人じゃないわ。ってことは、もしかけらが宿っているのが
Surely it's the
人だったら。
Takano, right? Or the statue of Hifumi Takano, right? I'd believed until now I'd been searching for an object. Maybe it doesn't even have to be that. I'd have no problem burning an object, but if it wasn't an object, but a person.
嫌な話ね。
And I hope it's an object.
この世界、どういうわけか嫌な想像に限って当たるのよ。
Yeah, that's true.
僕もそうでないことを祈るしかないです。
嫌な想像は大抵当たる。お逆手にとって、先にそれを探るのも手ね。
What would be the worst case scenario?
仮に人だったら、やっぱりお社様に縁の近い人。
Is it the parents?
はい、おそらくは。
それが私自身という可能性は。
Is it possible to Rika? That's interesting. That's kind of a... You get one chance of that one.
いえ、ないです。リカ自身が僕を拒むかけらだったなら、こうして僕と話すこともできないはずなのです。
となれば、次は、古出神社神主の父か、
Yeah.
古出家の血を継ぐ母か。
See, that made more sense to me.
もしそうだったら、ぶっ殺せばいいってわけね。
Oh, word? Is that it? But again, if you mess that up, if it's not them and you kill them, you might be done for. It's a prison, Wiki. And my human morality refused the idea of killing my parents. And that's assuming that you could even, like, you know, stomach the idea of doing it, right? But that was nothing a world-crossing witch needed to think about. For someone with a true world somewhere else, this was a false world, meaning it was the same as a dream. Having someone in a dream was no different from doing it in a delusion or daydream. There was nothing to consider about committing the sin in this world. Hanyu was making sad, wow noises, so I told her how I felt.
偽善しゃぶるのはやめて。ならあんたは、元の世界へ帰るのは諦めてもいいって言うのね。あんたは卑怯よ。手を汚す決断を私にだけさせて、自分の手は汚さないっていうつもり。
Dang, we're about to get a hardened Rika. I mean, doing something like this.
罪を誰か一人にかぶせれば、他はみんな罪にまみれずに済んで好都合。
I don't know that I'd be making enemies with Hanyu right now.
私はちょうどいい人柱ってわけね。
I felt those words were a little harsh on Hanyu. For a short while, she remained silent, not saying anything. But her breathing made it sound like she wanted to say something but was hesitating.
私は元の世界に帰りたい。レナがどこかの世界で言ったわ。幸せになるにはどこまでの努力が許されるんだろうってね。私はその努力に限界なんてないって思った。
But Keiichi changed that. There's no limit to effort, but you have to talk to a lot of people to get their advice on whether your efforts are misplaced or not. That's why I was talking about it with Hanyu, the only one who shared my current situation. And Hanyu said that if the object possessing the fragment was a person, I had to kill them. I would want to avoid that, of course, if there were any other way. But if she said that was the only way, then I wouldn't hesitate. That was all.
僕も元の世界に帰りたいのです。
そうね、私もよ。
かけらが宿っているのが人でないことを祈ってます。
祈ってて、私も祈ってるわ。あと、きついことを言い過ぎた。あんたにできることは、ヒント探しと、私が挫折しないよう、士気を保つことくらいなのよね。自らの手で鍵を探せないもどかしさを、理解してなかったわ。
At least she realized maybe she went a little far.
リカよりは辛くありませんのです。せめてリカの心が疲れてしまわないよう、僕にはこうしてお話をしていたわってあげることしかできませんのです。
We don't need that Rika coming back.
ありがとう。あんたとするヨタ話がこの世界では一番楽しいわ。悪夢がその間だけ冷めるような感じ。
I see. I sort of understand why she said chatting could be important. Hanyu was the only one I could talk to from my original world. If I lose contact with Hanyu, maybe my very connection to that world would weaken, and my memories would blur. And that would simply give birth to a miserable, broken-hearted girl, living a delusion that this world wasn't the one she belonged in.
私に任せなさい。必ず。あんたと一緒にあの世界へ帰るわ。だから、あんたも引き続き、何かヒントを集めて。私も、何か進展があったら、またあんたに連絡するわ。
わかりましたです。リカ、しっかり、ファイト、オーなのですよ。
Using her own phrase.
おー。
I couldn't hear Hanyu anymore. The crystal ball's light had grown weaker than ever. But as long as it had its otherworldly glow, I think I keep believing that this wasn't the world I was supposed to live in. Before, I might have shed a tear or two by now, but all the tears I could cry had dried up. I gripped the crystal ball tightly, savoring the cheer Hanyu had given me. Do your best. Go for it. Yay. I moved over to a spot with a pile of old documents. If it could interfere with Hanyu, it had to be related to the legend of Oyashiro-sama. So maybe, I thought, a clue would be written in one of the documents in that pile. Maybe even if the thing I searched for wasn't in here, I could find a clue to it instead. I took a few documents from the pile and packed them into the knapsack I brought with me. I could read some, but couldn't understand any of the others. That sounded like knocking or something. What was that? If something important was in one of the indecipherable ones, I would have no way of knowing. But I shouldn't think about that right now. I pulled out the few documents I could read and decided to read them in secret at school and in bed. As I went in and out of the storehouse, the chances of my parents finding out increased. In that sense, this would lower that risk, which made it a little easier for me. Maybe parents did understand their children best, and would be the first ones to help them. But that was when they were normal, and not a witch like me. If their daughter started babbling about not being from this world, they'd probably tie her down and summon a noisy ambulance. If I were a little more cunning, I could flatter my parents and put the work in to make this world a little more bearable. But the more I thought about this world not being the one I lived in, the more apathetic I felt towards interacting with those who were here. It was probably why it seemed like I was being more and more isolated in class. Of course, maybe you could say that was my own fault. That was the kind of world this was at the moment I arrived. I won't dare let anyone say that this is my fault. Of course, not a single person could tell the difference between Rika Furude and me, anyway. Who is me? Me, that isn't Rika Furude. Who is she? I came around to a quiet electronic beep. I looked at my watch and noticed it was already evening. Being in here made me lose track of time. The other day I was out way past curfew, and was scolded for a long time. The alarm on my watch was to prevent that. Letting my relationship with my parents grow any worse would make everything else more troublesome. I should call it quits for today. With practiced motions, I climbed the bundle of chains and headed through the exit in the roof. When I returned to the main house, surrounded by the cries of the Higurashi that I'd grown completely tired of, there was a tightly packed case of beer near the front door, and 3 bottles of wine. The beer case was probably for a drinking party at the Shrine's Assembly Hall or something. My father didn't drink beer because he liked it, so I knew it had to be for the Assembly Hall. They delivered it here before the party so he could chill it beforehand in the Assembly Hall refrigerator. And the wine probably belonged to my father. My father enjoys Western spirits, and wine most of all. And wine, at the same time, was something I enjoyed as well. Before, after my parents had died in 1981, I'd gotten wine by bringing it from the main house. But my parents were alive in this world, so I couldn't do that. I stared at the bottles longingly as I tried to open the door, receiving the clack of its lock in response. I took a key from my pocket, unlocked the door, went in, and saw a note addressed to me right upon entering. It was from my mother. The note said an accident had suddenly occurred at the Kimiyoshi house. They'd be gone out to help with the memorial service. Memorial service? Did something happen to the mayor? They'd be late coming back, and so on and so forth. Written as a postscript was a notice that the brewer would be bringing alcohol, and to take it inside the front door once I got back for them. I see. That must have been referring to all of this. If the person had come while I was here, I could have told them to put it inside, but I couldn't bear to see them outside like this, put here before I got back. And it would be a pain if my mother started rambling about me being inconsiderate later. I made a sour face, not caring who saw, and pulled the case of beer through the front door. Next, I stood before the wine bottles, and solidified my thoughts. Couldn't there have been a slip-up with the order? It was a brewery in a small village. If my father called to say he'd order one more bottle, they'd probably bring over another one without a second thought. So what would it matter if one of these disappeared? I was diluted before drinking, so I'd be able to enjoy one bottle of wine for a pretty long time. Despite being in the entrance, I belatedly looked around, grabbed a bottle, ran into my room, and then pushed it into the winter futon in my closet that I wouldn't use for a while. Actually, my parents live here too, so I won't have many chances to drink. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, ice, a corkscrew, and a carton of orange juice, then ran back into my room. Just about to get drunk. For some reason, I worry that they're gonna come back. She's gonna be drunk. Like, I put the corkscrew in the wine bottle and was overwhelmed by the urge to wet my tongue with a nostalgic flavor as soon as I could. How was I supposed to survive in this world without enjoying a good wine? I poured some into the glass and just listened to the orange juice splashing in to fill it up made my mouth water like a dog. If I dilute it this much, it'll just look like orange juice from the outside. But it was the nostalgic flavor that belonged to my world. At one time, this had been the flavor of my tears of defeat, shed for the unbreakable June of 1983. But now, even those tears of defeat felt sweet and tender. Those dead-end worlds were very painful, but I was still surrounded by my kind friends. I had the leeway to choose to surrender to Takano and continue lazily living in that infinite loop, but even that warmth was absent in this world. This made a week now since I came here. With no prospects of returning to my previous world, I'd resolved myself to staying here for a long time, but a week in, it had already driven me to drink. It'll be fine. Those worlds had driven me to the same state. I still managed, lazily doing my best as I soaked in wine, right? I needed to be released from this Rika Furude quickly. Nobody in this world understood that, even if I explained it. That meant I had no allies here. If I told someone, they'd think I'd gone crazy. But considering this world's Rika Furude, that was only natural. This world's Rika Furude was a dour girl without a single friend. And one day, she'd been hit by a ball in the schoolyard and started saying she didn't belong in this world. That big doctor Yamamoto heard about this. He'd probably make a huge fuss about the impact having caused brain damage. But that would make the most sense to the people who live here. At the very least, until I arrived, Rika Furude was Rika Furude, the correct being for this world. Maybe it was more appropriate to say that one day I, someone different from this world's Rika, appeared, then took over Rika's body. Right. Am I not Rika Furude? Well, no. This world's Rika Furude was this world's Rika Furude, a different being than me. I'd simply been interpreting her as a being the same as me, even when I was in different worlds, until now. When I thought about that, leaving aside whether I'd been living happily, I felt like I'd done something bad to this world's Rika Furude. Of course, it was too late to apologize now, and I couldn't give this body back to her anymore. If there was a way to apologize, it would be to acknowledge that this world's Rika Furude is a being of her own. Because if I called myself Rika Furude, the girl who already existed would vanish from this life. Which meant the only way to apologize was to not call myself Rika Furude. Well, that had been bothering me for a long time. I've long felt that my young self, pampered as the reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama, and my old self, who had awakened and traveled countless worlds, had different personalities. But if I thought of them not as personalities, but as different beings entirely, right now I was no longer Rika Furude. Who am I? Honestly, kind of good questions. It's kind of something I thought about, like, what happens when Rika goes back? Like, what happens to the Rika that was there before? I stared vacantly at the wine bottle. Did I like this brand? My father always loved to drink this wine. As a result, I'd brought it in countless worlds, and I love to drink it even now. Right now, I couldn't even be lazy without borrowing the power of alcohol, and this wine comforted me, just a little. At this point, I couldn't go on living without this wine. So, in other words, I wasn't alive, but the wine was. Which meant I wasn't Rika Furude, and that I was the wine. I stared at the Western letters of the brand name written on the wine label, which I didn't know how to pronounce, and thought to myself that it was the name of me. My name is Rika Furude. No, not that. This Burn Castell. Oh my fucking god. I knew they were about to say that. I knew they were about to say that. Oh my goodness. So this is definitely like So I think I've mentioned this before, but if you read back at the start of the chapters, right, all of the notes are from a like right as the chapter starts. It's from a Frederica Berncastel, right? And there was eventually I was reading back at them. I'm like, this is so obviously Rika, right? Like this is so obviously Rika, right? And so I'm like, she is Frederica Berncastel, whatever that is, right? And so when she was like, this isn't who I really am, I'm actually this. Like, this is my name. I'm this wine. I'm like, this wine's going to say Berncastel, isn't it? God damn it. Alright. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll ask my father. Frederica Berncastel. Ah, whatever. What a silly name that is. My thoughts began to slur and muddle. Cheers to this shithole of a world. Cheers.
いつも僕のご飯を作ってくれてありがとうなのですよ。ニパ
どうしたの急に。
I guess she realized that you might as well do her best to have a good relationship with him while she's here, maybe, or partially just like it's just gonna make her life easier going forward.
母の日は特に過ぎてるわよ。
As I thanked my mother and patted her shoulders, I brushed her head. It was all a show, of course. If she had the same power inside her as Hanyu, then by touching her like this, I'd be able to sense it, even if it was feeble. If I did feel that power from my mother, could I kill her on the spot? I wouldn't hesitate to kill, but I couldn't say I wouldn't hesitate right here and now, because I would rather she not have that power inside her. And at the same time, I was uneasy about what to do next if she didn't. My mother laughed like it tickled, but contrary to what she thought, I was carefully checking if I needed to kill her.
ありがとう。気持ちは十分伝わったからもう許して。
Most normal Higu moment, by the way. I was carefully checking if I needed to kill her.
くすぐったくて辛いわ。
My mother told me that was enough, smiling in a way that was not as dissatisfied as her words implied. Even after being so scrupulous about touching her, I couldn't feel any trace of the power. My mother wasn't the one who held the fragment, and I'd already felt my father's head. It wasn't him either. If it wasn't either of those two people, either the two people closest to the legend of a Yashiro-sama, then it was improbable that the fragment was in a person. It was a happy thing, not having to kill anyone, but that meant one of oh my goodness, that meant one of my clues was now meaningless. I was going to say many clues, but it's actually the opposite, one of her few clues. That said, even though the possibility was unlikely, I'd still have to touch the heads of the other people in the village every chance I got, just to make sure. And at the same time, I had to continue my deciphering of the pile of documents in the ritual implement storehouse. Whichever I was supposed to choose, the labor of reading through that entire mountain or the sin of killing someone, was going to need much more than a little time. We've only got till April. You're gonna get another, like, days are passing montage. I lost track of how many mornings it had been since I drifted to this world, and this morning was frustratingly the same as the last world, the one I knew. They said next Sunday was the Watanagashi festival. This was the first time I didn't care whatsoever about it. For Hinamizawa, facing total eviction by next year, this would be their very last festival. They were apparently planning to put on a magnificent show to end things with. My normal world responsibility of performing a dedication dance as the last survivor of the Furude family didn't exist in this world either. Still, I wasn't expected to simply go off and have fun. They would have me help with things that kids could help with, like giving out boiled rice and answering the phone. I'd gotten used to going to school alone, too. When I went to school at Satoko, it was always a lively morning, with us running and falling everywhere. But that, too, was beginning to feel like a memory of the distant past. With several days already behind me and my mind settled, I'd stopped crying about small memories like that. Everything I did was for the sake of returning to my original world. I might curse the trouble it was taking, but I would never cry again. So even when I met Satoko at the school gate and said good morning, only to be bluntly ignored like always, it didn't make me sad. Though the real Satoko was an incomparable friend of mine. Even if a fake Satoko ignored me, it wouldn't hurt me inside anymore. Mion wasn't outright cold like Satoko was, but she didn't seem to think of me as any more than one of her many classmates. Reina seemed like she was actually trying to talk to me, but that was because I was isolated. She was acting out of a kind of pity, and it seemed sadder to accept that. So I started reacting nastily to Reina's unwanted attention. After just a few exchanges like that, she realized I didn't want her doing this and stopped bothering me. On one hand, I kinda hate that for Rena, or I guess Reina, but I kinda hate that for her, but I guess from Rika's perspective I get it. Being all alone wasn't sad anymore. It was only natural I'd be alone as an outsider to this false world. In fact, the less annoying acquaintances I needed, the easier it was for me. That's right, easier. When I started feeling that way, then even if nobody talked to me during lunch, nobody invited me to eat with them, and nobody asked me to play after school, I was totally okay with it. With so few students in the classroom, if I took out a book not related to the class, she would confiscate it right away. I probably wouldn't be able to read the old documents while she was teaching. So all I could do was wrap them in covers I made from flipping over leaflets and folding them, and spend my free time at school pretending I was reading a regular book. We weren't allowed to bring comics to school, but the unspoken agreement was that you could read novels as long as you didn't do it during class. If I could just ignore the hustle and bustle, lunch breaks was the time I could focus the most. Somewhere in those countless words, there was a time when I got bored with my daily life and read a lot of old documents in those countless worlds. Thanks to that, I knew the gist of their contents. I just hoped there was a clue somewhere in them about the fragment rejecting Hanyu from this world. It had been raining since midday. All of my classmates had stayed in the classroom for break, venting their pent-up energy indoors. Thanks to that, it was a bothersome, loud, and uncomfortable day for me.
なにネクラな顔して読んでんの?
Oh, now she's coming up to us to bother us. What are the odds that Satoko is somehow the fragment? That seems like the type of fucked up thing Higurashi would do. At the same time as those words, my old document was taken from me, and there was Satoko's face, smiling evilly.
なにこれ? わけわかんない.
Satoko looked at the old document she'd stolen from me with disgust. Well, someone as ignorant as Satoko had no way to understand it. I'd learned how to read classical Japanese from my father, and even I had to go over each line several times to figure it out. Of course, for Satoko, it wasn't about what it said. She seemed more amused at how unsanitary it looked, with dirty letters written on the dirty paper. But even if it was nothing more than a filthy book to her, to me it was something that could hold a clue. When I tried to snatch it back, she threw it to another friend, as though she'd seen the attempt coming miles away. Yeah.
なにこれ? うわ、汚い.
The girl who caught it threw it to another kid, and that kid, after his face scrunched up at the filth being given to him, grinned like an idiot and threw it to someone else.
はいよ、パスパス.
お兄さん、ミュウさん、パスパス.
Several of my classmates threw it amongst themselves whenever I chased after it, teasing me. At some point, Mion had joined their circle, and it had turned into classroom-wide bullying. Today wasn't the first time this had happened. Actually, maybe before I came here, it was always like this. Even in a classroom with just 10 people, an order existed, and so did cliques. Belonging to none, and not wanting to, I was the weakling in the room, and thus clearly the one it was okay to torment. Reina was the only one who said they should stop, but nobody listened to her. My classmates wanted to fool around, and they probably wanted to tell her that I was the only toy in the room, so why shouldn't they play with her during lunch break? But in the last few days, it had left heartwarming territory and moved into aggravating territory. This Satoko clearly treated me with spite. When I thought about it now, the accident with the ball in the schoolyard that brought me into this world, she had obviously been aiming for Rika, who had been just standing there in the yard. Was Satoko always this oblivious to the pain of others? She'd understood people's pain best, because even though she said mean things, she'd been through the worst of anyone. I see. In this world, Satoko's parents were alive, and the villagers didn't torment her. In other words, she hadn't been through the worst of anyone. Personality isn't wholly determined from birth. It's also something cultivated over many events and experiences, nature versus nurture. With all her lucky dice rolls, this was how Satoko's personality had turned out in this world. In other words, this Satoko was only the same on the outside, but a completely different person from my best friend on the inside. Once I understood that, the sadness of Satoko tormenting me disappeared, and in its place, she began to look like a horrible brat just getting in the way of my haste to return to my original world. Don't bother me. I don't care what any of you do in this lunatic world. I'm desperately working to return to my original one, so stay out of my way.
ほらほら、フルデさん。こっちよ、こっち。
The old document made its way back to Satoko again. This time, Satoko started teasing me, waving it around and saying to come get it. She held her nose and made a sour face like she was holding up something filthy, earning laughs and jeers from the rest of class. I went straight for Satoko, and, of course, she threw it to the next one in line. She must have thought it would make me go over there next, but I didn't care about where the document was. Instead, I charged straight at Satoko. I was about to say, she's fed up with this. I tucked my nails into the bases of my fingers and clenched my fist. I decided this was the fastest method to explain how important this was, make her understand, and prevent any reprisals, all in a very short period of time. I swung my right fist at Satoko's face. The tip of my fist plowed into her face below her left eye, leaving an imprint that wouldn't soon disappear. I promptly grabbed a clump of her hair and pushed her to the floor, then took a nearby chair and raised it over my head before smashing it into her a few times. Dear God! I guess someone's always got to beat Satoko with a chair, huh? Jesus. Satoko didn't know what had just happened. Confused by the sudden violence, she just curled up like a turtle. It looked a little crazy, hitting her with a chair like this, but it wouldn't hurt her very badly. I raised the chair, then slammed it down over top of Satoko's upper body, exactly as if to hold her to the ground. I lifted my foot above the chair and stomped on it like I was hammering in a nail. Dear God.
サトコ、あんた少しうるさい。私の親友と同じ顔してるから、いい加減。あんたのその甲高い声にもイラついてきたわ。以後、私の半径1メートル以内に入ったら、言い訳なしで即ぶん殴るから。聞いてる？
I stomped on the chair again, and finally saw an expression of fear arrive on Satoko's face. I knew this was the best answer. When given the chance, I had to give it to her straight. But it made me mad. I was the last one in the world who wanted to see Satoko looking like that. I was the one who was forcing her to make that expression. It made me sick. It was fine, in the end. This Satoko wasn't the one I knew, after all. And one day I'd leave this world for sure. Even if I killed her on the spot, it wouldn't have anything to do with the Satoko of my world. That's why it didn't hurt inside at all, seeing her look at me so terrified.
ほら、リカちゃんの本を返してあげて。はい、リカちゃん。
Rena plucked the document from a bewildered classmate and returned it to me.
だからもう、サトコちゃんを許してあげて。少しやりすぎだよ。
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little bit.
ふーん。なら、私の大切な本を奪って、貴重な読書の時間の邪魔をするのは、大してやりすぎではない。
そういう意味じゃなくて。
当事者じゃないなら引っ込んでて。
God damn, Rika!
私はこれを取り戻せて満足よ。
I kicked the chair over, indicating to Satoko that she'd been released. But even that action made her so scared that she was frozen in place. I didn't waste time going back to my own seat. Then Satoko began to bawl shamelessly, and Satoshi ran over, making a big overprotective fuss about the nurse's office and whatnot. Bro, Satoshi was like, she low-key deserved that. Bro, like, because I remember he, like, when Shion, right, like, went crazy, like, he raised a big fuss. He hasn't said a peep, man. The noise quickly reached the faculty room, and she and the principal soon burst in.
大丈夫ですか、サトコさん。これはあざになるかもしれませんね。サトシ君、保健室へ連れて行って休ませてください。私は山本先生を呼んできます。
While Chie was talking, the principal must have asked Mion what had happened in the classroom. Mion spoke to him in hushed tones, glancing my way. She was probably saying she had no part in this. Nasty Mion might say that. She didn't betray my expectation. The principal came over to me and told me to come with him to the principal's office. This usually happens when a bullied child happens to bully back. A side effect of the bullying, perhaps. I was seriously fed up with everything, but my goal had only been to scare Satoko off from bothering me ever again. Now that I'd done that, I decided I needed to calm the situation down. After being brought to the principal's office, he kept asking me why I punched Satoko, and lectured me that violence was never the answer. But regarding her taking my book and tormenting me, he admitted she was at fault, and I felt a little relieved.
これはなかなか難しい本であるな。フルデ君の家の書物かね。
まあそんなところなのです。
わしも古文は嫌いではないが、これはなかなかに難読だ。君には読めるのかね。
読めなきゃ読みませんです。
Got his ass.
それは道理である。どういう内容のことが書いてあるのか、少し校長先生にも教えてくれんかね。
His behavior wasn't out of interest in the book, or so much as an act dripping with pity, like he wanted to ease the mind of someone alienated and bullied in class a little. Accepting that would do nothing but further amplify my current unhappiness.
別に友達なんか欲しくないし、校長先生に友達になっても欲しくありません。もういいのですか？私はその続きを一刻も早く読み進めたいのです。
フルデ君、読書もいいが、たまには友達に混じって遊ぶのもいいこととは思わんかね。
Well, she just genuinely beat the hell out of her best friend in another world. I don't think there's really any part of that, like, innocent child here.
私の友達は別の遠い場所にいます。ここにはいないので興味ないです。
その手痛まないかね。
ああ。
I didn't realize it until the principal pointed it out. I must have scraped the skin on my hand when I punched Satoko as hard as I could. A little bit of blood was seeping from my right fist.
保健室に山本先生が来てるから、行って手当てをしてもらいなさい。
Shit, not while Satoko's in there.
そうします。
フルデ君、学校は勉強をするだけのところじゃない。友達を作るところでもあるぞ。少しそこを肝に。
失礼しますです。
Oh, man.
ペコリ。
This world's principal wasn't the principal who was allowed to lecture me, so I didn't have any desire to listen. Damn, bro. Rika, she's acting different. She's moving different, but she's moving like King Von out here. Is Yamamoto gonna be the difference? On my way to the nurse's office, I passed the classroom. I met eyes with several students inside, but they immediately looked away. Maybe this'll work out. I'm more comfortable with them being scared than teasing me. When I went into the nurse's office, the doctor was just putting a big piece of absorbent cotton under Satoko's eye. Chie, who was with her, looked at me, then walked over with a scary look on her face.
さあ、二人とも、さとこさんはご本を取ってごめんなさいと、フルデさんは殴ってごめんなさいと、互いに謝りなさい。
Satoko had been scared and weak in the face of the sudden violence earlier, must have calmed down since she now looked dejected. She looked like it didn't make sense to her, how she was only teasing me a little and then I suddenly went crazy for no reason and hit her. If she was like that, there's no way she would apologize first. Of course, I had no duty to apologize either, so I wouldn't apologize first.
ほら、二人とも、お互い謝らないならいつまでもこのままですよ。
Chie yelled at us, clearly making a sour face. I held my bleeding fist out to Yamamoto.
出血してるじゃないかね。座りなさい。消毒しよう。
二人とも、先生の言うことが聞けませんか？謝りなさい。
It was just staring contest. I sensed that if we kept making Chie mad, she might tell us to stay after school. What did she think this was? Like hell I'd let some school I don't care about do their little lecturing nonsense at me. Every second of every minute is precious. I can't waste a single one. Once I understood that, I was the first to act. As Yamamoto disinfected the wound, I smoothly gave her my apology.
校長さん、殴ったりしてごめんなさい。
Yo, I'm sorry for punching you and stuff. Man, you sound so sincere. Even I was appalled at how insincere my apology was. She probably felt the same way, but she at least appreciated the words.
ほら、フルデさんは謝りましたよ。さとこさんも謝りなさい。
ご本を取っていたずらしてすみませんでした。
Satoko's own apology was no less disingenuous than mine. I glared straight into Satoko's eyes, warning her never to bother me again. But Satoko was in her rebellious phase. It would take a lot more than that to make her wince. She returned my glare in kind, as if to say she'd get me back next time. Chie sighed, unable to do much about our insincere apologies. And then the bell signaling the end of lunch break rang.
ではさとこさん、教室に戻りましょう。フルデさんも手当てが終わったらすぐに戻ってくるように。
Like, why do I feel like the doctor is gonna be like the one like she's gonna notice something up there? Or maybe it's gonna be something at the Irie clinic itself, or I still think the statue of Hifumi Takano makes sense, but or shrine. I don't know if it was a statue or shrine, but something dedicated to them. She followed Satoko and left the nurse's office. I didn't give them so much as a glance and just held my right hand out to Yamamoto. The stinging pain of the disinfectant was somehow weak. The hand receiving treatment didn't even feel like my hand. I suppose it wouldn't. It's Rika Furude's hand, not mine.
みんな今年で学校がおしまいになってしまうのが寂しいんだな。君もだろう？
別にそういうわけじゃない。
住み慣れた故郷が湖底に沈むんだ。悲しくないわけがないよ。君たちの気持ちもよくわかるさ。
That must have been Yamamoto's interpretation of the strained atmosphere in the classroom. If he was convinced of that, then maybe it was fine. It didn't matter to me.
君だってちょっと前までは友達がいっぱいいた。でもたまたま君と特に仲がいい友達がみんな揃って転校しちゃったんだよな。
What brutal luck.
君が突然一人ぼっちになってしまった寂しい気持ちはわしもよくわかる。
仲の良かった友達。
ほら、富田くんや岡村くんたちさ。
Yeah, I was gonna say, we haven't seen them at all.
いっつも仲良しの男子たちと一緒にいたじゃないか。君はこう一点で随分可愛がられていたと思うけど。
Perhaps. I see. Even Rika Furude had friends for a while in this world. And thanks to a stroke of bad luck, they all transferred out together and left her behind.
でも、友達は彼らだけじゃないんじゃないかね。寂しい気持ちもわかるし、来年までの仲かもしれないけど、クラスの他の子とも友達になって楽しくやっていった方が君にとってもいいんじゃないかい？
別に親しくなりたくなんかないし、私の本当の友達はあなたの言う通り遠くへ行ってしまったわ。
Yeah, when it's
とてもとても遠くへね。
further than he realizes.
私はそこへ帰りたいだけ。
リカちゃんはいつからそんな大人びた話し方をするようになったのかね？
まあ気分です。
先日君がボールを頭にぶつけて気絶した一件以来、君がこれまで見せなかった暗い表情を見せているような気がしてね。
I mean, shout out Yamamoto for being observant. Like, we may never see this guy again. He may be a random side character only in this specific arc. But it's kind of cool to see him like something like that from him.
心配してるんだよ。
Like he's like low-key getting a moment. I didn't know how close this Yamamoto man was to Rika Furude, nor how much of her he knew. But judging from his words, he seemed to be the kind of adult who understood children's feelings, just like Irie in the previous world.
あのボールが当たった時、多分フルでリカは死んだと思うんです。
あれくらいで死んでたらドッジボールもできないよ。じゃああれで死んでたんなら君は亡者ということなのかね？
Suppose it does. Yamamoto laughed a little, but not completely to tease me. It was just to urge me further along. Ah, so Yamamoto wasn't just the doctor at the nurse's office, but a mental counselor for students at a susceptible age. It looked like he wasn't Irie's replacement for nothing, but for some reason I felt like opening up a little to him. Maybe it was because he didn't exist in the world I knew. Right now, everyone who was in the world I knew, no matter who it was, made me uncomfortable. That was why I felt like opening up specifically to someone who wasn't in that world. After all, Yamamoto probably thought I was just a girl hitting puberty. Whatever nonsense I spouted, he would nod and agree.
私、山本たちの知ってるフルでリカじゃないんです。
それはどういうことだね？じゃあ君は誰なのかな？
とりあえずベルンカステルって名乗ることにしました。フルでリカって名乗ったらこの体の本来の持ち主に悪いので。
ベルン？横文字かい？まるで宇宙人みたいだね。君はどこから来たんだい？
別の世界からです。例えるならイフの世界。同じひなみ沢だけど歴史や成り立ちが全く違う世界。この世界では ダム計画が決定して村人の立ち退きが決まっているけれど、私の世界は違う。ダム計画に村人が結束して立ち上がり、計画を打倒する。そしてダム計画は無期限に凍結された。
That's just one of the many differences.
そういう世界から来ました。
では君の来たひなみ沢はダム湖には沈まないわけか。
そうです。昭和58年の後もずっとのどかな生活が続いていきます。
いいひなみ沢だね。わしもこの土地をとても気に入っているから、立ち退きは本当は心苦しい。
I don't know that I'd call it nice, but
だから君の来たという世界のひなみ沢に憧れるよ。
I guess after 1983, it's nice.
その世界のひなみ沢をもう少しわしに教えてくれんかね。
The first step in counseling was to agree to whatever absurd story the patient came out with. If I didn't know that piece of trivia, I might have teared up at Yamamoto telling me to continue, but I couldn't resist the temptation to keep going. He encouraged me, and I kept talking. In that world, there was a big protest movement we called the Dam Conflict, and it took years for them to withdraw the proposal. And through that conflict, the villagers came together. Everyone got along. All the students were friends. We even had transfer students come in from outside of the village. And we made a club where we would play games, with Leon as the president. And while Satoko was very unfortunate, she was good friends with me. And then...
さとこちゃんがかわいそうだな。なんでさとこちゃんが村中からいじめられなくちゃいけないんだい？みんな幸せな世界なんだから。さとこちゃんにも意地悪しないで幸せの輪に入れてあげなよ。
I think it was just a little bit of embellishment to say it was a perfectly happy village.
別に意地悪で言ってるわけじゃないわ。私の世界ではそうというだけの話よ。それにこの世界の里子よりは辛い運命をたどるかもしれないけど、その里子は私の一番の友達で、他に比べるものなどない唯一無二の親友だから、この世界の里子の顔が余計に腹が立つの。
Yeah, I figure it does.
その君の本当の親友と同じ顔で君に意地悪をするのが許せない？
そう。
Yamamoto heaved a heavy sigh, then stared out the window with his arms folded. It looked like the rain outside had let up somewhat, but it was still drizzling. After keeping his silence for a few moments, Yamamoto spoke up.
つまりここは君の世界じゃないということかい？
そうです。私は元の世界に帰らなければならない。ここは私の世界じゃないんですから。
確かにそんな楽しいひなみ沢なら一刻も早く元の世界に帰りたいよな。でも帰る方法はあるのかね？
あります。でも探すのはとても大変です。
ほう、そりゃどんな方法だい？
多分このひなみ沢のどこかにかけらが落ちています。
Is Yamamoto about to just like randomly clutch up for us?
そのかけらのせいで私を元の世界に戻す力を持ったいえ、お社様がこの世界へ来られないのです。
お社様って古出神社に祀られてるあの神様のお社様？
説明すると長いですが、そんなところです。私は彼女と一緒にあまたの世界を巡ってきました。この世界はその結果に漂着した世界の一つでしかありません。
Imagine being Yamamoto right now and having to listen to this, and you're just like, what is she talking about?
だから彼女が来てくれればすぐにでも出ていくつもり。
急に話が大きくなったね。つまり君はお社様と一緒にこの世界へ来たわけだ。ところが君をこの世界から連れ出せるお社様がどういうわけかこの世界に入れない。つまり君は船が漂流してしまって取り残されたようなものということかね。
A decent analogy.
平たく言うとそういうことです。彼女をこちらに呼びたくても彼女を阻害するかけらがこのひなみ沢のどこかにある。それを見つけ出して焼いてしまわないと私は元の世界へ帰れない。
そのかけらというのはどこにあるんだい？
We don't know.
どこかにあるの。かけらは重い。だからそれが宿る何か、どんな形をしているものに宿っているのかわからないし、宿っているのが物という保証もない人間に宿っているのかもしれない。何もわからないんです。
君は物だったら焼くと言ったね。人だったらどうするんだい？
羽生は人の場合なら殺すことで同じ
Yeah,
意味を
you're
持
getting
つと言っ
locked
てる。
up. GG.
かけらを宿すのが人間でないことを祈ってるわ。
その羽生というのは誰だい？新しい登場人物だね。
ああ、お社様の別名よ。むしろ羽生が本名。お社様なんて名前は後世の村人の誰かがつけた適当な名前じゃない？
I mean, it just sounds like the delusions of like a young person, you know?
なるほど。それが君の読んでいた本に書いてあったのかな？
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
Yamamoto's arms remained folded and he groaned in thought. Another silence settled, with the rain being the only audible sound. Maybe I'd gotten nervous. I knew it wouldn't solve anything to talk about it, but I did anyway. Yamamoto was probably wondering if something was wrong with my brain. I could guess that by looking at his complicated expression.
そのかけらは見つかりそうかい？
わからないわ。羽生に干渉する力なのだから、お社様にゆかりのある何かにヒントがあるんじゃないかと思って古文書を読んでいるところ、探し物のヒントを探してる。そんな状態ね。
そうか、見つかるといいね。でもそれが人だったら君はどうするんだい？まさか本当に殺しちゃう気なのかね？
You probably need to say no to this. Because I worry that if you say yes, he's gonna be like, lock her up, bro.
そういう風に聞かれると返答に困るけど、それしか元の世界に戻る方法がないなら、どうせ私の世界から見れば、この世界は妄想や白チュームと同じ。誰が死んだって私の世界では生きてるし、関係ないもの。
なるほどなるほど。でもちょっと待ちなさい。君にとってこの世界は夢の中なのかもしれないが、
That's fair.
わし
Honestly.
にとってはここは自分の世界でね。
I don't think it's unfair to put it that way.
たとえ誰であっても殺されちゃ困る。
理屈は分かってるし、私も人殺しなんてせずに帰れるなら、それに越したことはないわ。
話題を戻そう。君に元の世界への帰り方を教えてくれるその羽生はどうやって君にそれを伝えるんだい？お告げみたいなものがあるのかい？それとも夢枕に立つ？
そんな曖昧なものじゃない。会話するのよ。ある水晶玉が羽生と私の通信機の役目を果たすの。
わしもその羽生と話すことはできるかね？
Likely not. But that would be the fastest way. If he could talk to Hanyu directly, that would be enough to prove my nonsense true. But I felt uneasy. Even if I could talk to her, Yamamoto might not be able to. Those kinds of magic items come up pretty often in stories. But maybe it was worth a shot trying. I took the crystal ball out of my pocket.
そのビー玉が通信機かい？
やっぱりそう思うわよね。私もビー玉だと思ったわ。
The crystal ball's light was extremely weak. As it got dimmer, it was also taking longer to restore lately. After talking to her several days ago and the light weakened again, it was having a hard time recovering. This much light wasn't quite enough. It looked like it needed a little bit more time to recover.
このビー玉に光が宿ってるのがわかる？
どうだろう。光の反射じゃないかい？でも綺麗なビー玉だね。ラムネ瓶の玉かい？
とんでもない。古出神社の至宝。カムのなんたらとかいうありがたい宝だそうよ。
Just forgot the name. I don't remember the full thing either. I think it was like Kamu no Mikoto. There was one more.
ラムネ瓶の玉に見えるって点では悪いけど、私も同感ね。
古出神社の。これでどうやって羽生と会話を？
私は額に当てるようにするわ。 すると声が聞こえるの。
Yamamoto immediately tried. He shut his eyes and let out a low groan. It probably wouldn't work. I couldn't tell if it was because it wasn't me or because the power was too weak.
申し訳ないが、わしには聞こえんな。
It's exactly what he expected, unfortunately.
君はどうだね？
羽生と話すにはある程度の力が回復してないといけない。貸して。私でもダメね。まだ回復しきっていない水晶玉では羽生の声を聞くことができないわ。
I pushed it tightly against my forehead, but all I felt was a cool sensation. I couldn't feel the power in it.
そうか。それは残念だな。
日数を重ねると多少は力が回復するようなの。時間をもらえればきっとまた会話ができるようになるわ。その時もう一度試してもらえれば。
そうかい。じゃあもし会話ができるようになったら、ぜひわしにも会話をさせてくれないかね。
ええ、もちろんよ。このままじゃ頭が変になったおかしなことを思われて終わりだもの。
I was gonna say, you're just sounding like Okabe from Steins Gate right now. Just complete chuny bro. Well, chuny yo. It said chuny bro, but that was way too close to the actual word.
その失礼な誤解を解かなくちゃ後味が悪いわ。
その水晶玉の神通力はどのくらいの時間を待てば回復するんだい？
もう少しだと思う。もう一晩も待てばひょっとすると大丈夫かもしれない。力が戻ったらあなたに教えるわ。
ありがとう。待ってるよ。もし羽生と話をさせてくれたら、わしも君が元の世界へ帰れるように協力しようじゃないか。
She needs an ally somewhere.
どうだね？
本当に？
The simple word help made a deep impression on my mind. If someone other than Hanyu were around to understand me, it would obviously be a reassurance, and with two people, the time it would take to go through the piles of literature would be halved. I'd welcome the help of a cat at this point, so I was really glad. On the other hand, I had to think about what Yamamoto felt. For Yamamoto, right now, I was a dangerous person who said she might even commit murder over delusion. He was only speaking to me in such an understanding way to try and keep communication going. It didn't mean he actually believed me. But if Hanyu and Yamamoto could talk, it would clear all those fears away, and then he'd have to believe in the supernatural phenomenon of Hanyu and me. But the real world didn't usually work out that well. After all, even if I made Hanyu talk to him, it could end in the way it always does, with Yamamoto not hearing anything. I could convey what she was saying, but he wouldn't believe it. But that didn't mean I had the option of not trying. I wouldn't give up before doing it. I'd try everything. Wasn't that the lesson I'd learned from this 100-year journey?
約束よ。ちゃんと羽生と話ができたら信じて。会う会うしか言わない。およそ神様っぽくないやつだけどね。
約束するよ。羽生と話をさせてくれたら、君の話を信じよう。でも、もし羽生と話ができなかったらどうする？
I didn't actually think he'd reply like that, and it confused me.
どうするって言われても。
君が勝ったら、君の話を信じる約束になってる。じゃあ、わしが勝ったら、君がわしの話を信じるという約束にしないかな。どうだね？公平だろ？
山本の何の話を信じろと？
Well, I can imagine it without having to ask. He'd probably tell me to go to a larger hospital and have my head given a proper look at. Of course, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my head, so it'd come up with zero results. When that happened, maybe they'd say I needed to take care of my mind and give me psychotropic drugs or something. I heard this from Renan once before. There's a drug that makes you incredibly lethargic, unable to do or even think anything at all. Dangerous patients think terrible things, and sometimes actually do them. The drug stopped that from happening. If they made me take that, it would be the same as killing me. It might seem like a fair condition, but it looked to me like the scales weren't in my favor to begin with. I shouldn't have told this stuff to a man I barely knew. After all that, I began to regret my decision. Could I fool him if I said, it was all a joke? Did you believe me? Nipa? If that was going to be my last resort, I could use it if my attempt to have Yamamoto and Hanyu communicate failed. I couldn't abandon the possibility that Yamamoto could be my ally without trying first.
じゃあ、明日はちゃんとリカちゃんのために予定を空けておこう。それでいいかい？
He made a suggestion, taking a notebook out of his coat and going over his other appointments. I nodded and said I agreed. take what we can get. It's kind of interesting to potentially find an ally in the one person that isn't in the main timeline.
リカちゃん
Or if they're in the... I wonder if they're in the console arcs or something like that. But the point is, they're not in the... They're not in the main 8 chapters, you know? So it's interesting that they could potentially be the one ally here, you know? I guess it fits, given how backward everything is here. Although, I mean, Sachi doesn't seem that different, like, so far, if that makes sense. You know, from what we've seen of Sachi when he's not going ballistic and, you know, suffering from the Hinamizawa syndrome. So I wonder if he's a potential ally from what this is about to be.
ちょっといいかい
After school, as I was about to head home before the rain started up again, Sachi called out to me. I looked up and saw Mion and Reina with him. I had been stopped by the upperclassmen brigade. Their expressions weren't exactly gentle ones, and I suspected I was in for some sort of punishment after what I did during my lunch break.
何かご用なのですか？
うん少しお話ししたいなって思って。
お昼休みのことなのですか？
それもあるし、
さとこをお椅子で叩いたりとかしてごめんなさいなのです。
Same apology, bro. I spoke the words fine, but didn't bother to hide my glum attitude.
怖がらないでよリカちゃん。別に私たちはリカちゃんを叱ろうとかそういうつもりで呼び止めたんじゃないんだよ。ならどうして呼び止めたのですか？
まあ単刀直入に言うとさ、みんなで仲良くなるためにどうしたらいいだろうねって相談だよ。たださ、一応理解してほしいんだよね。今の現状を招いたのはリカちゃんにも多少の責任があるってこと。
ミオンそんなことを今わざわざ言わなくても。
こういうのを教えてあげるのも上級生の役割だと思うけどな。
I mean, that's fair, and she's not wrong, you know?
違う？
もう
This conversation didn't look like it would be a fun one. If I blew them off, it would probably only get worse, so I decided to just pretend I was listening. Rena took my silence for me being dispirited, and she started speaking in a much more lighthearted tone.
リカちゃんだってみんなとお友達で楽しく遊べたら素敵だって思うでしょ？それでね、みんなでね、仲良く遊べるようにはどうすればいいのか私たち考えたの。
If they make the damn board game club in this world too.
なんだと思うかな？わかりませんです。
リカちゃんは知らないと思うけど、ミオンってね、
You say loves board games or just loves games?
いろんなゲームを持ってるんだよ。ね。
まあ昔の趣味だけどね。
Oh my god.
小さい頃にどういうわけかボードゲームとかカードゲームをすごく集めてた時期があってね。
I suppose the situation might have changed, but the people didn't necessarily change, you know? When they see someone who's clearly isolated and lashing out, they use the same solution, right?
最近は全然興味ないんだけど、まあ捨てるわけじゃなし、大量に在庫があったりするわけよ。
楽しそうなゲームがいっぱいあるのに全然遊んでなくて埃をかぶってるなんてもったいないよね。
Man.
私あの泥棒役がサングラスかけて遊ぶイギリスの泥棒ゲームやってみたいな。
It going this way is kind of crazy. I don't know, it's like seeing the club form, like it just feels like it was always meant to be, even in the weird timeline. I kind of love that.
僕は木の枝をどんどんつなげていくあの積み木みたいなゲームをやってみたいよ。
どのマニュアルも英語なんだけどな。シオンの野郎がそういうののマニュアルを読むのだけは得意だったっけ。シオンに聞けば早いけど学園行っちゃったからな。
ならみんなで読んで理解しようよ。それもきっと楽しいよ。
そうだね。みんなで同じルールでゲームするなら、たとえ間違ってても公平だしね。
Not wrong. Oh man.
ね、楽しそうでしょ？放課後にみんなで集まってゲームで遊ぶゲーム部って部活を始めようって思ってるの。
Dude, I actually kind of love this moment.
ゲーム部、部活。
クラスの誰もが参加できるんだよ。そこでみんなで遊んでいるうちに、きっとリカちゃんもいつの間にかみんなの輪に溶け込んでると思うんだ。
クラスで一人だけ浮いちゃってるあんたを溶け込ませてあげようっていう上級生の心遣いってわけよ。
だからミオン、そういうことは言わなくても。
最近は少し気の毒な感じもしてきたけど、実際のとこ私は今のリカちゃんの孤立は多少自業自得なところもあったんじゃないかって思ってる。
No one ever accused Mion of mincing words. My own fault? Reina and Satoshi fell silent after hearing that. I guess everyone in class shares Mion's opinion.
自業自得なのですか。
Of course, though this was about me, I had no idea what they meant by that. We were talking about the Rika Furude before I came to me. She was the same. Before I came to me, she was the same as a stranger. But to them, it must have seemed like my surprised tone was just me not understanding because I was young. They sighed a little. It was an unpleasant sigh, like they were telling me to look at myself. I wanted to be freed from this as soon as possible.
まだみんなが引っ越してっちゃう前さ、リカちゃんってさ、お姫様だったよね。
お姫様ですか。
そう、お姫様。リカちゃんは男の子たちのグループの中で何でもチヤホヤしてもらえるお姫様だったよね。
that sounds about right.
自分からは何もせず、常に彼らに何かをさせる。富田くんや岡村くん覚えてる？あの二人なんかは特にあんたが好きだったみたいだから、あんたが言うことは何でもしたよね。あんたはその上にあぐらをかいて涼しそうにしてるだけだった。そしてあんたに好意のある男の子たちを競わせるようなことをして、いっつも玉の利のような感じでちゃっかりとこうしてる。
This all sounds like Rika, bro.
そんなのを不愉快に思ってる子も少なくなかったんだよ。だからそういう男の子たちが偶然にもみんな引っ越しちゃって、あんただけが取り残された時、ざまあ見ろって言ってる子もいたんだよ。
None of that was about me.
リカちゃん、君にしてる話だよ。みーちゃんの話。聞いてあげて。聞いてますですよ。聞いてないよ。リカちゃんは自分とは関係ない話だと思ってる。そうでしょ
Whether Rena or Reina, she was still just as sharp about the weirdest things. I wanted to believe it was just a wild guess, but she'd hit the nail right on the head.
レイナもよしなよ。リカちゃんはもうそれを十分反省したと思うよ。
どうかな。反省したとはまだ聞いてないし、その様子からだと私たちに言われるまで気づきもしなかったって風だよ。
だからよしなって。僕たちはリカちゃんをいじめたいわけじゃないんだ。本当の意味でリカちゃんと友達になりたいって思ってるんだよ。それには僕たちもリカちゃんもこれまでの関係を変えていく努力をしていかなくちゃならない。
For some reason, I was upset, because it was as though they weren't talking about Rika Furude, but about me. Me, a princess. There's no guarantee I wasn't one until now. Loved the most of all the club members, Ren and the boys in the class pampering me, laughing at Satoko and Keiichi's failures as I coolly profited from their conflict. Without giving anything myself, I just greedily devoured the goodwill people poured upon me. They were right, I was me. I hadn't wanted to accept this sad, lonely world and set myself apart. Of course, they couldn't have actually been talking about me. So, although I didn't know the reason, I was still upset.
部活にはね、サトコも加えようと思うんだ。サトコだって意地っ張りだから直接はなかなか言えないけど、リカちゃんと仲直りしたいって思ってるんだよ。
どう？ゲーム部の部活にリカちゃんも参加してみない？きっと楽しいと思うよ。
こんなあたりからでもさ、自分を変えようと小さな努力を始めてみないってこと。
I wonder if that's where this chapter is really going. Like, then this whole time it's like that feeling, it doesn't have to be in an object. It can just kind of be that feeling, if that makes sense. Like, I wonder if that's what this is. I wonder if this is like everyone coming together and forming the club, and Rika kind of not relying on others and putting in that effort, right? And like, I wonder if that is somehow what will result in Hanyu being able to show up.
最初はギクシャクすることもあるかもしれない。でもね、きっとそのうち仲良しになれると思うの。だってみんなもリカちゃんとお友達になりたいと思ってるし、リカちゃんもみんなとお友達になりたいと思ってるなら、双方が手を伸ばし合ってるんだもん。届かないわけない。
もう僕たちは伸ばしてるんだよ。あとはリカちゃんが掴むだけ。
I felt like Keiichi said something a lot like that in some other world. Those words probably made Rika Furude really happy. But that wasn't me. All this only applied to the Rika Furude from before I possessed this body. For me, this world was fake, a dream world. And besides, I was in the middle of a hunt. I didn't have time to hang out with them. But they weren't faking their feelings for Rika Furude, and I found myself without an answer, at a loss for how to respond to them.
リカちゃん、ごめんね。実はさっきお手洗いに行くとき、保健室で山本先生としてる話、ちょっとだけ聞いちゃったの。
I see. Marina gave me an apologetic look. I never thought others would be listening to that conversation, which must have sounded like garbled nonsense to anyone from this world. I'd understand if it weirded them out and they didn't want to come near me, but I couldn't quite understand why it had resulted in this.
リカちゃんが言ってた世界って、みんなが仲良しのとっても楽しい世界なんだよね。リカちゃんはそこへ帰りたいって言ってたよね。
Yeah?
だからね、私たち話し合って、リカちゃんがその世界に戻れる方法を考えたの。
I wonder if they're really gonna go with, like, would they dare, after everything, would they dare make this like the main timeline? That would be crazy if she didn't leave. Like, she just found the happiness she wanted here, if that makes sense. I don't think that's where it's
と
gonna
言
go.
っても、もちろん引っ越しちゃった富田くんや岡村くんたちを呼び戻すわけじゃないけどね。
うん。元の世界へ戻ることって誰もが望むことだと思うけど、それって絶対できないことだと思うの。え？
This is all just a big metaphor. That startled me. There was no way Reina knew about me in my old world. Even still, her words felt full of meaning, and they echoed in my heart.
壊れたコップのかけらをどう未練がましく拾おうとしてもね、一度砕けちゃったものはもう戻らないの。でもね、コップは一つじゃない。壊れたコップは惜しいだろうけど、また探せばいいんだよ。でも、砕けたコップのかけらを見つめてうなだれているうちは、絶対に見つけられない。
つまりね、リカちゃん、引っ越してしまったリカちゃんの親しかった友達はもう呼び戻せないけど、ならそれに負けないくらいの友達をまた作ればいいんだよ。
きっとそうして作った世界はリカちゃんの元の世界に限りなく近い世界になると思うの。もちろん全く同じにはならない。でもね、それが一番元の世界に近づける方法だと思うな。
Yeah, it's funny. I love the message that they're giving here, but in this case, Rika probably literally can go back to that old world, which is just what makes it funny. I don't know. Maybe she
そう
can't
する
though.
ことで
We'll
さ、
see.
前よりも素敵な関係を築けるってことはあるよね。
But obviously, I see the point of this chapter, right? Like, part of what they're trying to show, right? This whole idea that, I mean, essentially, you can't look back, right? Like, you know, when things change, that's it. Like, that's how it is, right? You gotta move forward, right?
雨降って地面がなんとやらって言うでしょ。
I wonder if they're gonna, like, full-on commit to that. Like, I really am. Like, is Rika gonna get back to that world?
どう？リカちゃん、僕たちもリカちゃんがみんなに早く馴染めるよう応援する。だから僕たちと一緒に頑張ってみないかな。
Those gentle words would have been tear-worthy if they'd been said to this world's Rika Furude. But now that I had possessed her, she was gone. The Rika Furude they were talking to was no longer of this world. I thought to myself that I should just give this body back to her. If I did, then me living in this remote parallel universe would have the chance to change her fate and make this world a happy one, if only little by little. I went back to my old world and gave this leftover body back to Rika Furude. But I couldn't do that, because for me to leave this world would require the same method as returning the fragment from this world to the world of the gods. In other words, my death. Only my death could make me go away. Which meant at the point I took over for Rika Furude, she was the same as dead. But maybe, just maybe, there was one way to return this body to Rika Furude. That would be for me to die in a different way. I wasn't a parasite or anything. In difficult to understand terms, I was an individual personality aware of other universes. Maybe I should call myself a memory aware of other universes, and that meant that if I could forget about the other worlds, that would represent the same thing as me dying. This world was the only world for Rika Furude, and she would live the best she could in it. If so, I would gradually forget, eventually losing my grasp on which world I had lived in, and trying my hardest to live in the world I was in now, which meant giving up on my previous world and living in this one was possible simply if I decided to do it. Like Reina said, it might be a different world than my old one, but it was the closest I could ever get. It might be a little different from my old world, but the club would still form. In exchange for Keiichi and half our classmates, Satoshi was here. I wasn't best friends with Satoko, but depending on how we interacted in the future, we could at least become regular friends. Inamizawa would sink underwater in another 6 months, but I could work hard to make new friends in my new home. That cruel destiny wasn't Rika Furude's alone. It was an impartial destiny, shared equally by all who lived in this world. Only I had the luxury of being a special case and jumping between destinies at a whim. I didn't know. Which world should I devote myself to? Reina's words came back to me. A broken cup never went back to normal. And I couldn't find another one as long as I was lamenting the first. What did the cup represent? Cups were for filling with water. The water could probably be called happiness. The cup broke, and the happiness inside was scattered everywhere. The cup was broken, and I was at a loss, unable to fill it with happiness again. But if I could change the way I thought, and rather than be attached to the broken cup forever, fill a new cup with new happiness, it could open the door to a new world. Still, while that world might be similar, it wouldn't be the same. My heart had weakened, and I'd been discouraged. Wasn't this only so tempting because my search for the key to go back was so difficult? Before, didn't I swear I'd put in any effort I needed to return to my old world? If I broke that oath, Hanyu, gambling on my fate, would be left behind for all eternity, all alone. And I'd be the only one so selfishly happy. While I didn't have any responsibility to make Hanyu happy, she was my ally and partner who stuck with me for 100 years. And my friend. So even if I wanted to give in to temptation, I'd have to ask Hanyu, which meant right now I had no right to answer their proposal.
本当にありがとうです。とても嬉しく思いますのです。
大丈夫。僕たちがきっと守ってあげるから。だからこの学校が廃校になっちゃうまでの時間。
いえ、少しだけ心の整理をしたいのです。
はあ？何を乙女チックなことを。別にサトシがあんたに告ったわけでもないでしょうが。
みーちゃん、余計なことは言わないの。
Yeah, probably not.
私はリカちゃんの気持ち、ちょっぴりだけわかるよ。
You're asking her to give up a lot more than you guys think.
だから、リカちゃんが心の整理をつけるの。ありがとうです。もし、お願いするときは、どうか、このフルでリカを、みんなの仲間に加えてやってくださいです。
I bowed apologetically, here and now. That was the most I could do. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel if that's the direction this goes. It would feel crazy to me if after everything in the main game, we like just find a world where none of it even happened, right? And we stay there, like, and that's just the canon. That would be kind of crazy. I'm not 100% sure how I'd feel about that. After refusing their suggestion that we all go home together, I left on my own. It was Rika Furude's right, not mine, to enjoy going home with them. It wasn't something I, Frederica Berncastel, could accept. What was I, anyway? I wondered if another ball could fly into my head like before. That was how this world's Rika Furude was possessed by me. So if I got hit again, would I vanish, and the pure Rika Furude who lives in this world return? Only I wasn't me. I wouldn't hesitate to take them up on their offer. This world truly was far sadder than the one I'd come from. But this world had something all on its own. All its own, and the opportunity to become a happy world in its own right. If I hadn't known about the other worlds, I wouldn't have been able to contain tears of joy at the mere premonition of happiness I might once again attain. Were these conflicting emotions those of this world's Rika Furude sleeping inside of me? Those emotions made me angry, and I blamed myself, asking why I'd put their offer on hold and went home all alone.
Tadaima.
おかえりなさい。
My mother always immediately followed that up with a "Do you have homework?" but not today.
リカ、台所にいらっしゃい。
Her voice was vaguely cheerful and light. I wondered what it was. Did she want to surprise me in a good way? But I couldn't remember today being special. Is it gonna be her? Is it like her birthday or something? A person's expectations sometimes come out in their voice. For the time being, it felt okay to go poke my head in. I set down my things and headed for the kitchen. When I entered, my mother had already started on dinner, despite it being so early. When is Rika's birthday? Do we know when it is? She's in a good mood. I wonder if something nice happened. Every year at this time, with the Watanagashi festival approaching, she usually got more and more impatient with all the preparations and setup. Knowing all that, my mother's good mood baffled and confused me. I asked if she needed something, but when I did, she suggested something I never heard even once in these 100 years.
お母さんと一緒に今日はカレーを作りましょうね。
Oh man, she's totally gonna stay, isn't she?
立派なのを作ってお父さんを驚かせちゃおう。
I didn't like curry that much, but before these 100 years, meaning not me, but Rika Furude, I think she might have liked it. I knew at least that my mother was trying to make her daughter happy and suggesting she and Rika Furude, not I, make dinner together. I didn't like my mother that much. She was prone to hysterics, and I hated how she always sounded like she was hunting you down when she talked. When she treated me so nicely, my reason for disliking her felt irrational. Wondering why my mother had a change of heart, I decided to go along with it so as to not hurt her feelings.
じゃあ、じゃがいもの皮を剥きましょうか。
Fortunately, she's already better than you at this.
包丁でできる？危ないから皮剥き器を使いなさい。
I was actually rather good with a knife. I was so good that when I peeled daikon radishes, I'd make a long strip of skin at the same time I sliced them. But there was no reason to damage my mother's pride by showing that her daughter could use knives better than her. I decided to make her look good for now. My mother had probably been using knives for a decade now, but I'd been using them for many decades. There was an order of magnitudes difference between us, so I wanted to be proud of using a knife better than my mother. I wanted to brag about it. But that might have trampled over her feelings, or want to teach her daughter how to use a knife. Did you have to, like, pretend to be garbage? It's another sweet moment, getting to see her have a nice moment like that, you know, with her family. Parents are supposed to live to wow, okay, let me read that again. Parents are supposed to live longer than their children. So children respect the things their parents have learned from having lived longer than them. But witches like me lived longer than their parents and learned many more things. Still, I think I probably never learned what I really needed to. I mean, as long as I genuinely listened to my mother, she'd never get hysterical. I didn't feel like respecting her as my senior in life. She wouldn't feel like she needed to act as one either. In the end, all that was left was a cold, uncomfortable relationship between parent and child. If I'd acted more like a daughter and pretended to be an ignorant child when I needed to be, maybe my relationship with her would have been more peaceful, like this. Basically, she was Rika Furude's mother. Not the mother of the witch who'd lived for 100 years. Thinking about it made it seem obvious she'd be cold to me.
ねえ、こうして煮えにくいものから順番にお鍋に入れていくのよ。
玉ねぎはいつ入れるの？
玉ねぎは煮すぎると溶けちゃうから最後でいいのよ。リカが頑張って切った玉ねぎだもんね。きっと美味しくなるわよ。
My mother smiled. She seemed very happy. Her smile was warm. I thought I'd completely forgotten over these 100 years, but I remembered for less than a moment in time. My parents had to die in 1981. That fate was unchangeable. And besides, we could never get along in the first place, so it didn't matter if they died. As thoughts like those overlapped, maybe my concern with my parents had waned. Our hearts had steadily lost their connection, and the situation had steadily worsened. Before now, I hadn't thought I could gain anything from this world. Not once did I think it would make me realize something like that. With a mother like this, maybe spending time with her would be warm. It would be fun. That's right. The reason I rejected my mother's warmth, maybe it's because I wanted to soften the sadness I felt at her death. If I couldn't change the fate she met in 1981, then she might as well hate me. Was that the idea at the root of it all? In this world, my mother hadn't died in 1981. She would stay here for a long time to come. I felt just a little jealous of Rika Furude, and I was stricken with the desire to return this world's me to her. This world was so different than my previous one. Keiichi wasn't here, Shion wasn't here, Ani wasn't here, but in exchange, Satoshi and my parents were here. There was no club, but there would be one soon. Satoko wasn't my best friend, but she could be in the future. I could weigh my previous world and this one on the scales. I wouldn't know which way it would tip. I decided to leave this decision up to Hanyu. Yes, my destiny wasn't mine alone. It was Hanyu's destiny too. Whichever I chose, I would have to talk to Hanyu before making my final decision. This multiple world concept was something I only had because Hanyu had lent me her power. If Hanyu had never given it to me, it would have been over from the very start. Takano would have sliced open my belly, and that would have been it. It's kind of interesting seeing the color return. We put the lid on the curry, so now it just had to simmer. My father returned in the meantime, and really enjoyed seeing us making curry together. Then, at my mother's suggestion, he set the table. And in any normal 1981, he really hated it when my mother told him to do anything. But he wasn't troubled at all at the prospect in this world.
Rika はみんなのお皿にご飯を盛り付けてちょうだい。できる？
できますです。
Of course I can do that, idiot. It is something I'd thought many times before. But this time, I didn't. I opened the warm, steaming rice cooker and plated the rice. My mother brought the piping hot curry pot over and split it among everyone's plates.
おー、すごいね。リカが盛り付けたご飯に母さんが作ってくれたカレーか。美味しそうだ。
違うわよ。カレーもリカと一緒に作ったのに。失礼なお父さんね。
I peeled myself back. Furude Rika shouted that I wasn't needed, so I pulled back. I withdrew inside Rika Furude, and she got to enjoy a family dinner from the bottom of her heart. When we saw the crooked potatoes, we all laughed pleasantly. I would never cut potatoes to be so ugly, but Rika Furude was still bad at this, so these things happened. When I used the same ingredients, the only thing curry tasted like was the curry powder from the store. After 100 years with the same curry powder, it tasted the same, no matter how you made it. This particular curry tasted different. I cried at what Rika Furude had lost. No, at what I had lost. Rika Furude got to experience the warmth she had once forgotten. I wondered if another ball would come flying and hit me in the head, and I would pass out for a while, and upon waking up, I would be gone. Wasn't that the best possible happy ending? I was the stranger here. I thought this universe was the strange one from out of all of the other parallel universes, but it was me. I was the stranger. Then what had that world been, the one I had reached after 100 years? Was it happiness that we'd all won? Keiichi, Rena, Mio, Satoko, Shion, and I. Was it all worth nothing? That wasn't true. It was a radiant world, one we'd all won the right to live in after 100 years of learning to trust in each other. It was replete with a different kind of happiness than this one. Both shone brightly, and neither was better or worse than the other. Maybe, in the end, most worlds weren't better or worse than any other. I only lived in the extreme worlds, the ones where I struggled to see whether Takano killed me or not. So out of all the infinite universes, I'd started to think of them as either right or wrong. But the multiverse wasn't simple enough to think of in binaries like that. Tomorrow's dinner might be steak or salted celery. It wasn't about which was right and which was wrong. And both of those worlds, I'd spend a happy time eating dinner with family. What if my respective selves had been reversed during tonight's dinner? That was an incredibly tasteless thing to ask. The real problem wasn't that to begin with. Neither my last world nor this world was better than the other. I needed to accept that. I still didn't know where the fragment I needed to return to my world was. But what if I never knew? And the power of the crystal ball connecting me to Hanyu disappeared. I would disappear like the stranger I was, and give this body back to Rika Furude. From her point of view, she would have to say that I had returned to my old world. Just as I once called this world a daydream, for Rika Furude, my old world was the real daydream. Her strange delusions of me would simply disappear along with it. Maybe it didn't really matter how to return to my original world. Which world would I decide was the original? Maybe that was really all this was about. After we finished eating, we cleaned up our places and started washing things. My father said he had a meeting tonight, and he was happy, and he was about to leave again. Where did I read happy?
リカ、ちょっと笑っててくれる？ちょっとお父さんにお話があるんで、続きをやっててね。
はいですよ。
I responded cheerfully, as Rika Furude, but I had realized something slightly out of place. If she had something to talk to my father about, there were plenty of chances during dinner, but she made me wash the dishes so they could talk amongst themselves. Rika just had to stay put and wash the dishes, but I couldn't suppress the curiosity that was welling up, and so snuck over to the front door to listen in on what my parents were saying. My mother was the one talking. Her tone of voice wasn't a cheery one.
それで、山本先生が市内の大きな病院に相談してくれてるらしいの。
I see.
先生がおっしゃるには、脳よりも心の方かもしれないって、立派な先生がいらっしゃる病院だそうなの。
I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have asked. Yamamoto certainly hadn't promised to keep our discussion in the nurse's office to himself. As soon as I left, he'd probably called my parents and told them their daughter was ranting about nonsense. He probably explained it as my isolation at school wearing down on my mind and damaging my heart. Considering what I told him, even that would be a conscientious interpretation.
リカに直接話はしたのか？
後で話すつもり。明日突然先生が来て、病院へ行きましょうじゃ、騙してるみたいだもの。でもね、あの子の気持ちを考えるとわかるの。仲の良かった友達だけが先に引っ越しちゃって、一人残されて、その気持ちを汲み取ってやればよかったのに、リカは最初から引っ越ししたくないってずっと言ってた。その気持ちの整理も待たず、一方的に押さえつけてしまって。
山本先生は明日の何時にいらっしゃるんだ？
夕方って言ってたけど、時間は聞かなかったわ。できたらお父さんもいてほしいって。
ああ、夕方は集会所にいるが、山本先生がいらっしゃったら呼んでくれ。
わかりました。
気を落とさずに。リカが元の世界に帰りたいと言い出す気持ちはよくわかるが、でももうどうしようもない。国と村とで決まってしまった話だ。
Yeah, unfortunately no one thinks she's being literal here.
ならせめて、
Which, yeah.
ひなみ沢に住んでいたことを思い出すとき、楽しい思い出を真っ先に思い出せるようにしてやりたいな。
そうですね。
もう時間だから行くぞ。リカのことを頼む。
はい、いってらっしゃい。
I snuck back into the kitchen the same as I'd come, but I think the floorboards must have creaked. When my mother returned to the kitchen, she still didn't sound particularly cheerful.
聞いてたの。リカ。今日ね、山本先生から電話をもらったわ。リカが山本先生に相談した話のことを教えてもらったの。
みー、勝手におしゃべりするなんて、山本はひどいやつなのです。
ごめんね、リカ。リカはずっとこの村に住んでいたかったのよね。その気持ちを考えず、だいぶ厳しい言葉をたくさんぶつけてしまった気がする。
This is just so awkward. She doesn't remember any of these.
いいのですよ。別に、そんなことは気にしてませんです。
My mother's apology was meant to be heard by the Rika Furude living in this world. It wasn't for me to accept, so I denied it. But my mother kept apologizing anyway. I was going to deny it again, but I stopped. It wasn't my turn. I should pull back. And then I thought I felt myself begin to fade out. As I did, I felt my eyes grow warm. The rest was, for me, a misty, hazy world. I cried as I buried my face in my mother's chest. My mother cried as well as she hugged me. If I could have disappeared like that, this too might have been Rika Furude's life. After that, my mother told a lot of stories of Hinamizawa, as if to reminisce about her own childhood. About what she was like as a kid, what she did and where, about things happening or not happening. As she talked, we comforted each other, both of us wanting our beloved village to stay in our hearts forever.
それでね、お母さんが子供の頃はすっごく村のお年寄りに大事にしてもらったの。それはね、お母さんがお社様の生まれ変わりって信じられてたからなのよ。
お社様の生まれ変わりって？
リカには話したことがなかったわね。古出家には古い言い伝えがあってね、第一子が8代続けて女の子だったら、その子はお社様の生まれ変わりであるって言い伝えがあるの。それがね、お母さんなの。
私じゃなくて。
リカも女の子で第一子だけど、9人目に当たるわね。うちは女系なのかしら。お母さんが8人目。お社様の生まれ変わりなの。でも、これは内緒よ。誰にも言ってはいけないことになってるの。だからこのことを知っているのは、死んだおばあちゃんと私とリカだけ。お母さんとあなたとの秘密よ。ね。
Sometimes, as proof of trust between girls, they reveal secrets to one another. For my mother, this was probably a trivial secret that she could use for that reason. But for me, it was different. Hanyu was first able to appear before the eighth of 8 consecutive generations of girls, before Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation. But in this world, Rika Furude wasn't the 8th. She wasn't Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation. So, in this world, Hanyu couldn't appear before Rika Furude. And that was when, with my face buried in my mother's chest, I felt a warmth. No, a literal heat. What, you felt, Hanyu? Does she have a fever? No. This felt the same as Hanyu's power. Well, this was a secret. With my grandmother dead, there was only one who knew my mother was Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation, the woman herself. Which meant, if my mother was gone, the fragment of there already being a reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama in this world would disappear. My warm tears ceased to flow, and I felt my eyes drying up as I plummeted to the bottom of the abyss of despair. It was her. Mom had the fragment in her. I would have chosen never to remember what that fact entailed. So you either accept staying here, or you have to... she has to kill her own mother, right? Like, Jesus Christ, man. When I tried using the crystal ball with Yamamoto today, it still hadn't recovered enough for him to talk to Hanyu. Only half a day had passed, but maybe if I went to the storehouse, I'd get through. Hanyu once told me the old air from the past remained in the storehouse, and that she felt comfortable there. Maybe that meant the storehouse was filled with Hanyu's power. In other words, while the crystal ball didn't have quite enough power, maybe being in the storehouse would help a little. Late that night, I slipped out of bed and snuck into the storehouse. I wanted nothing more than to talk to Hanyu. I went to the altar before the holy vessel and spoke into the crystal ball.
聞こえる？Hanyu.
Light in the ball was feeble, but its otherworldly glow was clearly present. Please, let her hear me. My wish was granted, and a quiet voice, so low it might disappear at any moment, spoke in an answer.
聞こえますのですよ。Hanyu. よかった。聞いて。私。
They always make Rika go through it, man.
どうしていいかわかんないの。わかんない。
This wasn't the time for crying. I needed to tell her everything I discovered and ask Hanyu's opinion. I quashed my frantic emotions and told her the fragment was in my mother. Ani stayed quiet for a few moments. She knew, of course, that I'd have to kill my mother to return the fragment to the world of the gods.
納得よね。あんたはお社様の生まれ変わりの前に姿を現す。この世界の私は8代目じゃないから9代目はダメってことなの。大昔のことです。私ですらほとんど忘れてしまった太古の太古の昔。
It happened back when Hani was still living in Hinamizawa. Before Hani became Oyashiro-sama, it was how it all began, which Hani never told me about no matter how much I asked her.
僕が、いえ、私が神になろうと決めたとき、私の娘、リカのご先祖は、それをとても悲しみました。私がそう決めたのが、人の世に絶望したからだと知っていたからです。
I took all the sins of the human world upon me, but there was no other way to cleanse those sins other than to destroy the sinners themselves. People were forcing their sins on each other, an ugly existence. Their excessive cruelty caused me to lose hope in this world. I undertook all the sins of the human world and cleansed them by letting them kill me. I entrusted that final duty to my own daughter. I thought that unless I gave her that role, she would one day be despised as the daughter of a demon god, and lose all hope in the human world herself. My daughter didn't like that role, but she understood the weight of her mission, and in the end, she went through with it. But she said something to me, that she would change the human world, and in which only the price of life could purify its sins. Humans would combine their strength and help each other, cooperating with mutual benefit in mind. She swore to me that she would create this utopia, which her mother had only dreamed of. Please, Mother, do not lose hope in this world of man. I swear that I shall heal that sadness. But I would become a god. I couldn't accept my daughter's feelings. No, actually, that wasn't it. I'd already lost hope in the corrupted world of man, and I just didn't want to look at it anymore. But my daughter made a firm promise that she would remake that world into something better. Then I shall believe in what you feel. When in this land people live happily, aid one another, support one another, and think as one, I shall return to this land once more. My daughter killed me and took control of the village, the divine power of the demon god dwelling within her. She became their leader and created doctrines so that everyone would trust in and help one another. By making them to fear a curse where discordant hearts would revive the specter of the demon god. She led them strictly, not letting my purification go to waste, so that those purified sins would never again revisit the village. And so the village did regain a temporary peace, but I never descended to them again. I had rejected the human world much too strongly. And no matter how strong the power to reject, it can never last forever. Whether hearts or walls or lids or doors, there's nothing that time will not decay. Even the power shutting me away from the human world wouldn't last forever. My daughter would learn the limits of that power through revelation from a higher god than me. It was said that when 8 generations of Furude bore a girl as their first child, I would come again. The miracle of 8 consecutive firstborn girls would be the key that broke my power of rejection. My daughter left that legend of the Furude family, and it passed down to her descendants, so that this land would continue becoming my ideal.
だからリカ、あなたが8人目として生まれた時、僕は人の世との接点を再び持てたのです。確かに大昔は人の世を嫌って無視していました。でも誰とも交流できない1000年は私の悲しみを癒してもなおあまりある時間。いつしか私は誰とも交流できない世界にむしろ悲しみすら覚えるようになりました。私は人の世を浅はかな気持ちで嫌い、絶望したことを悟りました。そして悟り始めた時、フルデ家に女子が続けて生まれ始めた。
That kind of acceptance.
あなたの母が身ごもった時、それが女子であってほしいと私がどれだけ祈ったことか。でしょうね。私が最初に見た顔は母じゃなくてあんただった気がするもの。この1000年は人の世を見限った私に対する罪だったのかもしれません。人は人の世に生きる。そして生まれた世界に懸命でなくてはならない。それを軽んじ、世界を容易に手放そうとする者は1000年にも及ぶ流罪に等しい罰を受けなければならないのかもしれません。
Perhaps it is. I mean, trying to figure out like the point of all this. Like, is kind of the point that like something similar that she's like Rika's trying to abandon this world, like, and she's being punished for it. Like, Honey's words were heavy. Maybe having been carefree in our walk between countless worlds, even comparing our own lives to dice rolls, we'd been sinful.
私は千年ぶりの友人であり、娘であるあなたと人生を共にしました。そして昭和58年の袋小路にぶつかり、私は再び罪を犯しました。あなたの運命を変えるために力を使ったことです。私たちは一番最初のあの世界で高野に腹を裂かれて死ぬ運命を受け入れるべきだったと言いたいの。
I don't think she's saying she regrets it, but
リカには残酷でしょうが、今の僕にはそう思います。
just that, I mean, she probably should have, right? In that she sinned by using her power to change one's fate.
僕は僕の生きる世界をないがしろにした。そしてリカの生きる世界までないがしろにしている。あなたと一緒の世界を懸命に生き、その最後を形に関わらず歓迎すべきであった。
やめて。あんたは自虐によって心地いいかもしれないけど、私には不愉快だわ。あんな運命に屈服したくない。もっともっと素晴らしい人生のためにどこまでも戦っていこうって言って、あんたと100年にも及ぶ旅路を共にしたはず。
Now at the end that she's saying she shouldn't have.
その果てにそんなことを言い出すなんてめちゃくちゃだわ。そんなのはあんたの干渉よ。そうしてあんたは私と共に築いてきたこの100年とその果てに掴んだ世界もないがしろにしようというのね。勝手な話じゃない。
死にゆく獣を助けて越に浸るのは人の罪です。雪山は獣を殺し、その数を神に委ねます。
私が死ぬのも運命だったと今頃言い出すわけ。あんたどうかしてるわ。あんたがどう言おうと、私たちの勝ち取った世界は汗の結晶のような世界よ。その輝きは私とあなたにしかわからないはず。そのあなたがあの世界を否定する。
リカ、話を戻します。僕は8代目のあなたと一緒にこの世界を満喫したら、あなたの人生の終末と一緒に消え去るつもりでした。あなたが生きているうちには関係ないことだから、あなたに話したことはありませんでした。その世界ではあなたの母が8代目、つまりすでに私は人の世と接点を持ち、素晴らしいひなみ沢に満足して、さらに上の世界へ消え去った後の世界なのです。私がもう消え去っている後の世界だから、そこに私は現れることができない。
So, what is she implying that even killing the mother won't do anything?
でもそこにあんたの世界のかけらが紛れ込んでる。そしてそれが母にあった。つまりこういうことでしょう。母が8代目であることは母しか知らない。それを殺せばあんたが現れることができないという矛盾の力が消える。正解？
そうです。本来ならリカのお母さんがその世界の8代目であることは歴然とした事実であり、
But if only she knows.
お母さんを殺したからといって変わることではありません。ですが異なる世界から漂着したリカには、それは例えるなら船をつなぎ止めるもやいと同じ。その事実を知るのがお母さんだけで幸いでした。もし他にも大勢知る人がいたなら、リカはその全員を殺さなければならなかった。
We almost got a Rika Shion arc.
リカは元の世界に戻るために母を殺すべきか、この世界にとどまるべきかを
I feel like that's,
私に意見してもらいたかったのでしょう。
I feel like that's a decision that Hanyu can't have any input on. That's purely up to Rika.
そうよ。私もリカのいる世界がどういう世界かずっと調べていました。
Maybe she's just gonna say stay.
そしてそこがどういう世界なのかを理解し、やがてこの日が訪れることを予想していました。悩んだリカが私に相談することも、そしてその結果を受けて世界を選ぼうとすることも予想していました。だから悩みました。あなたをどう導くべきかを。神の世の言葉と違い、人の世の言葉は狭い。どう言葉を選んでも意味が偏る。あなたに本当の意味で選んでもらうためにはどう言葉をかけるべきか、本当に悩みました。そして今も悩んでいます。なぜならあなたは私に答えを委ねているから。私がこっちの世界にせよと助言したなら、そちらを選ぶ気でいる。そのために払う代価の責任を私に転嫁しながら。それは卑劣なことだし、そんなことで選んだ人生に価値はない。あなたはあまたの世界を渡り歩き、人の世の外側に足跡を残した人間として責任ある選択をしなくてはならない。
Sounds like she's saying not to?
私に頼ることなく。
Okay, no, okay. Never mind, I understand what she's saying. She's saying this decision doesn't matter if it doesn't come from Rika. That would be cowardly.
自分の力で。言いたいことはわかるわ。あんたの言う通りにしたからこうなった。なんて、責任転嫁されたらたまらないもんね。自分の人生は自分で決めろってことくらい理解できるわ。伝えたかったのです。私はリカと人生を一緒にできて幸せでした。そしてあまたの世界を共にし、ひなみ沢が優しい助け合いに満ちていたことを知りました。私の欲しかった世界は全て満たされたのです。だからリカが私のいない世界を選び、僕がこのまま消えてしまっても幸せだと、それを伝えたかったのです。
I see.
ハニュ。
Hanyu had foreseen that this world would grow ever warmer for me. But Hanyu herself was in opposition to this world. Any amount of discussing this with Hanyu, who was from the previous world, would only make it more difficult to forsake that one. She'd even anticipated that after discussing it with her, I would need to make a decision from an impartial viewpoint. That's why she said it. She wanted to accept whatever fate Rika Furude's decision gave her. She didn't want me to worry about her, and live in the world that I liked the best.
仮にこの世界に生きることを選んだとして、あんたはどうなるの？リカと僕の長い旅はその世界のルールで終焉します。つまりリカにはその世界での人生が、そして僕にはその世界ですでに終わってしまった事実が適用される。つまりあんたは消えてしまうってことじゃない。
I suppose it does.
でもそれはとても心地よいことなのです。リカはそれを僕の死と考えるようですが、僕もその世界における自分は死んでいると最初はそう考えました。ですがその世界における羽生は消えてしまってはいますが、喜びに満ちているのです。あなたのお母さんと人生を共にして楽しい時間を過ごした。お母さんはまだ生きていますが、その世界の僕は優しさに包まれながら二度と目覚めぬまどろみの中で楽しい夢を見続けているのです。その温かさと心地よさはきっとこの世に生まれ入れる前の母の体内にも似ている。それを知ってしまったから、僕はリカがむしろその世界を受け入れた方がいいとすら思っているのですよ。
あんた本気？
It's definitely starting to feel like this is the direction they're gonna go.
リカも1000年を生きてみれば、この温かさを理解できるようになりますのですよ。
I could feel an ecstasy in Hanyu's words. Hanyu had lived for a millennium, and she understood that in a way I couldn't.
冗談じゃない。私は100歳程度の若造だから理解不能よ。
Only 100 years old.
リカ、もういい加減に僕のことを理由に選択肢から逃れるのをやめにしませんか？
That was the truth. My old world and this one are being weighed on scales in my heart. It isn't tipping, even slightly, toward either side. Trying to shift the responsibility for choosing onto Hanyu is just me being irresponsible.
リカの選択の助けになるよう、私の知るその世界の蘇生を全て話しましょう。まず、私たちに運命が打ち破れることを何度も教えてくれる前原圭一。彼はこの世界では転校してきません。
とっくに知ってるわ。クラスにいなかった。
圭一は一時期受験勉強のストレスから心を病みますが、元の世界のようにおもちゃの鉄砲で人を撃つような真似はしなかった。より心を強くしてその誘惑に耐え、ついに心の弱みを克服します。今の圭一は自らに胸を張れる強い意志を持った人間として待ち受ける受験に力強く臨もうとしています。
圭一の罪がないわけね。だから引っ越しもしない。
竜宮レナも両親の会社が潰れませんから茨城への引っ越しをしませんでした。だから離婚も起きない。
It's funny that, honestly, this is the world where things mostly went right, you know? And we want to return to the one where things went really wrong, but just kind of ended decently enough, you know? Or, like, that's how I feel. I still, like, I don't know, I feel like it would be so wrong to not return, but, like, at the same time, it makes so much sense to stay. It would just feel so wrong, that whole journey, just to end it here, I guess, you know?
だからそれを理由にレナが罪を感じることもない。
Rena had no sin either.
園崎ミオンと園崎シオンは背中に入れ墨を入れる儀式の日、入れ替わりをしませんでした。
なるほど。学校のミオンがどことなく雰囲気が違うような気がしてた。
That makes sense.
ボードゲームが大好きなはずなのに、妹が詳しいなんて言い方をしてたし。なるほど。納得ね。
だからミオンは当主跡継ぎの座を妹に押し付けることにならず、当主の修行をしながら日々を過ごしています。
I see. That was just the original Mion.
そしてシオンも本家の邪魔にならず、影から支えられるよう遠方の学園で一人今日も努力して頑張っています。
あの姉妹はかつて入れ墨の入れ替わりで互いに罪を感じ合っていた。それがないってことは。
Mion and Shion had no sin.
もうこれ以上話す必要もないでしょうが、北条聡子にも親殺しの罪がありません。聡子は義理の父との交流を深め、家族仲を再構築しました。そのため悪い病気に取りつかれることもなかった。
北条家も村と敵対せず、ひどい仕打ちも受けない。だから聡子には罪がない。
Yeah.
いや、聡子たち一家にとってここは理想の世界ということね。
For Satsugo and her family? Wait, no. Isn't this the ideal world for everybody? It kind of is. That's what's crazy. Keiichi came to Hinamizawa because he had committed a sin. But in this world, he didn't, and was right now living his very best. Rena avoided her sad fate too, and never sinned. She called herself by her given name, Reina, and was living happily. Mion and Shion were leading happy lives too. Without the tattoo incident, they were friendly sisters the way they'd been born. They were forced to live apart due to family matters, but that wouldn't be enough to tear them apart. For Satoko, this world was exactly the world of her dreams. Surrounded by the warmth of her family and big brother, she was leading a bright and healthy life. This is the world that I, as her friend, should be wishing for the most. For Satoshi, well, this was the only world in which he still existed. That's not true. In all the worlds I'd been to, this was the only one where he was alive. Satoshi couldn't exist anywhere but here. Wait, that's like objectively not true. Huh? Are they just like glossing over the fact that he was alive in Chapter 8? Or are they implying that he doesn't make it? Like, I don't know. I mean, he was in that like coma, but like, I mean, there seemed to be promise that he'd be able to get out of it. Anyways, let's go on. And Rika Furude. For Rika, this world was... Maybe I had 0 friends. Compared to my old world, I was very sad. But I could change that now, through time and effort. Maybe I was sad Keiichi wasn't here. But Keiichi was living a resolute life in the place he originally lived. Instead, I had Satoshi. He wasn't the same as Keiichi, but he was very kind and considerate. Even the club I was disappointed didn't exist could start the very next day, if I wanted it to. With the Hojo siblings, Mion, Rena, and me. And maybe my other classmates too? What would the club be like with so many people? I didn't think I'd be able to compare it to the fun we had with Keiichi and the rest. I knew I wouldn't be able to place one over the other. My parents were in this world, and I'd already learned how to interact with them, as Rika Furude would regain the love of her family. My parents weren't in the previous world, but I had lively roommates that wouldn't leave me feeling lonely. Satoko and Hanyu. If I choose this world, I'd have to say goodbye to Hanyu, the friend I'd spent 100 years with. Friend? No. If what Hanyu said was true, then she was my ancestor and a mother to me, which meant she was on the exact same level as my father and mother. She was my family. My parents and Hanyu were both very important to me. I couldn't possibly weigh them against each other.
その世界は誰かの夢が作り出した理想の世界なのです。あなたに関わるすべての人間に罪がない。それはとてもとても純粋で透き通った美しい世界なのです。その世界では私はすでに消え去っており、リカの人生を汚していない。だから僕にも罪がない。そしてリカ、あなたも自らの人生を汚していないから罪がない。
あの高野にすら罪、誰から誰まで真っ白な世界。
そうです。今のリカはその世界を選ぶことができます。これは僕にも預かり知れない運命のサイコロの神様が100年の旅の果てにくださった貴重な機会なのかもしれません。
Perhaps it is.
もう少し慈悲深い与え方だったらよかったのにね。
They could have at least made Keiichi's family just decide to move here, even if it wasn't, you know, even if he didn't sin, right? It's so crazy how they're making like a golden ending, a golden world, seems so unattractive in a way, right? I've never, like, in most games, you get an ending, in theory, that is as flawless as this world. You're like, I mean, unless you're the person who lives for the drama, right? It's like, wow. You take that. But in here, it just feels so wrong because of everything in the main game we saw, everything that, like, Rika had to fight, everything we watched and went through. It literally would all just vanish, right? Into not being, almost not being canon, and that's kind of crazy. I'm like, I would hate that in a way, right? I don't like, not in a I think I'd actually dislike it. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel. This is so weird. Like, a golden ending. I'm like, no, don't take it. Like really, like, I just want her to be happy in the world she was in. Even if this world is, like, in so many ways just better, right? Let's move on for now.
ですからその神様は元の世界へ戻る道も与えてくれました。母殺しという最大の罪を犯すことによってその罪なき楽園を自ら追放されることを選ぶことです。
羽生、あんたは娘に撃たれたって言ってたわね。
Oh my fucking god. How did that go over my head? Oh my god. The daughter of Oyashiro-sama would have to once again kill their mother.
私が自分の人生を選ぶために。
リカのお母さんならこう言うでしょう。娘が幸せになれるなら自分の命など惜しくないと。リカにはまだわかりません。子を持ち母となった身にしかわからぬ気持ちです。かつて一度は母になったからわかる。もしリカが元の世界の方が幸せだったと言えるならリカのお母さんは喜んでその命を差し出すでしょう。
まさかあの人に限ってそんなこと言うわけないでしょ。頭は大丈夫って言われてヒステリックに叫ばれるだけよ。
But then I remembered my mother's smile when we made curry together. Would it be so strange if such fearsome words came from her mouth?
僕は娘に撃たれたことを後悔していません。そのおかげで娘に引き継がれたかもしれない罪が払われたのです。私が命を惜しんでいたら娘もまた私と同じように迫害されていたかもしれないのですから。
でもあんたを撃った娘の気持ちを考えたことはある？死んだ方は気楽よね。勝手に献身美徳によって成仏できる。
Damn.
でもね、殺した方はその十字架を背負ってずっと生きていくのよ。
Suppose you're not wrong.
あんたさっき言わなかった？あんたを撃った娘があんたのために助け合いの心の宿るひなみ沢を作ると誓ったって。そして1000年かけてあんたの娘たちはあんたの罪に付き合ったのよ。あんたは死ぬべきじゃなかったんじゃない？何の罪を背負わされたのか知らないけど生きて戦うべきだった。子孫が罪を背負わずに済むように戦うべきだった。なのにあんたが屈したから1000年もの間あんたの子孫たちがあんたの十字架を背負い続けた。
Just flip this shit right back at Hanyu.
そうじゃないの。
Hanyu is silent, and the music cuts out with it. That, without a doubt, was Hanyu's sin. It was easy to die for her daughter's sake, but her daughter's guilt would never heal. But when Hanyu answered, she remained undaunted.
ならリカ、私は生きて戦うべきだったというリカ。あなたはその世界にいる今どうするというのですか？その世界にいるという現実を受け入れ元の世界と異なるいくつかの違和感と戦いながらその世界で生きることを望みますか？100年の果てに掴んだ手垢と汗にまみれたそれでもなお美しいあの世界を見捨てて。
She was right. Maybe this world was beautiful. But that didn't mean my old world shone. But that didn't mean the way my old world shone wasn't beautiful too. Why wouldn't it be? We'd won that fate after such a long journey.
そしてあなたは100年の末に掴んだあの世界を元の世界と今なお呼ぶ。
Holy chills, man. This is fantastic.
ならこの世界の居心地がどんなに良くてもそれを全て投げ捨ててこの世界にとどまりたい気持ちを打ち払って戦ってでも元の世界へ帰るべきなのではないですか？あなたに関わる人々が罪から解放されたこの世界を打ち壊してでも。
My daughter, who tells me to fight. You too should fight. To fight is not to defeat and overcome the obstacles before you. In the end, that's no more than a simple detour on the straight path before you. To truly fight is to make your own choices. At every choice in life, at every crossroads, people hesitate, having one choice brightly illuminated, and then selecting it. Such a predetermined choice is not a fight. When no matter how many times you're presented with a choice, you choose the same one, it's inevitability. A real choice is when you truly think and worry, when you never know what you should choose. It's precisely the same as the choice between the red box and blue box you spoke of once before. Oh my god, coming back to that. Will you choose the red box or the blue? To choose without guidance demands incredible courage and determination. That is a true choice. If you knew what was in the boxes, it would no longer be a choice. It's because you do not know what is inside that you can be satisfied with what is in the box you choose. If you knew the contents of the other, it could lead to despair. Being left at a crossroads with no guidance and no hints is what it means to live. You may lazily continue to choose the right, or knock over the sign and choose at random. You may also search carefully for hints, worrying about how beneficial the left or right would be, and remain at the crossroads forever. Thus, you would be able to accept the final result awaiting you as your own responsibility, would you not? You would not grow old and go into your coffin wanting advice from your parents, would you? Worry, choose, and go forward. That is the fight. I earnestly worried and chose my own life. My daughters earnestly worried and chose their own lives. For each and every one of us, that is sacred. It is precious. The descendant 1,000 years later must not sully that. All who lived in that age were always beautiful. You must not speak their lives using the values of later generations.
最後にとても重要なことを話しますです。リカと僕をつなぐそのカモの御事乗りの力はもうじきその力を永遠に失います。
Of course.
僕がその世界に干渉することは永遠にありません。
So this is the last conversation.
あんたにありがたい説教をもらうのも今夜限りってわけね。それからもう一つ、リカのお母さんに現れたかけらは明日の日没と同時にその力を永遠に失います。
There's no deciding to stay and changing your mind a year from now.
失うのは消えるという意味じゃない。リカの手でかけらを取り戻せる機会が永遠に失われるという意味です。つまり明日の夕方までに決断しなくちゃ元の世界に戻るという選択肢もなくなるってことね。
God damn.
選択を保留するという第三の選択肢はないってことか。
This shit ain't GTA 5.
いいえ、選択を逃げ最後の時間にわざと目をつむり消極的にその世界にとどまる道を選ぶこともできます。
Well, that's making a decision anyways.
その場合は積極的に選んだ場合と違った生き方になるでしょうが。
I kind of see your point, actually. No, that is kind of a different decision. That's sort of an option C, right? Option A is you do it. Option B is you decide not to and to live in this world. Option C is you choose not to choose and you forever live with that, like, with the consequences of that. That kind of feeling of, maybe I should have done this, right? It's different. You know, it is different. Whether or not I choose proactively was also whether or not I would accept this world. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you just can't bring yourself to do it, but it's because you can't bring yourself to do it and not because you're choosing this world, you're never truly going to accept it. If I continue to live here without accepting it, I would drag along all the distress that I currently held forever. Compared to that, maybe it'd be a lot better just to choose one or the other. But even that wasn't easy. Hanyu had said the very distress itself was the battle.
さあ、リカ、戦いなさい。その戦いは明日の日没まで続く。
It's time to choose.
でも、どうか逃げないで。なぜなら、どちらの世界を決断したとしても、その世界は必ず素晴らしいものだから。あの100年を戦い抜き、得た世界が素晴らしかったように、 戦い抜いて選んだ世界は必ず素晴らしくなる。だからリカ、決して戦わぬことで片方を選ばぬように。悩まぬ選択肢の結果に人間が満足することは絶対にないのだから。
I suppose that's kind of true.
ありがとう、羽生。私、戦ってみるわ。この選択と、もしあなたと再会できるなら、元の世界で、もしこの世界だったなら、ゆっくりと休んで1000年の疲れを癒して。今日までありがとう。本当にありがとう。私、あなたの力のおかげで自分の人生を何度でもやり直せるものだと勘違いしてきた。そんな私じゃきっと元の世界に生きてもどっかでおかしくなったと思う。何かにちょっとでもつまずいたらやり直せばいいやって簡単に考えたと思う。そんなんじゃ素晴らしい世界になんてなるわけないよね。その意味ではあなたがこの力を私に使わなければよかったという罪も、でもそれは軽い人生を歩んできた私の罪でもある。あまたの世界でサイコロを振り直すと称して自分の命を粗末にした。この世界はそんな私に人生の重さを教えてくれたんだと思う。その末がどっちに転んでも素敵な世界だなんて本当にラッキーじゃない。私は多分あまたの世界で一番幸運な人間に違いないわ。ありがとう、羽生。
Damn.
こんなバカで身の程知らずの私に最後の最後まで温かな言葉をかけてくれてありがとう。私一生懸命悩むよ。いっぱいいっぱい悩んで本当に本当に素敵な世界をつかみ取るから。だからありがとう、羽生。ねえ、返事。
This is dumb. Damn. During her own goodbye? That's so fucked. Crystal ball was now quiet and cold in my hands, and gave off only a dull reflection of the flashlight that illuminated me. I shed all the tears I could. I thought if I didn't, I would hesitate when it came time to choose. So I cried out everything I had, and I thanked her for our 100-year relationship. Because, depending on my choice, I might never get to say those words again. Then, I replaced the crystal ball on the altar, where it was now just a marble, slipped out of the storehouse, and crawled back into bed. There was no way I was going to sleep. At least, that's what I thought, until I wrapped myself in linens, felt the cool wind on my bare feet, and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Rika was going to sleep. I was going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, me. Dude, I was honestly half worried that it was just gonna end there and you had to... It was up to your interpretation what world she chose. And the sun rose again on another wonderful day for Rika Furude. She took her first step, her first small effort, to become friends with her classmates again. And at home, she was wrapped in her parents' love, and the sun brightening her wonderful day, fell behind the mountains and disappeared. Well, that's it. That's the world she chose. Wow. I don't know how I feel about this. Long, long ago, there was a god who appeared before mankind. Bread rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that they preferred bread. God descended down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, water shall rain down. Water rained down from the heavens. All lamented that their clothes grew wet. Fire rained down from the heavens. All lamented that their homes burned down. God descended down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, nothing shall rain down. Nothing rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that God had abandoned them. Many things rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that God would not make a choice. Huge rocks rained down from the heavens. At long last, there were none who lamented. Water rained down from the heavens. A passing traveler was grateful. God, thank you for the unexpected weather. With this, my journey will never be dull. God said nothing and watched him leave, all for the best. Gods and dice should both be silent. Rika Berncastel.
Uh,
あら、私がわかりますか、リカちゃん。
わかりますです。ここは。
After hearing that answer, the nurse burst out of the room in sheer surprise. How rude.
イリー先生は大至急呼んで、リカちゃんの意識が戻りましたって伝えてください。
Did she actually survive? My head hurts.
よかった。本当によかった。
By making that... hold on. We're back, right? So by making that choice, did she kind of get rewarded in a way? She returned the Rika Furude of that world back to that body. And she still returned? Is that what's happening?
何があったか覚えてますか?
Or was this all are they gonna go with this was some big dream?
ここは診療所ですか?
そうです。あなたはお友達とひなみ沢へ帰る途中、事故に遭って頭部を強打し、このままもう意識が帰ってこないのではないかと危ぶまれていました。よかった。本当によかった。
Irie even had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke. I was still just a little scared. I wanted to make sure that this was the world I knew so well. So I mustered my courage and asked Irie.
ええ、お友達のみんなもとても心配していたんですよ。
Does this... Okay, hold on. Wait. Am I misreading this? Like, did she kill her mother? Like, just the way I read it, like, it didn't seem like she did. Like, or that she would have.
さとこちゃんはもちろん、前原さんもミオンさんもレナさんも。残念ながらサトシ君はまだ目を覚ませる状態にはありませんが。
僕のお母さんは。
記憶がまだ少し混乱しているようですね。長く意識が戻らないとよくあることです。
死んでるのですか？
ええ、2年前の綿流しの日に。
So we're definitely back.
眠っている間、お母さんの夢を見ていたのですか？
ありがとう。もういいのです。
Knowing that my mother is dead gives me a complex feeling, but there wasn't any doubt that this was the world I knew so well. And according to Irie, it had been a little over a month since the accident. After telling me he'd be right back, he scrambled out of the room. Left in my hospital room filled with the voices of cicadas, I could do nothing but wander through my vague memories for a time. I was fooling around on my bike while heading home from playing at the pool with everyone. I got hit by a car, right? But the world I awoke to after that is still vivid in my mind. And if this is my original world, then after grappling with that difficult choice, I chose my own world and safely ended my long journey to return to it? Or was that all just a long dream I had, like Irie said, while I was in a coma from the accident? I didn't know.
羽生いる？よかった。目覚めた時にあんたが最初に見つからない世界は本当に心細いんだから。
そんなこと今までに一度だってありましたですか？いつだってリカが目を覚ました時には一番最初に目に入るのはこの僕なのですよ。
Hanyu speaks to me while wearing an affectionate expression, but her saying that at length just makes me remember the world of just a few moments ago. Because for the first time, Hanyu wasn't there when I woke up.
羽生、あの世界は夢だったの？
She's gonna give us a vague answer.
それとも現実？
リカの言っている意味がよくわかりませんのです。何かありましたのですか？
本気で言ってるの？
リカが何の話をしているのか僕にはわかりませんのです。
Was Hanyu playing dumb, or was she telling the truth? I couldn't tell.
じゃあ私がさっきまでいたあの世界は何？夢なの？
夢です。
No, she knows. She remembers it. Hanyu answered immediately, and hearing that convinced me. That sinless world was no dream.
じゃあ私はこの手で母さんを。
My mother had the fragment. I shouldn't have been able to return to my original world without killing her. If I was here, that meant I'd killed her. And then, after I killed her, I had to kill myself, like usual, to send myself to the world of the gods. And conveniently, when I die, it goes back through my memories right before the event and tears them apart. So, it was only natural that my memories of personally killing my mother didn't remain. Trembling, I looked at the palms of my hands. They were pure white, pale, and bloodless. No, that was just it. That alone made me remember the feeling spread across my hands, a warm, sticky, slimy sensation. My fragment welled up inside me. Something inside me was desperately holding back the memories of that alien world. Crying out for some reason, desperately holding them back. Because if they spilled out, they would surely swallow me whole.
リカ、落ち着きなさいのです。
Ani put her hand on my forehead, and I felt as though something was grabbing my lungs in a fist. A sense of suffocation, like something was squeezing the breath out of me. But it was squeezing those feelings about to swallow me up, too, and they couldn't come up any further. In exchange for the choking sensation, I gulped down the rising emotions, beginning to steadily regain my composure. Ani realized it and took her hand away.
落ち着きましたのですか？リカは長く眠っていましたから混乱しているのでしょう。しばらくは入江の言う通りお薬を飲んだりして静養するといいのです。
羽生、でも教えて。
You made your choice.
あの世界は本当に。
ほら、みんなが来ましたのですよ。
She's not going to torment Rika any further with this.
僕はお邪魔でしょうから、しばらく姿を消しますのです。
We gotta live with your choice.
羽
I started to hear many footsteps running down the hallway. Hanyu whirled around, as though pivoting on her heel, and vanished. In exchange, the hospital door clattered violently open, and my beloved club member friends appear.
リカ！リカ！
聡子、
おいおいサトコ、リカちゃんは病み上がりなんだぞ。いきなりひっついちゃ。
いいんだよ圭一くん。よかった、本当によかった。
Clinging to me, Satoko fell to her knees on the spot and started bawling without hesitation.
おかえりリカちゃん。私たちは絶対にリカちゃんが帰ってくるって
ああ、俺たち全員が一つのことを信じた時、絶対に奇跡が起こるんだからな。高野さんたちとのあのすげえ戦いだって全員が奇跡を信じたから勝利できたんじゃねえか。
みんなね、必ずリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたよ。毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。必ず明日は目覚めるって信じて毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。
監督が言うには少々記憶に混乱が出てるって話。まさかとは思うけど、おじさんたちのことを忘れちゃいないよね。
No, never that.
さとことレナ、圭一のことはわかりますがミーのことはわかりませんのです。ニパ
大丈夫みたいだな。
This was something I could never have asked before. But just to make absolutely sure this really was my original world, I asked anyway, pretending my memory was still confused.
ーン、サトシは来ないのですか？
Satoko gave a somewhat lonely smile and spoke.
ニーニーは一昨年に家出しちゃったきり帰ってこないじゃありませんの。リカったら忘れん坊さんですわね。
Bro, if his ass wakes up right now... Her expression makes my chest tighten. She was definitely the Satoko from my original world.
なるほど。確かに多少記憶が混乱してるみたいだね。一過性だそうだから気にすることはないってさ。寝起きに電話もらったら寝ぼけて変なこと言っちゃうのと同じだそうだから。
そうだね。だって1ヶ月近くもずっと眠ってたお寝坊さんだもんね。その1ヶ月の間夢を見ていた気がしますです。私たちが心配してたのはよそにずいぶん気楽なことでございますわね。
Not quite how I'd describe it.
そこはとっても不思議な世界だった気がします。そこはここと同じひなみ沢なのですが、いろいろなところが違っていました。まず圭一がいませんのです。
おいおい、なんだよ。俺だけのけ者かよ。
それは圭一が鉄砲の事件を起こしていない世界だからなのですよ。
So you never moved there in the first place.
圭一があれだけ後悔したあの事件がない世界。ううん、それだけじゃないのです。
Just gonna explain everything. I realized this would be my only chance to confess to my own sin. Everyone listened as I told them all about that world. Whenever some small thing was different, they'd respond one way or the other about it, but they listened to me seriously.
そして僕がここにいるということは、その世界とこの世界を天秤にかけ、こっちの世界を選んだからだと思いますです。
それは多分三途の川のこっちと向こうだね。臨死体験ってやつだと思うよ。
Might have been. It's honestly hard to say, but with the way Hani reacted, I don't think there's any way that it was just a dream or anything like that.
向こうの世界を選んでいたらリカちゃんは多分帰ってこられなかったね。
向こうを選べば確かに僕は帰ってこなかったと思いますのです。
俺たちはみんなリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたぜ。そしてリカちゃんも帰ると信じたから、お互いの手が届き合ったってことなんだろうな。眠りながらリカちゃんも帰ってくるために努力したってことなんだろうと思うぜ。偉い偉い。
Kichi grinned and patted my head, but it seemed like he was mistaking what I meant. I hadn't returned. I'd compared that world and this one, and chosen this one. Why had I chosen this world? Because this one was more comfortable to be in. Satoko was always with me, everyone in the club was here, and they were nice to me and spoiled me. But all that was still a world built on top of everyone's sins and misfortune. In other words, I had chosen to sacrifice the others for my own happiness. Shamelessly, self-centeredly, and selfishly. Everyone was fulfilled in that world. Only I wasn't. But I knew that I, too, could be happy there if I put in the hard work. But at the very end, I had chosen this world. I chose the world where I could rest on my laurels, atop the suffering and tears of my friends.
それはとっても面白そうな世界だね。ありがとう。レナたちのことをせめて夢の中だけでも幸せにしてくれたんだね。
Rena smiled as she said that. Only she seemed to understand what I really meant by what I'd said.
でもね、もしその2つの世界をレナにも選ばせてもらえるなら、レナはこっちの世界を選んで正解だと思うかな。どうしてなのですか？確かにレナにとってお母さんの離婚はとっても悲しい出来事だった。
It is kind of impossible to imagine yourself without a formative event like that.
そのせいでいろいろなことが変わっちゃったけど、でもそのおかげで学び取ったたくさんのこともある。だからね、リカちゃんの言う向こうの世界のレイナはきっとこの世界のレナよりも人間的に劣っていると思う。リカちゃんはレナのことをレイナであっても模範的な人間だと夢で思ってくれたようだけど、レナが本当にレイナだった時はあまり尊敬できる人じゃなかった。だからレナはお母さんの離婚はとても辛くて悲しいことだったけど、人生の試練の一つだったんじゃないかなって今は受け入れることができるもん。
人生の試練やあるいは挫折が人を成長させるってのは確かにあるね。
そうだな。レナの言うのは俺にもわかるぜ。その世界の俺はひなみ沢に来てねえが、多分ろくでもないやつだったと思うぜ。
You were definitely just at prep school all day, every day.
あの事件は確かに俺にとって生涯忘れちゃいけない痛恨の極みだ。
But you can be glad for the kind of opportunity to grow that it gave you.
俺は死ぬまで反省していかなきゃならないと思う。でもあの事件をきっかけにレナが言うように俺もたくさんの大切なことを学んだ。過去のあの事件をなかったことにできる世界があったらってのは確かに魅力的ではあるかもしれない。でも俺はそんなことを思いはしないぜ。今日という日の前原圭一を積み上げてきた大切な礎の一つだと思ってる。
それを言ったら私もですわ。甘ったれてた以前の私だったらニーニーがいる限りずっと甘え続けていましたもの。
That was true.
ニーニーがいなくならない世界があったらというのは確かに魅力的なお誘いではありますけど、でも甘ったれた私がニーニーと一緒にいても何の意味もないんですもの。なら私はこの世界の方がいいですわ。今の自分なら胸を張ってニーニーの帰りを待てますもの。本当にみんなそう思うのですか？罪は消せないとあれだけ悩み苦しんだのに、その罪がないことになっている綺麗な世界を選べる選択肢を自ら拒否するというのですか？うん、レナはこっちの世界の方が尊いと思うよ。
It's crazy, but I honestly get it.
どうしてですか？だってこの世界の今日という未来は全員で勝ち取ったんだもん。その世界のみんなはただダラダラ生きてるだけでしょ？
That's true.
ダラダラと。それでいて罪なく生きることは罪なのでしょうか？
I mean, no, but this short chapter has had it's had so many interesting thematic elements. Like that line
罪
right
じゃ
there.
ないよ。でもこちらの方が尊い。温室で育った苦労知らずの花も美しいと思う。でも風雨や暑さ寒さに耐えて花を咲かせた野花には美しさだけじゃないものが宿るんじゃないかな。レナはそういうものの大切さを言ってるだけ。傷だらけの野花に何を恥じることがあるの？
I say no.
でも温室で育つのと 野原で育つのを選べと言われたら。あ、わかった。そこがそもそもリカちゃんの間違いなんだね。
The truth is, you always grew up in the field. And now you're lamenting and saying, I had a chance to be in the greenhouse, you know?
だってレナたちは野に芽生えた野花だもの。花を咲かせた後にありえなかった未来を想像して、それと比べるのは何の意味もないことだよ。リカちゃんの話は花より上の人ならざる存在の目線での話だもん。その二つの世界のどちらが幸せか、それを論じることができるのは二つの世界を行き来できる。でもリカちゃんという人間は一つの世界にしか存在しない。
That's true. Going forward, right?
そうじゃない。どちらの世界にもいるけど
You only get
行
to
き
pick
来は
one.
できない。
You only get to pick one.
野花のリカちゃんも温室のリカちゃんもどちらも存在する。そしてどちらもその世界の運命に従い胸を張って生きていると思うよ。その時野花が温室で育ったなら何も苦労がなかっただろうになんていう時点でそれはもうおかしいことなの。根付き芽生えた場所で精一杯育って精一杯の花を咲かせる。もしも自分が大金持ちの家に生まれてたらなーなんて負け犬の寝言もいいところですわよ。
That's such a Satoko way to put that exact message. I'm sorry, that's so funny. Right? Like, it is the same message, right? Like, essentially, like, you gotta move forward with who you are, right? Instead of lamenting what you could have been, right? Like, or what, like, situation you could have been, how you could have been shaped, right? You know, and, like, it's that same message, and Rena gave it in a gentle way. Satoko said, you're a loser if you sit there all day, right? And think about, what if you were born into a super rich family? I'm sure she's gonna say something along the lines of, like, you know, instead of making the best of what you've got, right, and moving forward, kind of, right, is what I imagine she's getting at.
そんな妄想する暇があったらまずは安いスーパーを探して
Yep.
小銭を倹約する努力を始めなさいませですわ。
Exactly, right? Like,
そうだな。そうして自分に胸を張る聡子は、仮に聡子が大金持ちの世界があったとして、そこの聡子と比べたとしても何も劣っているということはないと思うぞ。
まあ確かに選べるなら大金持ちの方がいいでございますけれども。リカちゃんはこうしてこっち側の世界で目が覚めてもまだ迷っているんじゃないかな。本当にこっちでよかったのか、向こうでもよかったんじゃないかなって未練があるんじゃないかな。
those words were probably the root of these cheerless feelings. I love this world, but I couldn't help but be troubled given the depth of my own sin, of abandoning that world and insisting everyone else be sinners. Shouldn't I have chosen that world for the sake of everyone I loved? They've unanimously decided this world was better, but in a way, it was just acceptance, since they hadn't been granted the choice of selecting one of the two. That was why everyone thought positively and went with this world. If they could have actually chosen, they'd all be conflicted too.
やっぱりね。だからリカちゃんはその胸の奥にある悲しみが癒せないんだね。
And yet, only Rena seemed to have figured everything out.
そうだ。
As ever.
リカちゃんにもわかるようにゲームで説明してあげるね。ねえみーちゃん、今日飴玉持ってきてなかった？
あるけど。
What was she going to do? Then Rena grabbed it with both her hands and stuck them out toward me.
さあ、リカちゃんにプレゼントだよ。
We're going back to the boxes, man.
どっちの手の中身がいいかな？みー、外れると罰ゲームになったりはしないのですか？ほう、そんなのないよ。安心して選んで。
Even considering how we usually did club games, there really were no hints at all. I looked at the size of Rena's fists, but I couldn't begin to guess which had the candy in it. Oh, whatever. Time to test my luck. They both have candy.
では、 こっちのグーを選びますのです。
And that's the point.
こっちね。はい。
Rena opened her fist and revealed candy. I must have made the right choice.
おめでとう。はい。あーして。なのです。おいしい？
It was the standard but nostalgic taste of strawberry milk. As it shrunk as I rolled it around in my mouth and sucked on it, I couldn't help but give a smile.
おいしいのですよ。みぱーん。嬉しい？じゃあリカちゃんの世界は幸せだね。二択の勝負に勝ったので、とても嬉しいのです。勝利の美酒は美味しいのですよ。ねえリカちゃん、どうして勝利なの？
Rena showed me her other palm, the one I didn't choose. In her hand, she was holding 2 pieces of candy. In other words, the one I chose was wrong. At that moment, and this was really obvious, but I immediately realized how merry I had been feeling.
今のその気持ちがリカちゃんの気持ちの正体に近いんじゃない？異なる世界と比べるという時点で、それが人の身には過ぎたことなんだよ。それを比べ悩むのは神様の仕事、レナたちの仕事じゃない。与えられる世界は常に一つで、その世界で幸せを見つけるようにできてるの。リカちゃんはその夢の中では2つの世界を行き来できる神様だから、そういう気持ちになってしまう。だからね、反対の手の中なんて気にしちゃダメなの。
I was a witch who lived 100 years in countless worlds. That was exactly why I'd always believed I was special, as someone who would overcome millions of choices to gain happiness. That I was able to gain happiness, that I was sure to. But I had it completely backwards. I wasn't any better than anyone else. When it came to finding happiness, I was the worst of them all. Then I remembered how Hanyu had so curtly and quickly told me the other world was a dream. It wasn't a dream. But now that I'd chosen, this was reality. And that really was nothing more than a dream. When a cat is in a box, you can imagine 2 futures, one where it's alive and one where it's dead. We're going to Schrodinger's box. Oh my goodness. But when you open it, there's only one future. The other future, at that moment, becomes no more than a dream. The one who opens it accepts the future inside and lives. Worrying about which of the 2 futures in the box was better was a job for those who weren't human, those who could interfere with the contents. As a mere human being, I had awkwardly trodden in the world of the gods, which was why I'd misunderstood some important things, wasn't it? In that world, Hanyu had regrets. She regretted having used the power of the gods to interfere with my life. And now, I finally understood why. She was quite clear about it. She clearly said that people had to live the best they could in their world. I had to stop being this witch. Yes, I knew now that I was not the witch named Berncastel, but Rika Furude. My copy had lived for 100 years, bending fate to her whim, and maybe she still exists in some higher dimension than this human world. But that was no longer who I was. I was Rika Furude. In this world, I would live, and in this world, I would seize happiness. I mustn't use that power ever again, which meant I had to make sure not to treat my own life without respect from now on, which meant...
交通事故には気をつけよう。ってことね。
I guess so.
はあそうだな
I guess that's a decent way to see that.
はうそうだよ。もう二度と自転車に乗ってるときはふざけちゃダメだよ。
そうね、全くその通りだわ。そんな当たり前のことも理解してないお子様が魔女気取りなんだもん。そりゃ全然ダメなわけだわ。
皆さん、とりあえず今日はこのくらいにしてください。リカさんもだいぶ体力が衰えているはずです。もちろん明日以降も面会できますので、今日はこれくらいで休ませてあげましょう。
This is where we're gonna end it off here. Coach appeared and clapped his hands together, but my friends weren't finished saying goodbye just yet.
リカ、もう大丈夫ですか？
ありがとう。口下手のあんたに代わってレナが全部説明してくれたわ。もう大丈夫。
リカが次に命を落とすとき、
Will be your last.
僕はその運命を受け。
そうね。私もそれでいいんじゃないかと思うわ。車道でふざけてるお子様が跳ねられる事故なんて、それがひなみ沢でも起きたってだけのことよ。悔しかったら私も今度から赤信号は渡らないようにしなきゃ。でもあんたはそれでいいの？私がいないと寂しくなるって。かつてあれだけダダをこねていたのに。
もう大丈夫ですよ。新しい友人ができましたのですから。
へえ、誰よ？紹介してよ。
教えませんのです。あんあん。
そういうことか。ということは、私はつまりフルでリカなのね。
リカがそう思うならそうなのですよ。
ありがと
何に対してのありがとうですか？
A lot.
う。いろい
Yeah.
ろよ。
After Irie admonished everyone else, they all glumly got ready to go home. Anyu too was about to disappear, but I clapped my fist into my hand as if remembering something and spoke to her.
ねえ、羽生。
何ですか？
私、向こうの世界であんたに元の世界に戻れたら冷蔵庫をシュークリームでいっぱいにしてやるって約束したんだけど、
So you did.
あれって夢だからチャラなのよね。せめてもの仕返しよ。
Oh my god. Had to get her ass one last time.
明日のお見舞いに何か持ってきますわ。何か食べたいものはございますの？
確かリカちゃん辛いのが好きだったよね。ゴグラのデパートで韓国食材フェアとかやってなかったっけ？
Poor Hanyu.
激辛キムチとか売ってなかったかな？
Oh, poor Hanyu. I had to show up one last time, be like, whoa.
甘いのが食べたいです。
Had to clutch up for Hanyu after everything. Deserved.
甘いの？うん。どんなのがいい？
Cream puffs.
じゃあショートケーキとかみんなで買ってくるか。エンジェルモートのは特にうまいんだよな。
ならエンジェルモートのシュークリームにしましょうです。
So I pulled the wire for my webcam.
安くてもいいからお腹いっぱい食べたいのですよ。
食べる元気が出てきたのはいいことです。何でもよく食べて元の元気を取り戻していきましょう。では皆さん、面会時間はこれで終わりです。
I'll leave her alone. Everyone began to leave. Hanyu too.
これで貸し借りはなしね。
僕は何も貸してませんのですよ。
You did all this yourself.
そうね。あれは夢だもんね。
おやすみです。リカ、良い夢を。
So we're gonna end it off. Good night, Rika Furude. Please, treat the future you won with care. Thank you. Oh, right. After I get out, the first thing I'll do is go visit my parents' grave. I realized something just now. Why I had to kill my mother to return to this world. The fragment coming out when I killed her, or whatever, wasn't the problem. Choosing a world in which my mother wasn't here was already killing her. Yeah, I was gonna say, even, like, she was always going to die by coming back to this world, right? There was never any avoiding that, so, it made sense that it would be her, right? Like, until now, I'd chosen this world without feeling any sorrow for it, or killing my mother every time. That was what you wanted me to realize, wasn't it? The sins you feel in me. That's probably one of them. I'd stopped respecting my parents, and I finally realized that in the other world. Rika, thank you for realizing. I feel as though the most important sin I felt from you has been cleansed. It'll be okay, Rika. Your hands are not stained with your mother's blood. That was all something I showed you because I wanted to be mean to you for a little. All just a dream. May you forget all of it when you awaken from your slumber. Good night, Rika. Sleep deep, sleep deep. As I dream of how you will color your life in the future. Damn. There we go. Back to the main menu. Okay. Let's talk about Saikoroshi, right? This was... Wow. This was really good. Saikoroshi was really good. Fuck, man. I definitely... Yeah, that's like borderline required viewing. I see it now. Right? I wish I'd kind of gotten to this a little sooner than I did. Right? I love this as an ending after everything, right? So much growth from Rika in such a short time. So much going on thematically. Wow. I mean, we get just so much interesting about Saikoroshi, right? Like I said, I said this before, but I've never seen such a perfect world, right? That isn't, it's not even one of those, like, it's perfect, but it costs so much, right? Like, well, I mean, it does, but, like, it's not like she has to kill a bunch of people, right? Like, to get there, right? It's not like a utopia forged in blood type deal, right? It's, you have the choice between the world you fought for, that is, everyone has sinned, everyone's gone through these terrible things, right? Or you can live in this, like, literal world where every one of their lives has been perfect. Every single one of them, right? Has gone exactly, like, whatever major trauma really formed them to be who they are, right? Just didn't happen, right? Like, straight up. And I've never seen a game where I'm like, you gotta pick the objectively worse option, right? Like, you know, you gotta pick the one where everyone has had all this trauma, right? All, like, it's so interesting that they make you feel that way, right? Even through everything, right? And they do it in, like, in the way they're doing it. They're like, you have to make a choice. You can't lament what you aren't. You need to live with what you are, right? And I really love that message, right? Like, you, like they were saying, you shouldn't lament the fact that you weren't born rich, right? Go do your best, right? Like, instead, like, do what you can to sustain yourself instead of being like, God, if I was born a multi-billionaire, I wouldn't have to go to work. I wouldn't have to do this, right? Does everyone feel like that from time to time? Probably, right? I'm sure we've all had a shitty day at school or work and been like, God, I wish I just had $1 billion and so I can never do any of this again, right? Like, I'm sure we've all felt that way at some point, right? But lamenting what you're not is pointless, right? And especially because, like, if I was born a billionaire, would I be me? No, I wouldn't be, right? If any of us were born as billionaires, right, would we be who we are? No, I guess unless you were, one of my viewers was born a billionaire. I guess, you know, flip this on your head, find some other comparison, right? If you were born in a different country, would you be who you are? No, right? The point is, like, our experiences make us, and so, like, it really, Rika, like, I don't know, she was like, I think it was kind of like in a lot of ways that choice was symbolic, right? Like, she chose the ugly, the messy, but the real, right? Like, to her, right? That is everything they've ever known, right? Like, that's what she knows, right? Like, that's, like, the Keiichi of that world isn't Keiichi, right? The Satoko of that world, so on and so on. And I'm like, I think there's kind of a beauty in that, right? Even just beyond the fact that it didn't make our original like entire timeline feel kind of pointless, right? Even beyond that meta fact, right? It's like there's this kind of symbolic beauty to it to me, right? I really loved Saikoroshi, and while I don't think this can exist without the ending that we have, of course, right? In Chapter 8, I definitely like this as an ending more than Chapter 8. And frankly, it's not even close, right? Chapter 8, specifically in the 1983 section, there were a lot of parts that I was meh on or like kind of don't love, right? But like the game also couldn't have really ended in another way, if that makes sense. And I think this kind of really not recontextualizing, I guess, right? Like really making you kind of like, it adds a lot to it, right? Like we got that ending and Rika almost lost it because of her carelessness. She almost found this perfect world, and I think that's also symbolic in and of itself, right? In a way that it was literally the perfect world, right? Rika fought over and over and over to get her perfect world, to get her miracle, and she gets it. And she finds a world that's more perfect. When do you accept what you have, right? When do you accept what you have, right? And eventually Rika accepts what she has, right? And so I think it's like there's almost this logic of like, would it have been wrong for Rika to accept that world? No, it would not have been, right? But I don't know. It would have felt like continuing to play with fate, right? Like, I need the perfect world, except I need it to be more perfect. I need it to be more perfect. I need it to be more perfect, right? The world where truly nothing goes wrong, it's not the same world at all, right? And so you either have the world like, I don't know. I'm kind of repeating myself. I just love the setup of this chapter. I thought this was fantastic, like a fantastic addition, right? And really expands on Rika a lot. I mean, even just like seeing her, like in Hanyu's, like the whole scene with her and Hanyu kind of like debating, like what should the choice be when Hanyu is like, you need to make the choice for yourself and move forward, right? I don't know. I just loved that. I really did love that. Wow. This was a short enough like chapter that I don't think there's too much need to continue to discuss it, but this was I really enjoyed like Saikoroshi a lot. I really did enjoy this. I thought thematically it was very interesting. And while obviously, like I said, this couldn't have existed without the real ending, I think I like it more than like I like it. I don't want to say I like it more than the real ending. Yes, but also like I said, this can't exist without the real ending, right? So I think it's an amazing addition to. Why did that just play from my desktop? What? I don't know if you guys were even able to hear that. I think I made it so you can't, but randomly a wallpaper engine sound effect wanted to play. Whatever. Anyways, I guess what I was saying is this adds so much for me to the original ending and helps Rika's character a lot. It just feels so natural in addition for her, and really helps conclude her arc, which, did we get the resolution? Yes, we did. Right, we got the resolution, the fairly happy ending, right? Or fairly happy, just happy ending, right? We got that ending, right, in Chapter 8. But I feel like this one really concludes Rika's arc, if that makes sense, right? And I really appreciated that. I really loved this chapter, or like this little scenario. I hope you guys did as well. That'll be all for now. I might play these two at some point. From what I was looking up some of the lengths earlier, they looked pretty short. So it probably shouldn't be too bad to get them in at some point, perhaps. No real promises, but I mean, I don't hate the idea of just checking them out, even if they're probably not going to be Saikoroshi for me. You know, I think I might check them out. But like it's not impossible. I could go one way or the other on it. I guess if you guys want to see them, let me know. And you know, I'll consider it a little more. Otherwise, there's a non-zero chance I just focus on Fate for now. And then I could see myself coming back for the rest of the Higu content, like eventually, but it would be a while, you know. So like I said, depends on whether you guys want to see that or not. And that might influence the choice a little bit. If you guys want to see these, let me know. If you guys want to see Ho Plus, let me know, and I can check out some of the stuff in there. I'm probably not touching the console arcs right now. That's a lot of content, right? By my understanding, all the side content is real short, right? And so that wouldn't be the worst in the world to squeeze in first, right? But I'm not touching like the console arc. So if you guys want to see any of like the side content, like I said, specifically Rei or Ho Plus, let me know, and I'll consider it. And especially let me know which ones you would want to see, and I might like go that way first, you know. But for now, that's all I've got time for. This took me a lot longer than I thought it was going to be honest. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you guys have enjoyed Saikoroshi as much as I have, and because like I said, I enjoyed this a lot, so I hope you guys did as well. I hope I'm not like praising it and everyone else is like, this shit, it was ass, bro. What are you talking about? That'd be a little awkward. Yeah, whenever I either do more Higurashi content or do future content, I hope to see you guys there. Even if I understand not everyone's going to stick around for Fate, whatever, right? That's fine. Hey, Umineko's going to happen eventually. I'm just saying, right? So, you know, just keep an eye. Just keep an eye out. But, you know, whether you come back or you don't, I appreciate you guys checking out this series. If you've made it this far, it means a lot to me. But that's all I've got time for today. Until I see you guys again, or if I never see you guys again. Peace.